Perfect. Great. Well, it's very nice to see everyone. Welcome to the first ACM workshop on programming for the planet. As you may, I don't know if you know us, I'm Dominic Orchard. I'm Anil Bhadra. And Anil and I have been, well, we're from this community, but we've been thinking about how our community can assist in addressing various of the global crises and challenges that we're facing today. So we thought, let's put together a workshop where we can bring people from the POPL community to think about how we can contribute and how we can help in some of these issues. So we kind of put out this call, and then we were really super happy to get talks that really fall into a bunch of different categories which think about this problem from different angles. And there are lots of different ways of thinking about this, and I think we have really good representation of that today. So we're going to have talks that we roughly grouped into these four categories. Thinking about, well, we've got the keynotes first, and that's going to give us a bit of context about some of the challenges and some potential ways forward. Then the rest of the day, we've got talks that look at modeling and analysis, so climate modeling and data analysis. They are programming challenges, right? So we know lots about programming here, so there's a role for us there. Thinking about energy and efficiency of our computer systems. They use a lot of resources. How can we address that? Software engineering and ecosystems, again, that's about all of the things that go around writing software that contributes in some way to addressing the problem, and it's really a cross-cutting thing. And then lastly, where the impact, what's the phrase, where the rubber hits the road, influencing policy and decision-making. So we don't want to say too much more, but maybe Anil, you can say a bit about the kind of structure when we get into the more discussion side of things.
So there'll be plenty of time during the day to have discussions. The other thing we really want to do is to have an action-oriented workshop. So we want to figure out what we can do in order to do our part to build up a bigger picture set of actions and outcomes towards working on climate change and biodiversity. So towards the end of the day, we're going to start doing some brainstorming. So try to take notes, try to form ideas about things you'd like to do as well, and we can put all those together at the end. But now, with no further ado, I'm delighted to welcome our first keynote speaker. We have two keynotes this morning. And this is Drew Purves, who will introduce himself, but he's been a champion for climate and biodiversity in a number of technology companies over the years, and he's going to give us a view on where he thinks we should go next and what the current challenges are. So, Drew, please, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay. And yeah, so thanks very much for the invite, Anil, and everyone else that would have approved that as well. It's a real privilege to be here. Yeah, it's really, really interesting. And I think what you're trying to achieve here is fantastic. So yeah, hopefully what we're about to say will make some sense. So as you mentioned, the keynote is going to be quite broad, sort of set the overall context around biodiversity. And then we've got another keynote focused on climate, which is great. So I suppose without further ado, I'll get started. So firstly, I should probably say a little bit about me. So I had about 18 years in ecology and environmental data science. That's a picture of me doing my PhD in York many, many years ago, like growing plants and things. From there, I went to Princeton, did a postdoc for a long time, got integrated there into what we would now call machine learning and data science. And also learned a bit about things like climate modeling, Earth system models, things like that. Went on to Microsoft Research Cambridge, we carried on that style of work, had quite a healthy size research group there for about 8 years or so. It was sort of extending that general approach, so trying to kind of understand and predict natural systems through various forms of data science. So that was a real privilege to be there as well. Then I shifted gears, and in 2015 joined DeepMind and actually went right down into sort of fundamentals of AI research, mostly looking at what we call embodied RL, sort of training agents to do things like this in virtual worlds. But then more recently in Google DeepMind, we've started up, I'm going to see if I can get to the next slide, sorry. We started up a sustainability program. So it's only a few months ago we formally established this program. So it has so a number of us have come together and are co-leading the program together, and we've got a number of active projects. We have 3 different areas. Of course, we're looking at climate, so we have energy and decarbonisation as well as weather and climate modelling. And there's a third area, which is biodiversity and ecology, and that's the area that I have a particular interest in. So I wanted to mention that. And of course, given that we're coming in from Google DeepMind. And by the way, this should say, what can AI do for biodiversity? I'm sorry, I missed it. I mean, it is true. I am asking this question, what I can do for biodiversity. But what I meant to say was what AI could do for biodiversity. Because, of course, that's our thing, AI, from the Google DeepMind angle, and by which we really mean scaled up deep learning. On the other hand, the program does cut across the rest of Google, so we're collaborating with other areas, so we can also think about what we could do with hardware and compute and all the rest. As we know, these problems are actually, there we go, are actually very multifaceted, aren't they? So I wanted to mention my background a bit, just so you know where I'm coming from, but also to give you some caveats. So actually, this is quite a recent shift for me back into the world of biodiversity. Quite a lot's changed. It's a very rapidly changing landscape. All good, but it is changing quite quickly. So I'm going to just give you my understanding of where we are now, which is changing monthly as the landscape changes. And also just to underline that I'm very much not an expert on programming languages. So Anil and I spoke about this. And Anil assured me that if I gave the background around biodiversity and the challenges and so on, then actually that will help to form the discussions you're going to have about the programming language side of things. I mean, I have used programming languages and so on, but I've just never written any. So let's right back to basics then. So what is biodiversity? And there is actually quite a tight definition of this, and it's around the variety of living organisms. What I like to imagine is you go somewhere, like into your garden or somewhere similar, and you gather up everything, every organism, from the very tiniest bacteria up to the trees and the birds and so on, and you gather them all in your arms, and you have a look at that collection of organisms. And biodiversity is about how diverse, what's the variety of measurable traits of those organisms. If you want to look at that a little bit more mathematically, you could think about traits and plotting the individual. So if each of those little dots there is an individual in your collection, the traits could be things like body mass, or if it was a bird, it could be diet, or if it's a plant, it could be something like leaf thickness. If it's a tree, it could be wood density and so on. And biodiversity is about the variance in that cloud. So that means it's not actually about, say, the amount of nature. It's not the volume, etc. It's really about that variety. Having said that, of course, it's easy to imagine doing that. It's extremely difficult to actually gather all the organisms in your arms and measure them all. So what we do is we use proxies, and one of the most common is species richness. So you would take a collection of organisms. Typically, it wouldn't be all of them. It might be within a certain group, like the trees or the birds, and you would say how many species are represented. Alternatively, we might actually look for indicator species. There's certain individual species, the presence of which we think indicates an otherwise healthy or diverse ecosystem. We might focus on particular threatened species. We might look at things like habitat cover, of course, as well. So actually the word biodiversity can sometimes grade into a broader sense of just nature as well. So you should be aware of that. So and this is something, I think the language is still evolving a bit around this. So we sort of shift between biodiversity and nature. But nonetheless, I think it's helpful to go back to that fundamental definition of biodiversity. Perhaps a more interesting question is, where is biodiversity? And one of the things that really amazes me is we actually know quite a lot about this. So we can very casually now have a look at these global maps, for example. And on the left, that's the distribution of terrestrial animal species richness. So you can quite clearly see that we have these hotspots in places like the Amazon. They actually, that animal richness and plant richness correlates actually very well with something called NPP, which is the net rate at which ecosystems are fixing carbon. And actually, that's one of the intellectual questions around ecology. Why is it actually that NPP and species richness are so closely correlated on land for plants and animals and so on? On the other hand, marine species show a quite different distribution of diversity, and there's some association there with productivity, but actually there is some patterns that really illustrate that we need to think about things like ocean currents and the connectivity between places. So we see very high biodiversity, for example, in Southeast Asia, which has lots of islands, and so it's something to do with the way that the islands are breaking up the ecosystem. So it's not as simple as just productivity. On the bottom right there, though, it's also interesting, going back to that definition of biodiversity about the actual traits and the variety of the organisms. These things don't always line up. So there we have different traits. And SLA is leaf thickness, and so we actually see the greatest variety of leaf thickness at actually high temperate latitudes. Whereas we see the greatest variety of plant height and seed mass density in the tropics. And so traits and species don't always travel together. And one of the things that amazes me about this is not just that this is interesting, but that we know this stuff, right? I mean, just imagine the millions of hours of human effort that have gone into creating these maps that we can so casually look at, all the from the kind of 17th century botany onwards to get us to where we are now, which is really incredible. On the other hand, of course, biodiversity is under threat. Most of you probably would have seen this planetary boundaries framework that tries to sort of give a somewhat low-dimensional view of global environmental challenges. And one of the interesting things there is that one of the two real standout kind of worrying areas is biodiversity, the one on the top left there. The other one being pollution. So it's kind of interesting that according to this, climate change is not as bad. In fact, it's nowhere near as bad as biodiversity and pollution. That's not in any way to say that climate change isn't important, because we've got very special reasons for thinking, A, that climate change is going to increase exponentially unless we do something about it. So we're worried about the direction of travel. And B, of course, climate change has a very direct influence on everything else. So that's not in any way to reduce the importance of climate, but nonetheless, we can see why we might also be concerned about biodiversity. So when we try to do a somewhat objective assessment, it very much lights up as a very worrying area. So, and of course, biodiversity loss threatens everything else. And this is very, very recent. Just a few days ago, the World Economic Forum released their Global Risk Report 2024. Very interesting. If we look over the 10-year time horizon on the right, that actually biodiversity loss, they rank as the third greatest global risk among all categories of risk. That includes things like AI safety, one that gets a lot of headlines, but also things like armed conflict and so on. So they're actually putting it right up there. It's also interesting to see that the top 4 risks are all environmental. So the top one being extreme weather, so that points back to climate change. Again, I don't know why I'm laughing. I mean, it's obviously worrying, but anyway, this is just more evidence really that that biodiversity is very important. And also related to that, biodiversity has very strong links with other environmental challenges, of course. So one particularly tangible example of that is to think about the relationship between biodiversity, between carbon storage and deforestation in ecosystems and farming. And they're all very closely tied together. So the greatest single threat to biodiversity globally is tropical deforestation. That's also a major source of net human carbon emissions, of course, and is driven by agriculture, mostly in commodities and so on. So these things are very tightly coupled together. And actually, increasingly now, we realize we need to be thinking about climate. Now, often it's nature, but climate, nature, and people together as well. So it's not only the right thing to do to think about the indigenous communities, especially in those places who actually need livelihoods and a farming for a good reason, but also if you don't actively engage with those communities, you actually won't achieve your carbon or your biodiversity goals. And there was a very interesting statement that came out of COP'28 all about that. So COP'28 is explicitly a climate-focused conference, and yet they made a joint statement around climate and nature and people together. Similarly, COP'15, the most recent biodiversity-focused conference, talked a lot about climate. So these things are intimately tied together as well. So what's the world doing about it? And the exciting thing is the world kind of is swinging into action around biodiversity. And I think a very simple view of that, I mean, there's a lot that's going on, and of course there has been a lot of conservation action from NGOs and governmental concern and action around biodiversity for a long time. But some of the things that I think would be worth everyone here knowing about are these ones here. So if we look at governments, there's this new framework called 30 by 30, goes under 30 by 30. And this is a global target to protect 30% of the planet for nature by 2030. I put NGOs and charities just to point out what an important sector they are in terms of conservation, but they actually have quite a wide variety of frameworks that they would work within. In the space of enterprise, private, and then we can break that down, say, into manufacturing on the one hand. An example of there is the EUDR regulation recently, which actually requires all goods imported into the EU to be demonstrably free of deforestation right down the supply chain. Extremely difficult thing to do. And then if we look at the special sector of the financial sector, then there's the TNFD, the Task Force for Nature-Based Financial Disclosures, TNFD. And this is a new framework for businesses to report and manage nature-related risks and impacts. So these are all kind of global, important policy mechanisms that these major sectors are going to work within. The other amazing thing about them is that they've all appeared within the last 2 years. So it's kind of incredible to think that these major things that we're just now casually talking about, and Neil, and others here will be aware of these frameworks, but actually it's easy to forget that none of these were here 2 years ago. They were just ideas. So this, on the other hand, these frameworks, these actors and sectors, governments and companies, to then work within these frameworks need lots of information. And here's one example of that. So this is the official name of 30 by 30 is this, the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework Target 3. But anyway, that's why we call it 30 by 30. So here's the long version of it. And what I've done in here is I've highlighted in bold the various detailed bits of information, because of course you could protect 30%, it's kind of simple, but it's not just any 30%. In fact, it's 30% that has to be, it's 30% of terrestrial and inland water areas, areas of particular importance for biodiversity and ecosystem function, effectively conserved and managed, ecologically representative, well-connected, equitably governed, recognizing indigenous territories, and so on. There's a whole load of information here. And the TLDR on this, in a way, is shitloads of GIS is one way to think about it, right? Like, to actually define the correct 30% in a demonstrable way is a huge challenge in kind of geographic and biodiversity information. Oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry, geographic information systems. Probably a bit of an old-fashioned term, actually, nowadays. But yeah, so you can think of a whole load of sort of geographic data analysis and so on that would be needed to demonstrably do a good job of 30 by 30. And that's just one example of many. So the question is, I suppose, who will provide this information? And we don't quite know yet. I think we'll actually see a growing set of NGOs and companies and so on will swing into action. But the good thing is there is actually quite a large existing ecosystem and biodiversity information providers. And it's obviously going to be a lot of this information initially certainly will come from this ecosystem, which we hope will grow and become more and more efficient. I'm going to come back to that before the end. So here's one example of that. So a whole bunch of different organizations, a surprising number of them actually under the Cambridge Conservation Initiative, who are doing lots of this data analysis to then form data products. There's one called a big one called IBAT, which then goes on downstream to other specialist providers and so on, which eventually makes it through into governments and private companies and so on. So this is all happening already, which is fantastic news. On the other hand, there are challenges. So if we look at the biodiversity information that's coming out today, it tends to be incomplete. So that's incomplete geographically. So most of the information layers that you would look at will have major geographic gaps. Taxonomically, so it may cover certain species or certain taxa, but completely miss others. One example is there's a thing called the key biodiversity areas. This is a major, effectively the official definition of biodiversity hotspots around the world. And that's at the moment just based on birds and mammals, I think. So it doesn't include plants. I believe that's the case. So that's one example of a taxonomic gap. It tends to be very coarse, spatial scale, coarse in scale. One example of that is the IUCN, which is the official authority on species ranges, they produce these binary maps, essentially like 1 and 0, which is where we think the species is and where we think it isn't. And they recommend a 50-kilometer buffer around the edge of these on these maps. And for a lot of decision making, that's just too coarse. They also have unknown uncertainty. Of course, there'll always be uncertainty in information and predictions like this. I think perhaps the biggest problem, though, is that the degree of uncertainty is actually unknown. So we know it's uncertain, but we don't know how uncertain. And that makes it very difficult then to incorporate the notions of uncertainty into downstream decision making. The data is refreshed quite slowly at the moment. So some of the species ranges, for example, might only reappear every 10 years or so. Lacking forecast in general. So we're typically looking at what's there now or what's been happening recently. A lot of decision making would like to know what's coming into the future, especially when we think about things like the impact of climate change on species. So every species that we know and almost every measure of biodiversity is changing, is not static. And so therefore, when we're making decisions, we need to be thinking about the future, and that's largely missing. Unstable, I put this in because of you, Anil. I didn't really think about this, but this is particularly the reference that you were saying about how you can sometimes hit the same APIs and hit the same data sets and actually get different answers. So there's a kind of instability in the software systems and things like versioning of data and so on. So various challenges. But of course, on the other hand, these challenges turn into a host of opportunities for AI, which is the part that I'm trying to look at, of course, but in every other way, things like hardware, software and platforms, socio-technical solutions. I'll come to that a bit, but it's very important to think of all our solutions connected to people. And of course, last but not least, programming languages. Okay, so there'll be all sorts of opportunities to think about these challenges on the left and what you could do in terms of programming languages and platforms on the right. So shifting gear a little bit now then, the bit that we've been thinking about most is this idea of how could AI, let me see if I can get that to refresh. How could AI help to address some of these challenges in biodiversity information. I'm seeing a different thing on here and here. I'm not sure why, but I think it might be. Sorry.
That's right. You just keep going.
Okay, I'll keep going. So broadly speaking, we're breaking that. We've actually been using a very simple framework to help us think through that, which is to think of data, models, and decisions. That's not a particularly new framework, but one of the reasons we wanted to use that was because there was a tendency for AI to instantly default to the data aspect, which I'll go through in a second. So what we can imagine then is we can use AI to assist in collecting ecological data in the first place. So that's things like observations of plants and animals in different places. Then separately to that, we could use AI to integrate the data that we do have together into downstream information and predictions. So you could think of the first of those being a bit like putting more weather stations out, instead of weather stations for ecology. The middle part's like weather modeling, to say, okay, given the weather station data, we actually need to make the weather predictions. So that means filling things in space, so we're densifying the observations, but also forecasting into the future. And then last but not least, an easy one to forget is there's a lot of potential for applying AI and other technologies at the decision-making stage. And the way I think about that is, if we get the first two right, so we end up collecting a lot more data, and then we integrate that data together into lots more downstream information, we're actually in danger of creating information overload for decision makers. So imagine you've suddenly got, incredibly fine-grained predictions of the future of every species on the planet. No human brain can absorb that level of information. And so the idea of this third category is actually the active deployment of AI to assist in decision making. So this, you can imagine it's something like a kind of AI assistant that can actually access all of those high-res information sources and help groups of humans, because it always is groups, to make the best decisions they can against that data and information.
Are you detecting a second screen?
Yeah, I think we're having a couple of AV issues. I'm quite happy to keep talking, by the way, while you're doing this.
Are you detecting this?
It's just come back.
No, it's not.
No?
Are you detecting a second monitor?
PhD in 1998 in ecology, and the amount of data that we now routinely have available is just completely unimaginable compared to what we had back then. So it's really, really great news, and it's for that reason actually that we can already get started on this integrated modeling part in the middle, because there is so much data available. The single largest database, for instance, includes more than 2 billion species observations now, so it's quite a lot of data. On the other hand, the data is, here we go, is very patchy. It's patchy geographically and taxonomically. Here we go. So here's a picture. And it's also fragmented across databases. So this is actually a list of databases that contain ecological data. Every single one of those is a different database. GBIF is the single largest one. And then if we look inside GBIF itself, what we find is there's a kind of long tail geographically. So there are a small number of countries that are very, very well represented, and then a much longer tail of countries with much less data. And we see the same taxonomically. So we see lots and lots of data, for instance, for birds, and then a bit less for mammals, and a bit less for plants, and very, very little for fungi and insects, and so on. So I think of it as a long tail of long tails, in the sense that we've got this long tail of databases, And then inside each database, we've got this long tail geographically linked taxonomy as well. So it's a huge challenge actually in integrating this data together. And very importantly, that also overlaps with socioeconomic inequality. So there's a really interesting, very recent paper actually, just from a few days ago, that explicitly relates that geographic gappiness to socioeconomics. And so, of course, what we find is we have got a lot more data from the world's richest countries and a lot less from the world's poorest countries. That's doubly worrying because most of the biodiversity and most biodiversity change is happening in those poorer countries. So make these major data gaps. And in fact, we see sort of gaps all the way down. So even in a really well-covered country like the US, if you actually look at the data, of course, you'll find that it's suspiciously clustered around things like cities and roads. And if you were naive here, actually, you would conclude that most species love being by cities and love being by roads, that most animals love, light pollution and so on, because that's where a lot of the observations are. So we have to actually, when we think about the downstream modeling part, we have to do quite a lot to try to sort of infer the underlying reality against these biases in the data. So what can we do about that? And as I mentioned, there is a lot we can do, and this is an ongoing really revolution in the sensing side. So we've got these new sensing technologies, bioacoustics, so microphones in the field, wildlife cameras, for example, and even eDNA. This is an incredible revolution where we can take bulk samples of things like water from soil and actually then identify all the species, little fragments of the species that are in there. It's quite incredible, right? So, and also these are really nicely complementary. So actually eDNA isn't very good for some groups, say birds, but of course bioacoustics is really good for birds. And so together we've got really good coverage. Now, of course, when we think about AI then, what all of these sensing technologies do is create a huge amount of raw data. So there's an obvious opportunity then for deep learning, scaled up deep learning to help make sense of that data, including classifying species. So I'll put some links in there. We'll obviously share the deck after this so you can follow that up. So it's a major area and something extremely enthusiastic about. On the other hand, it's also easy to forget that there's a huge amount of ecological data out there that's never been digitized, or if it's been digitized is in some fragmented database that no one's really discovered yet. So I think there's actually and I've got a bit of a zealousness of the convert around large language models, LLMs at the moment. They weren't an inherent interest of mine, but actually over the last few months, the more I've been thinking about it, the more I'm convinced that the LLMs really are actually a genuine, absolutely transformative kind of technology, sort of in the history of humans. I've been playing around a bit with them. And there's a huge opportunity here, I think, in particular for using large language models to discover, scrape, and integrate existing ecological data. Including, for example, in those, say, sub-Saharan Africa, a region with very little ecological data at the moment. But actually, all of those sub-Saharan African countries have been doing wildlife surveys and ecological surveys for decades. So the data actually is there. So not just now, but even historical data measuring change. If only we can discover it and then automate, increasingly automate the rate that we can integrate that data back into the databases. There's a real opportunity there that I think is very exciting. But of course, that and all of these other things are socio-technical problems. So part of the reason that data hasn't been integrated is what are the incentives for people to do that? Who is going to actually do that integration and why? Do they have the skills to do it? We also want to think about ethics, privacy, community, and more. And on the socio-technical side, when it comes to data, I wanted to point out this amazing project called iNaturalist, which really got this right within the cultural context it was working in, beginning in the US. And so what this did was a simple app where people could take a picture and then they would say what species they thought it was. But then that went into a community. It's like a kind of social networking solution in a way for ecological observations, where experts would then verify that observation. So it was a fully human thing initially. But of course, as that flywheel continued, it gathered more and more examples of labeled data, images with rigorous labels attached. On top of that, they've then been able to build the vision model. So now when you use iNaturalist, you actually get an automatic classification. That makes it a better app, so more people use it. And this has grown and grown to the point that now iNaturalist is the single largest source of ecological observations on Earth now. It's something like half of GBIF came from this app, an app on a phone, right? It's an incredible story. On the other hand, we need more work, and we probably need different approaches to make that work worldwide, because that whole process really only gets going when you already have a well-established community of sort of naturalists and experts and so on. And a lot of the world, we don't have that yet. So, but still, so that gives us a hint there. If we could do something similar for the rest of the world, outside the sort of G20, if you like, that could be equally transformative. So going on to, how am I doing for time, Anil? 20 minutes. Okay, that's great, thanks. So if we go on to the second category, sorry. 15. Oh, okay, good. Thanks. So if we go to the middle category then of this idea of AI-assisted geotemporal modeling, it says, given the data that is available, we can then obviously use AI, that is, again, scaled up deep learning and other methods and technology to integrate that together into downstream information. And broadly speaking, I think there are two categories of that information that we would go for. One goes under the name, and again, this is just so you're aware of the language, sort of state of nature. So this would include, this is the bit that focuses on biodiversity itself, you know, the variety of living organisms, but also those proxies, so the species richness, indicator species, habitat, perhaps population sizes. So this is the kind of, if you like, the stock of biodiversity, and also how it's been changing. And one thing to note there is, of course, none of these things sum in the way that carbon sums for climate. This is one of the fundamental differences between biodiversity and climate. There isn't a sort of single number, really, that you can necessarily use. But still, that's the idea that that we can integrate that data together to estimate the state of nature. And because they don't sum over space, this tends to take us into this fundamentally geographic sort of realm. So it's almost always maps in a way that we're thinking about with these. But there is an ongoing process of exploring kind of indicators and metrics, like ways to boil those maps back down to numbers that can help decision making. So instead of state of nature, think about maps like this. And this is a map actually from a recent paper from Anil and colleagues on this new life metric, which I think is really interesting, which is trying to take all of that information and boil it down to this, the net impact on extinction risk for different species and how that can actually go up and down and so on. But there's also one called the Biodiversity Intactness Index that comes out of Natural History Museum and predicts and so on. And there are others. So you can think about that, but nonetheless, you think about this idea of state of nature. On the other hand, we also need to understand the threats to nature. And so the other half of it would go under threat. So you say, okay, what's there? What's the stock? But what are the influences on that? I wish actually this was more like influences on or levers, because there are also positive opportunities around nature. It's not all threats, but still it goes under threats. And we do have a good understanding of the threats to biodiversity. The top ones are land and sea use change and extraction, which is actually direct harvesting of species. Oh, go ahead.
The data or the map kind of suggests a kind of the status quo and what would changes look like. But historically, a bunch of the kind of maybe, let's talk about Europe, let's say, huge amounts of diversity. It used to be a temperate rainforest, as far as I understand, and huge amounts of diversity within England itself. Like, is the opportunity cost of biodiversity also something that's something we can think about, or is that like really dependent on data that we just don't have and maybe historical records?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, so yes, you would want to think about that, and you can think about a mix of protection, which is taking biodiversity that's there and trying not to lose it, but there's also restoration, which is trying to restore biodiversity that was lost historically. And you're absolutely right, a lot of the biodiversity was lost a very long time ago. Some of the species have gone permanently extinct, so we can't even put the species back. But even where the species haven't gone extinct, we're not sure what was there. And then we're also not sure how to put it back there, even if we are. So, for example, if you take agricultural land in Britain and you say stop farming it and you let it convert back to a woodland, you think great, right? And that, by the way, that is good for biodiversity. But that agricultural land has been soaked in fertilizers. We've lost a lot of the soil fungi. The topography's been evened out. So you'll end up with something different to what you began with, yeah. So we kind of know that verbally. Like, no, I don't think anyone would disagree pretty much with what I just said. But the question, you're absolutely right. How then to do that quantitatively in a defensible kind of data-driven way? That's a huge challenge. Yeah, absolutely right. And so, yeah, when we think about, that's a good point actually, when we think about the state of nature today, we're primarily looking at the world as it is now. If we're looking at change, it's usually recent change. But one of the things we would like to do is to be able to understand much longer term changes, like since the deep past, and actually forecast much further into the future, when, for instance, climate could be quite different and so on. So that's a big challenge, how we expand that temporal dimension and so on, yeah. So. That's right, and also I think what you're hinting at there, which I completely agree with, is some of the socioeconomic inequalities, right? It's very easy for us to sort of point at much poorer countries and say, you need to Hey, there we go. So yes, anyway, so this idea then of threats to nature. So at the same time as understanding the state, we also want to understand, and again, I would think of the levers, the influences on nature, and especially land use change and direct harvesting of organisms. In the longer run, climate change is currently ranked 5th, but of course we're expecting it to become more important through time. And I think one way to think about this actually goes a little bit to what we were just saying, is you can think perhaps of a bit of a hierarchy then for both of these halves, the state of nature and the threats to nature. So you can think about the current state, think about recent change. Some of the really interesting challenges are like understanding of recent change, actually. It's one thing to say what's been happening, but why? And then counterfactuals, so what would have happened? So let's say, there's been some pollution and that's reduced biodiversity. We can say that, are we sure that the biodiversity wouldn't have reduced anyway? So actually being really clear about counterfactual reasoning. And last but not least, forecasts. And we can think about forecasts under the BAU, business as usual, so where we think things are going. But perhaps more importantly, forecasts, conditional forecasts to say, if then, if we do this. And that's really the basis of policy, right? The future. So how do we go down that hierarchy? It's very, very challenging. And then also linking that to the ultimate drivers. And this is, I could have spoken a lot more about this. I'm not going to, especially given the time, because I will keep time. But imagine we knew everything I've just mentioned perfectly. So we understood where all the nature is, how it's changing, and why, and how it's going to change in the future. And we understand all the threat, we understand where all the mines are, and where all the deforestation's happening, and where all the land use change, and all the rest. Most of the policies, we need to actually link that into the human realm. So actually, which bits of government legislation can change that, which taxes could affect it, which companies actually own those mines, and so on. So if we really want to tackle these challenges, it's not all geographic in the end. We actually have to go into this kind of world of things like supply chains. And one thing I learned recently, which amazed me, is I was really naive about supply chains. So let's say you have a tanker that loads up some diesel somewhere, and then it travels across an ocean, and it docks somewhere else. On average, during the lifetime, during that journey, that oil is traded 200 times between different organizations. I thought which is amazing. So actually then trying to work out when someone buys this product that arrives in some port, where it actually came from, it goes through 200 lines of reasoning. So, and it's not really geographic anymore. It's more things to do with economic flows or financial documents or legal things. So in a way, most of that data is not public, or is not public enough, or even if it is, it's too complex to make sense of. So there's a lot of sleuthery that we need to do in a sense at the moment to link what we're seeing, whether we're seeing it from space or we're seeing it on the ground, to these ultimate drivers. And it might be another use actually of LLMs. I think LLMs are one of the few technologies that might have the potential to be able to scrape all that data together and at least make the best understanding of it. Large language models, that is, again. So it's very complex. So of course, but in that space though, because once again, AI and scaled up deep learning, there's a lot of potential there. So what the scaled up deep learning really lets us do is deal with unprecedented volumes of data, unprecedented diversity of data. I think different modalities could be knitted together in much more easily. Things like remote sensing and satellites, these create enormous volumes of data, but using things like vision methods, we're able to now boil those down and do a lot more with them than we could before. Language, as I said, there's so much important knowledge that's in language form. Unprecedented model capacities as well. So these models are huge. So that means that they can kind of link data together and kind of uncover cause and effect relationships like never before. We can fine tune these models as well. So we can have sort of all-purpose models, but then we fine tune them for different purposes. So different countries or different, companies will be able to integrate their own data to then fine tune these models. And so on and so on. And the human interaction side, I think, is fascinating as well. Like, we shouldn't always think that we're automating everything here. Actually, we're looking to sort of augment and increase human productivity as well in these spaces. So a reminder then. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Are LLMs suitable for this kind of geotemporal data? To capture the spatial and temporal patterns?
Yeah, there are some people thinking about that. That's right. So at the moment, most of the applications of deep learning in geo are using specialist geo methods, typically derived from vision type methods, because we're typically dealing with gridded numbers and things like this. But you're absolutely right. One of the interesting things around LLMs has been the many different things that they can do, right? They don't just do sort of what we think of as language, they can do with tables and things like this, and formats and data structures and all that. So a lot of people are now thinking with the most recent generation of LLMs that they can do a lot more geographically. So yes, it's a huge space actually. A lot of people really interested in that, and I think there are just lots and lots of different opportunities in somehow linking together the world of LLMs and geo. You're absolutely right. So it's not just a separate thing. Like, you're not just going to do supply chains over here and vision methods for geo here. There'll also be a deeper connection between these. One example of that is actually in the end, for example, most decision making and a lot of data comes in tabular form at the end of the day. So even if it's geographic, it might, for instance, be a list of data by county or by postcode or by zip code, as we say in the US, or by country and so on. So actually at that point, you actually are just dealing with tables, strings in tables a lot of the time, even if it's geographic. So we definitely want systems that can reason over sets of polygons, if you like, in that way. Yeah, so there's quite a lot there.
Tables are like 2D data, and LLMs are like sequence modeling.
Yeah, that's right. And then people are working all these clever ways to do it, and it's evolving very quickly. But for example, LLMs deal with images. So you take an image and you tokenize the little subparts of the image, and then you just unwrap that into a serial representation of an image. It seems completely crazy, right? But actually, it works pretty well for basic images. So it's the same with tables. They're pretty good at doing that kind of stuff now. Yeah, and it's because this transformer architecture that means that they can kind of link together. So if you, even if you you take a 2D thing and you unravel it into a 1D thing, the transformer architectures can basically sort of recover the underlying 2D structure. They're so incredibly flexible. And they've had lots of training doing that in the pre-training of the so-called foundational models. So you wouldn't be starting from scratch. You're starting from models that have seen millions of tables across the web. So they kind of understand like 2D tables and in the way, same for images. So. And by the way, I'm not an expert on LLMs, very much not, but that's my understanding. But certainly I think that the take-home point for someone like me has been the surprising flexibility and power of these LLMs to do things that we don't think of as language exactly. Yeah. Including things like programming and all the rest. I should probably really speed up now, right? Because I must be running out of time. So this just say that, look, there's lots happening in this geo-modeling space already. These are a couple of the organizations that are within the CCI that are creating the key biodiversity areas that I mentioned. We're also seeing private companies. This is one that I'm really interested in called Nature Alpha. I've been talking to them a lot. And they're a specialist company that takes lots of this biodiversity information and packages it for the financial sector. So they actually get this information onto the dashboards that investment companies are using to make investment decisions. So there's this growing ecosystem of these providers. Here's another one, Earth Genome, might be worth checking out. This is a large consortium, doing an amazing job of integrating together biodiversity information. And so then, this is a little bit more of a personal view then, like the things that I personally think are immediate opportunities now, and I think I'm very excited about this idea of species distribution modeling. It's just like modeling where the species are. And I think, again, we're capitalizing on the recent AI revolution. We can do joint species modeling where we actually model all the species together instead of one at a time. Hierarchical modeling where we bring in the phylogenetic relationships between them and so on. And on the right there, I've actually put in 3 really exciting papers, all of which have come out, I think, in the last couple of years. So this is moving really quickly now, so we're seeing people apply these. It's very, very exciting. And then onto the decision part, I'm going to have to really zip through this, but the take-home point here is that decision making is really complex. It involves groups of stakeholders with multiple competing objectives. It tends to be iterative and interactive. It's not like you say, data, objective, decision. Actually, people go back and forth in groups to make decisions. You have to think about uncertainty and so on. And so, yes, that decision-making needs more information and evidence, but like I said, if we're not careful, then we just end up with information overload, and this is another big opportunity for AI. Things like LLMs could move towards something like an eco-assistant in the end. And there are established approaches, though, for thinking about decision-making. So, and this is an example of a book that you might want to look at. So there are principles and well-established ways of approaching complex decision-making in groups. So the question is, how can we accelerate that using data and models and AI and so on. So the recap then is this unprecedented demand for actionable biodiversity information. There's lots of data, information and orgs to build upon, but nonetheless there are major limitations in the current approaches. Things are like the gappiness and the uncertainties that we talked about. AI can help there, but that it still needs to be part of this wider ecosystem of hardware, software, and socio-technical solutions, thinking about people. And I suppose the question I wanted to put here, which I think is roughly what you think about, is what does this mean for planetary computation platforms and programming languages in particular? So again, I did say I was going to steer away from that. I've got a couple of slides here I was going to throw in, which is a little bit more technical, which is just to say, and this is supposed to be an open question. I honestly don't know, but it seems there's a question to me around if we think about some of the fundamental kind of structures and schemas that we tend to think about in biodiversity, there's a limited number of these that seem overwhelmingly important. So one of them would be ecological geography. So we think about geographic space. So yes, that's things like sets of rasters, lines, polygons, and points, the classic stuff. But also as ecologists, we tend to think of things like ecoregions, DEM, digital elevation, so things like elevation, distance from the coast, ocean depth, wind and ocean currents that link things together, and things like migration paths of species and so on. So I suppose the question is, do we fit those things into more generic platforms, or do we somehow treat things like that as first-class citizens when we're thinking about platforms and programming languages? Like, could you have a DSL somehow that was really optimized around thinking about geography in the way that's needed for ecology and biodiversity? And then we can ask the same question for things like what I call ecological time. I think it's so easy to think of time as just a straight line, but to ecologists it really isn't, right? There are daily and lunar cycles that are nested within annual cycles. So in some ways, like right now is like closer to January 20 last year than it is to October in some ways, right? And yet in other ways it's not. So that's very much how I like to think about time. So again, how is time dealt with in these platforms? Is it a straight line, or is that somehow built in, this notion of nesting? Phylogenetic relationships between species, things like ecological traits, and then interactions between species. And I think, so it's not a huge, it's like 5 kind of key things. I suppose the question is, would you kind of somehow build those in as special things into a platform, or would you somehow just use more generic approaches? And at the moment, of course, we use more generic approaches. I don't think we've ever really had databases or programming platforms that really treat these things as special. Go ahead.
Is the word you're looking for here ontology?
Yes, it probably is. I did a little bit of research around programming language fundamentals. I thought I'm not going to try and fake it, but yes, that's exactly right. I think it's exactly right. And I think that's all. So there we go. It was just saying, should we build those in, and if so, how? And with that, thanks for listening. Thanks.
Thank you, Drew. Now, we have time for just one question, but I will say that Drew has fed us what PL people love the most, the idea for some data structures. So we're going to go back to the suggestions that he made in the very last session, and then we can brainstorm together on how we can kind of put those together. So for now, we'll just take one question. Now, Sam, I'm going to skip you because
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you for the talk. Very interesting.
I think it's on.
Okay. So just now you mentioned that it's a little bit hard to collect data. And I used to use the data from Northern Hemisphere ocean statistics. I don't remember the exact name. Some of these monitors in the ocean started functioning from the 1980s, for example. But recently they started to malfunction because of a lack of maintenance.
Yes, well, so I think, and I suppose that's what I'm hinting at a bit with those, what I was calling schemas, perhaps would have been ontologies. It just feels like, it's just, you're not able to easily do things like, let's say you have a species and you say, okay, I want you to pull out a polygon that represents where that species is in space, and then now I want you to find all the other species that overlap with it. And then for that polygon, I want you to tell me how similar or different it is to a polygon over here, which is in a protected area and so on. And it feels like just sort of this kind of looping around and the data and querying it in that very flexible sort of way. It just feels like I've never really seen anything that does that, actually. And despite, I mean, we have these quite powerful geographic information system kind of things like from Esri and so on. We've got Google Earth Engine that's serving up huge amounts of raw satellite data, but it still doesn't feel like we have that kind of, I mean, there's a nice phrase that Bill Gates made years ago, right? It's like business at the speed of thought. And it is a bit like that, like, and I know obviously that's like your limiting kind of thing, but wouldn't it be nice to be able to, for instance, do what I just said as quickly as I said it, right?
And as a preview, in session 2 at the afternoon, we will see some talks trying to do exactly this from a field perspective as well. So let's thank Drew for a wonderful first keynote. Thank you very much. And now we're going to have our second keynote, Lisa Reynolds, who ironically has been stuck with some very extreme weather and had to come remote. So she is currently awake at about 1:30 in the morning her time. So we have to first of all give us a huge cheer from here so she can hopefully hear us and wake up for this. And Lisa is currently finishing her PhD in Berkeley and working on open source infrastructure for high performance climate change research and modeling. She works in the intersection between computer science and environmental economics. So Lisa, if you are online and awake, please do take it away from us.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Can you guys hear me all right?
Oh, go right ahead, Lisa.
Are you able to hear me?
We are. Go right ahead. And
Oh,
you
great.
just got a huge round of applause from the room.
Oh, that's very sweet. I'm really sorry I'm not able right now to get this presentation to show up perfectly full screen. Hopefully, is this all right for now?
Yeah, we can see it just fine.
Okay, I apologize. This totally worked in the testing yesterday, but c'est la vie, So we'll do our best. All right. Great. So I'm just gonna make sure this switches. Okay, let's do it. So I am going to start, with an intro. So yes, my name is Lisa Reynolds. I am a PhD candidate at the University of California, Berkeley. And I will be completing my PhD this year in May. I'm an interdisciplinary scholar, so I work both in the Energy and Resources group, which is my home department. And this is an interdisciplinary group focusing on everything from energy efficiency to water issues to climate change economics, which is what I focus on there. And then I'm also part of the Platt Lab at Berkeley, which is in the Electrical Engineering and Computer Science department. And there I focus mostly on programming languages, domain-specific languages, and usability of domain-specific languages. And I should say, feel free to just interrupt me. I'm managing a couple screens, so don't be shy. So today I'm going to present on building open source software for climate change research, lessons learned from Mimi, which is a domain-specific language that I'm a key contributor to. And so this is sort of a modified version of a talk I gave at UPSLA this year, presenting a paper entitled How Domain Experts Use an Embedded DSL. So feel free to take a look at that paper if you're interested. I'm going to sort of present an augmented version that presents this paper, but with more detailed context than I had time or interest to do at that conference. And I am a fellow at the EPA right now, so I just have to quickly say, the views expressed in this presentation are those of the authors and do not necessarily represent the views or policies of the US EPA. If that gives you a hint as to what it's like to build programming languages for this domain. So today I'm going to talk a bit first about introduction, context, and motivation. So I'm going to go into some different areas of context for this talk, including integrated assessment models and their policy context, embedded domain-specific languages. This might be a bit of review for this audience, but worth just setting it up. And then the specific domain-specific language I'm going to be talking about. From there, I'm going to focus on this particular research project that I did and published this year in UPSA, going through research questions and methods, then findings and design implications, and finally my conclusions. So it's a bit of a Frankenstein talk between context and this one study. Yeah, and hopefully it's interesting, and then I'm happy to talk more, answer questions, etc. Okay, so let's start with integrated assessment models and their policy context. So this is a type of model that I'm going to talk about throughout this talk, so it's worth kind of setting this up. So what are integrated assessment models, or IAMs? Very broadly, these are a type of scientific model that links main features of society and the economy with the biosphere and atmosphere into one modeling framework with a goal of accommodating informed policymaking. So that was a quote by the IPCC. These are commonly used in climate change economics and also energy systems planning and all sorts of planning and modeling decisions that need to be made integrating several different domains into one. And one of the most interesting and fun parts of these models to me is that they tend to include interdisciplinary, really multi-team large efforts, which can be unique to the kind of academic realm that I'm a part of. So just as an illustrative example, the paper that I published using this model in Nature recently, this is the full team. So not only are there some 20-something people on the paper, which is not common in economics, but also they came from Resources for the Future and Rochester Institute. So Resources for the Future and EPRI are both nonprofit research organizations. Then several universities were involved, including NYU, UC Davis, University of Washington, RIT, Harvard, and Berkeley. And then several analysts actually who work at the US Environmental Protection Agency were directly involved in this project as well. So the second question is, how are these models used? These models can be used in quite a few different ways, depending on which of the kind of classes of integrated assessment models you're talking about. The ones we're going to talk about in this particular paper can serve several roles. They produce a number called the social cost of greenhouse gases. This is supposed to be the monetized impact of emitting 1 additional ton of a greenhouse gas into the atmosphere. Often carbon dioxide, but more recently methane and other greenhouse gases. These social costs are key to cost-benefit analysis in the United States. So the federal government is required to perform a cost-benefit analysis for any regulation over a certain threshold. And when we do that, we want now to put climate change into the cost-benefit analysis, which means that if a regulation reduces greenhouse gas emissions, you're going to get something in the benefits column, because that's the avoided damages from climate change. They can also be used to calculate carbon taxes and optimal carbon taxes. More recently, a lot of experimentation around things like structural uncertainty, deeper uncertainties like the last speaker was talking about, sensitivity analyses, looking into climate tipping points and their potential effect on economics, etc. And these are widely used in the federal government. So I recently published a paper with the aforementioned team in Nature, producing new social costs of greenhouse gases that are used by current regulation within the federal government. So these models, take-home message, these models really matter right now. But I always need to say that there are limitations. So these models, I think the quote is, all models are wrong, but some are useful. Definitely true here. So these models should be used in certain ways and should not be used in other ways. And different experts will kind of equivocate on the line there, but I think it's just an important thing to say about any type of large model that's trying to model something like climate change and how it impacts the economy. So a brief overview for what these look like that will just be helpful when talking about the embedded DSL later. Very generally, these can be split up into modules. So we start with the socioeconomic module. So this has exogenous emissions, income, and population projections. This feeds into a climate module, which will produce from those emissions, income, and population, temperature, sea level rise, and ocean acidification. So this is basically a reduced form version of larger general circulation models that I think some people will talk about later today. These two then feed into a damages module. So this is where we're converting things in terms of monetized damages. So for example, this might be human mortality, agriculture sector, sea level rise, wildfire, different sort of damage channels that you can think of. And this set tends to be incomplete because we can only sort of include what we have enough data and evidence to reasonably measure. And then finally, a discounting module. This is kind of econ jargon that I'm happy to talk about later, but it essentially accounts for the fact that climate change is a longstanding problem. Carbon dioxide stays in the air and has a temperature effect for hundreds of years. And so we have to use some discounting to understand how to treat damages in 500 years versus damages right now. I wanted to highlight this because I think some folks might be talking about climate emulators later today. So I just thought it might be interesting to point out a particular part of these models. So the climate module itself is a fast, simplified model that emulates general circulation models. The speed allows for interesting statistical analysis. So the general circulation models can take months to run, but are far more detailed and more useful for other cases. And there's been significant effort in the second generation of these climate modules to properly emulate temperature impulse responses. So what I mean by that is one of the most important things to integrated assessment models is that we get right the response of the climate system to an impulse of a greenhouse gas. So you see here in red, orange, and green, an older generation of climate modules. And then in blue, you see the latest generation. And you see that they're doing a much better job predicting and emulating the rapid response to carbon dioxide pulses, and then also the sustained response. So this is a really important part of these modules, and it's really important that they get it right. So this is a place where there's a lot of interaction between these reduced form models and the process-based bottom-up, very large models that we might hear more about today. Great. So I'm going to go into embedded domain-specific languages here a little bit. And again, sorry if it's repetition for some folks, but good context, I think. So experts across a range of diverse fields have come to rely on programming and computation, including earth sciences and climate change. So there have been quite a few examples of this recently at universities around the US and beyond. So at Berkeley, there's a big project I'm part of called Jupiter Meets the Earth, headed by Fernando Perez, that's looking at how we can better use Jupiter infrastructure to support climate and geosciences research. MIT just started this big Computing Our Climate Future cluster to put global climate modeling at the fingertips of decision makers. So they're much more focused on the climate modeling side of things. I was at JuliaCon recently, and there were a bunch of really amazing talks from folks at MIT and Caltech who are part of this effort. And then, at JuliaCon recently, there was a session called The Anatomy of Earth System Software in Julia. And there were several really fantastic talks about different domain-specific languages and implementations of the Julia language, which is what I work in, for geosciences. So this is really a budding field. But one kind of challenge is that practitioners in this field tend to lack formal computer science training, but share problem formulations and vocabulary. So this is sort of a specific setup that we've often seen when we think about using domain-specific languages. So they are a long-standing and popular strategy for meeting the needs of these domain experts, including the subset embedded domain-specific languages, which I'm going to be talking about here, and we can think about as packages or just smaller languages that sort of live inside a host language or a general purpose language. Brief pause for terminology here. So in this, I'm going to use the term developer or designer to talk about individuals who are designing and implementing languages, DSLs and EDSLs, and a user or an end user to talk about individuals writing programs with those languages. So since this is sort of going to be a user study, it's important to just specify that. And then there's user experience versus usability. So I'm going to say user experience is sort of a very broad term to discuss all the aspects of a programmer's interaction with the language, programming tools, language communities, etc. And then usability to refer to more specifically discussions of whether users can easily accomplish a particular goal with a given tool. So that's the context for EDSLs. And then finally, I'm going to talk a little bit before I dive into the study. I'm going to talk about MIMI, which is the embedded DSL that I'm going to focus on in this project. So MIMI is an EDSL for integrated assessment models, so bringing together the last two sections that I talked about. Before MIMI, there were a fragmented multitude of hosting platforms and programming languages and APIs that integrated assessment model authors used. So different IAMs were built on different structures, they were built in different languages, which made it quite difficult for researchers to kind of get their hands dirty with one of them, let alone several of them. Which is a big problem now, especially because there's a lot of focus on not only just running and examining one model, but comparing them, doing intermodel comparisons, uncertainty analysis, sensitivity analysis, and other things like that. So this setup forced researchers to sort of live in their silos, write their own code, and carry out things like uncertainty and sensitivity analysis from scratch, which seemed to lead to a very cursory take or an omission of that kind of comparison. So a large report by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine in 2017, this group was tasked with sort of discussing the next generation of social cost of carbon estimates and the integrated assessment models and different ways to improve things and research directions. And one of the things that was really pushed was an open source, computationally efficient, publicly accessible, and clearly documented computational platform to remedy some of the problems above. And that's what we decided to build. My advisor claims he came up with the idea before that mandate, but we will never know. So MIMI is an EDSL for this purpose. On the left, you can see a sort of schematic of what an integrated assessment model might look like. So you have these modules connected together that produce output results. Could be the social cost of carbon, could be a carbon tax schedule, could be a welfare metric, but this is generally what they're represented as schematically. And on the right, you can see in code what our embedded DSL would do to write up the part in red. And I'm just going to point out, point out this sort of red box. And I'm just going to point out a couple kind of key features of this embedded domain-specific language. Oh, never mind. I'm going to do that next. First, I'm going to point out just that this language is used quite a bit. So we've seen quite a bit of adoption by several different communities, which has been really exciting. Definitely a challenge with kind of typical open source software type challenges, maintaining forums and such. But on the left, we can see that there are several public models using this language now. We brought several existing integrated assessment models onto the platform ourselves. We also worked with researchers who helped us do so. And now there are quite a few people actively developing integrated assessment models right on this software platform. And people publishing quite a few papers building off of models on the platform. So in the center, I'm just showing a subset of the universities who have been intimately involved with this. So we've got Princeton, Berkeley, Davis, RIT, but also folks at the London School of Economics, a couple schools in Germany, et cetera. So that's been really successful. We're also seeing it underpin novel academic research, which is really exciting because one of the main goals was not only just to create more models, but to help researchers answer questions that they might previously have had, but been unable to answer. So recently, a couple different publications, including ones underpinning Environmental Protection Agency decisions, have been underpinned by this framework. And finally, on the right, there have been recent supplemental rules to reduce methane and other harmful pollutants from the oil and gas industry published by the EPA, as well as rules on the phase down of hydrofluorocarbons. These are a really potent greenhouse gas that replaced ozone depleting substances. So an unfortunate part of environment is sometimes we fix one problem and create a new problem. So hydrofluorocarbons are a greenhouse gas that were used to replace CFCs that were ozone depleting. So the point here is just that at this point, we have government agencies who are publishing open source code to underpin their rulemaking that is built on this platform. So that's just been really exciting and shows that this is seeing uptake. So something is going right. But it's also served as sort of a sandbox to explore this kind of work. And that's what I'll talk about in the next section. So back to Mimi, I'm just going to point out a couple sort of nerdy points about how we decided to build this language, and then I'll go into the study. So first, we use this sort of Lego-like or modular approach. So this is sort of, the idea is that this is how people think about these models. We're trying to kind of mental map to how folks think about and build integrated assessment models. So we use macros like add comp to add a component, update param to update a given parameter in a given component, and connect param, which helps connect parameters between components. So the main point here is simply that we're trying to use this Lego approach to mimic the mental model of how climate scientists and climate economists think about these models. We also lean very heavily on Julia's package management. Dealing with replicability and version control is really important, especially for these for the code that is underpinning rules, and for replicability, which is really important even legally. So we really lean very heavily on the Julia package management system. We use a lot of custom types and multiple dispatch. This is partially to leverage the strengths of Julia, but did allow us to write a very kind of clean language with a very small API. But these choices had some mixed results, which I will talk about in a little bit. And macros, as I mentioned, we lean pretty heavily on macros to define the major parts of the models, including the components, the model itself, a Monte Carlo simulation, and others. And this is another place that we saw kind of both success and frustration. And a lot of the frustration is probably common to programming designers and language designers who have mixed and very strong opinions, including myself, on the use of macros. So those were just some interesting parts of the language design. So this motivation is going to dive into the second part of this talk, which is about the actual user study that was performed. So evidence suggests an opportunity for language designers to improve the user experience via a better understanding of user needs. So this is sort of a simplified version of a table in a 2008 paper that I found really motivating and helpful for this study that showed basically a ranking of domain-specific language implementation approaches. And what it shows is that it ranks implementation effort, so effort by the designer, and then it also ranks the value on the end user effort. And a real dichotomy shows up here with embedded as an approach, because we see that designers really like embedded languages. The implementation effort tends to be low. You can lean quite heavily on the general purpose language or host language, a lot of the infrastructure, and just sort of add a layer on top for your embedded language. But the study also found that on end user effort, there was a lot of difficulty. So I won't go into all the findings of this paper, recommend you read it if you're interested, but I'll just kind of use this as motivation. We felt like there were a lot of pain points in places that we could more specifically dig into the user needs and the user experience with this language. Just checking, all right. So to dive into the study a little bit, the two research questions we started with were, number one, what kinds of programming challenges do domain experts face during use of an EDSL designed for their domain, in this case, climate change economics and climate change policy? And which of these challenges arrive specifically because the DSL is embedded or because of interactions between the DSL and the host language? So this study was focused on embedding, but we did try to come up with generalizable insults to all domain-specific languages for climate policy, climate economics, and more broadly, just the climate and geosciences fields. So this was a user study with domain experts. So one of the most important things here is that we were really focusing on domain experts, not computer science experts. So we worked with economists from the federal government, assistant professors at various universities, postdocs, and others. So main categories were people at NGOs, within academia, and in the federal government. These are people that were already using this language, but are generally not formally trained in computer science. They might have experience with data science, experience with wrangling and programming, but no formal training. And I'll just mention the methods briefly here. I can go into them later if folks have questions, but for the sake of time, I don't have a lot of details. But this was a contextual inquiry study. So the general idea was that we went where people were, remotely, I guess, so I didn't go there. I watched them on Zoom. But we asked people essentially to join a Zoom session. We would record it, and we would just ask them to use the embedded domain-specific language in whatever way they always used it. So we didn't give them a task. We didn't ask them to do anything specific. We just asked them to use it in the way that they were already using it for a project, and we observed. And we only interrupted to ask questions if we were really confused about what was going on or we wanted some detail on what the person was trying to do. And in this way, we ended up with several hours of video recordings of real users using this tool. And then we went back and watched these videos, coded up small segments, and then from these codes built up some theories and themes about what we were seeing. So that was the general sort of approach of this usability analysis that brings together human-computer interaction and usability analysis with programming language design. And I really encourage anyone who's interested in that intersection to take a look at the Plate Lab and the work of Sarah Chasins at UC Berkeley, because there's some really great stuff going on there in a couple different domains. So I'm going to talk very briefly about findings and design implications from this work. So there were 5 key categories of findings, and I'm only going to focus on a few of them, but I list them all here. Impacts of the host language, impacts of the interaction between the host and the embedded language, engaging with EDSL-specific communities, engaging with EDSL-specific tutorials and code bases, and integrating multiple tools via the host language. So I'll just zoom in on a few of these for interest. So the first one, impact of the host language and interaction between host and embedded language. So the general idea here is that we found that blurring the line between the embedded DSL and the host language made some tasks, especially debugging tasks, ambiguous for participants. And this was somewhat surprising because a lot of design guidelines in the embedded language field encourage a seamless integration of the embedded DSL into the host language. And sometimes that works, but we also observed that when participants couldn't find those seams between the embedded language and the host language, they really struggled. They expressed confusion about the distinction between Mimi and Julia and sought clarity on the dividing lines. And this was interesting for us and cast some doubt on the design tenet that embedded DSL should be seamless extensions of a language, especially perhaps in a case where the user isn't super experienced with either the host language or the embedded language yet, or if they're just more novice programmers. So the blurred general purpose language, embedded language distinction especially seemed to hamper debugging efforts. And so I'm going to show 2 cases of this. In the first case, participants tended to mistake Julia behaviors or Julia behaviors for Mimi behaviors, and this was really confusing. So in this particular case, when one participant encountered a Julia error, they tried to use the help functionality in Julia to search for help. So parameter here is not a Julia type or a Julia function. It's a custom type within Mimi. And since the help functionality in Mimi is not perfectly integrated with the help functionality in Julia, looking for this parameter custom type from Mimi was unsuccessful for the user. So they didn't understand that parameter was a custom type in Mimi, and they thought it was a Julia custom type or a Julia type. And it took them a while to kind of figure out where to find information. So in this case, the blurring of the line between the two made it hard for the participant to look for help. Now, this might imply that you need to integrate your embedded language even deeper into the general purpose language documentation, which is one of the findings I'll discuss later. In a second case, instead of the blurring of the line being perfect, it was almost perfect, which ended up creating a problem. So what you see here is on the top line, temperature equals parameter, and then there's some arguments. So this is a Mimi snippet. It's with a macro, and it was written to look a lot like a Julia function. So this syntax looks quite a bit like a Julia function, but it's not a Julia function. It's within a macro and is going to be parsed using a parsing logic in the macro implementation, not using Julia directly. And a little thing happened here. Basically, this code looked so much like a Julia function that an automatic formatter came in and put a semicolon before the named arguments. And this is a very common thing in Julia. If you have named arguments, you can put a semicolon between the unnamed and named arguments. And that's sort of like the proper way to do it. So the formatter recognized that and did that. Unfortunately, the macro was not written to be able to handle those semicolons. So this created a parsing error. And parsing errors for anybody are very confusing and hard to understand, but they are particularly difficult for people without any any computer science background. So this kind of load error with low-level syntax from parsing is extremely confusing for a user. And in this case, this sort of imperfect integration between the domain-specific language and the host language created a lot of confusion. So what are the design considerations here? Well, the general idea was that properties of the host language affect embedded DSL users, not just the developers. And in particular, we have 5 points in this section, but I'm just talking about one. Blurring the distinction between the host language and the embedded language may confuse and hinder participants. So this led to a couple different design considerations. First, designers may want to anticipate confusion for novice users and also some natural curiosity, which we noticed about the distinction between the host and the embedded language. Second, it might be helpful to pair documentation. So to kind of fix the first problem, it might be helpful to not only blur the line between the languages, but try to blur the documentation and the help language. The other, this was actually a suggestion by a user, was also as they were trying to learn Julia at the same time as the embedded language, they suggested that there should be pointers within the DSL documentation to the necessary Julia understanding. So that was a really useful suggestion that we're going to implement. And then also more broadly, that there might be cases where explicit differentiation between the embedded language and the host language might be particularly helpful, which goes a bit against the design tenet, but we do think in some cases this might be helpful. A second key finding is a bit less technical, but had to do with engaging with EDSL-specific communities. So participants tended to prefer forums and communities that catered specifically to the EDSL rather than to the host language. So we took a look through Stack Overflow and the Julia language discourse and found very few questions about the EDSL or Mimi at all. But we also run a Mimi forum. So the team monitors live different questions and gives help. And we notice that that's quite active. So people are seeking help online, but they tend to look for this embedded domain-specific language or perhaps just domain-specific area to ask their questions. And it was a very common sort of verbal support for reporting that these EDSL-specific communities and also just seeing a thriving community using the domain-specific language played a really big role in the adoption decisions. So one person said, I guess that also seeing other papers using it and having the thought that at some point I could implement it or merge my components with others was tempting. Okay, so this is a way to get close to research groups that are using it. So we really did find, and that this can be specific to certain domains, certainly in the climate change world and the modeling world, that a lot of the work being done is incremental. So people want to connect with other people using the same tools and publish with them and build incrementally off of their work. So we therefore found that engaging with an EDSL specific community was really important. So a few design considerations here are kind of twofold. One is that running our own forum and answering questions is really helpful. This might seem obvious, but I think that one of the things we were thinking is that one of the reasons to use a general purpose language is that you might be able to piggyback on things like documentation, forums, question answering, etc. And while to a certain extent that's true, we found that we actually needed to take responsibility for running a forum, answering questions of our users. Otherwise, we likely weren't going to get adoption. And I think a lot of this, when we talked to folks individually, has to do with the fact that if you're not a computer science person or a programmer, some of those forums can be really intimidating. They can take a long time for people to respond. People can be a little snarky, and they just really appreciated talking to folks in their own domain. So this was really important. And second of all, we, for example, held a pre-conference workshop at a really large climate change and policy conference in 2019 for, I think, about 60 or 70 users to learn how to use this language and work together. And a lot of the users that we interviewed came from this conference, and that's how they were first introduced to it. So kind of encouraging places where people can learn and work together and build a community seems to be really important for the success and adoption of these languages. Okay, and one of the final design considerations that we noted, which is quite similar to what I just talked about, is that folks really did engage with EDSL specific tutorials and code bases. So rather than starting new programs from scratch, participants tended to start from an existing embedded domain specific language program and then tweak it to meet their needs. So as a visual, in gray here is sort of a typical integrated assessment model that was published in a paper. It's called the DICE model, and it's quite common and used quite a bit. And in a recent paper by two friends of mine, Bernie Bastian and Fran Moore, who are some great climate policy researchers, they took an existing model in gray, and then they added the parts in blue. And in this case, they were adding natural capital, non-use value, biodiversity value, and trying to think about the value of nature within one of these models. They added it, and then they published a paper. So this is a very common type of paper in this field where you tweak an existing program. I'm just hearing dots. I assume someone will tell me if there's anything I need to. Great.
So we're just into Q&A time now, just so you have a time.
Okay. Great. I am almost done. Sorry, I guess my timer was off. So basically participants sought EDSL specific documentation and tutorials, and they used the presented sample programs as templates. So I'm going to skip this example if I'm into time. My bad, I must have had my timer off. So this is final design considerations. Users may rely on existing code and avoid starting from scratch. And we can support this with various EDSL features. And also this may freeze and propagate program structures and practices. So final notes, a couple abstractions can support users in building upon each other's work. So we had a couple abstractions that really focused on taking existing models and modifying them. And we also speculate that in this particular domain, it's important to think about this. And one of the reasons is that these models are often subject to quite a bit of scrutiny within the legal world, in the policy world, and it's just important for users to know that what they're building on is sound. So it's often the case that people want to build on something that's been published, peer-reviewed, and worked on, as opposed to starting from scratch. So in conclusion, there were 5 main findings from this study. It's published in a paper called How Domain Experts Use an Embedded DSL, which I'm happy to talk more about. And just very much more broadly, there's a lot of space for help with domain-specific language work and programming within the climate policy world, which is something that I'm quite intimately connected with and happy to think about and talk to folks about. And that's it.
Thank you very much.
Sorry to go over.
So a fascinating connection as well between the need for DSLs, the questions about whether or not they should be embedded or not, and how we can make these applicable to vernacular programmers who aren't experts in the particular domain. So we'll take a combination of Drew's ideas from the first talk and yours, Lisa's, as well, when you're hopefully fast asleep in the afternoon sessions, and try to figure out if we can come up with some ideas from a programming language perspective. Now, we have time for just 1 or 2 questions, and then Lisa will actually be hanging around as well during the break online as a disembodied voice in order to have, so if anyone does want to have a quick further conversation with her before it gets really too late there, she's very happy to hang around. So do we have any questions for Lisa right now from the general audience? We have one there.
Hello, great talk. I was curious about the actual language. It seems like it's declarative and maybe somewhat like a graphical model language like Stan. Is that correct in my understanding?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I think that the way we designed this one, it's not as much of a graphical model language, although I think that was something that we considered. So in this case, we're more of like a macro-based domain-specific language without some of the categories or some of the features of a graphical language. But I did read quite a few papers about graphical languages while working on this study, and I think that might have been a good approach to this. And more broadly, as we kind of, I think, realized from the previous talk and this one, there are a lot of space for graphical type languages because quite a few of these things are very process based, feeding results between each other, even GIS models. So I think there's a lot of space there.
Cool, thanks.
Thanks so much, Lisa. I wonder if you could say a bit about how it was actually designed. Like, was there a kind of co-design process with domain experts? Like, how did you kind of settle on the abstractions and the key abstractions for the language?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I was not there at the inception. I came in maybe a year and a half into the process. And so I would say that in this case, the people who designed the language itself were also domain experts. So David Antoff and Cora Kingdon and I kind of are the main designers. And we all actually fit between these communities. So David, my advisor, he's basically spent most of his career both doing software engineering and climate change economics and integrated assessment modeling. So we are quite intimately aware of how these models are built. However, I think that like next time around, it would be really good to do some sort of co-design. And one of the main reasons I wanted to do this study was because we felt like we were making a lot of assumptions about what people want and the types of features they want to focus on. And I think some of our findings were that the types of features that we get excited about and want to focus on are sometimes more kind of detailed and fancy and fast and performance based than what our average user actually would like us to focus on. So I think doing some sort of iterative process next time would be a really good idea. And I'm in some discussions, including one of the hosts who's not there, but Professor Koblenz, on doing that kind of thing.
Yeah, Professor Koblenz, I think, was is one of our PC members on PROPL as well.
Yes,
so.
Yes, he is. He's at UCSD and interested in this for some climate data processing stuff. So I'm excited about that.
So I think that concludes our questions for now. Let's thank Lisa again for a
Great.
wonderful keynote. Thank you so much. And in terms of mechanics, Lisa will be on Discord for a few minutes, but it is very late there. So, but she's very
in Toulouse.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
so not too far.
Okay, nice. Yeah. So you work there actually, or
Do I what, sorry?
you work there in Toulouse
No,
nowadays?
I grew up there.
You grew up.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, I'm
yeah.
at Cambridge.
Oh,
Which is
so
great.
yeah.
But, yeah.
Okay.
How long have you been working on this stuff?
For 7 years now, I think. I started as a technical assistant, and now I decided to start the PhD, and now I'm in my 4th year of the PhD.
Okay, awesome. I don't know much about the PhD system in Spain. Is it a set number of years, or?
Initially, you start with 3 years, but you can extend up to 5 years if you need the time.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Right. That would be me.
Great. Super.
I was going to perch on one of these seats here. Because I was going to perch on
All right, let's make a start. Please return to your seats.
Testing. Is this on? Testing. There we go. Okay, great. Okay, here we are. So this is the programming challenges of climate data analysis. And I'll hand it over.
Okay, thank you. So in the first place, thank you for having me here today. My name is Ezequiel. I'm a PhD student at the Institute of Física de Cantabria from Spain, and today I want to talk about what I consider to be the programming challenges of climate data analysis. So in the first part of the talk, I will define what I consider climate data analysis, and then I will talk about what I consider to be the main causes of the challenges in this area of programming. So by climate data analysis, I understand the extraction of knowledge from data that has been generated by global climate models. So global climate models are just software that solve the equations of the climate system, and as a result, they produce multidimensional datasets or climate data cubes. And by climate data analysis, I don't mean the implementation of the equations of global climate models, but simple statistical operations that are performed on these data cubes. So we have our data cube produced by one global climate model, and let's say, for example, that we want to know how a climate variable changes over time. We would have to take our data cube, average on some of the spatial dimensions of our data set, and as a result, we already have the evolution of the climate variable in time. Also, we can be interested in plotting some maps. In that case, we only have to query our data cube and extract the slices in which we are interested and perform some statistical operation too, and then we already have our maps ready to plot. So this is the kind of data analysis problems that I treat in today, and I'm not treating any more complicated than this. For example, like the equations of global climate models. Dominic has a very good talk on this in YouTube, so you can refer to it if you want. So just a few remarks on climate data. Global climate models are run under the umbrella of the Couple Model Intercomparison project. This project, for its 6th phase, it produced 20 petabytes of data, and this is very important data because it's the data that is used in the climate change assessment reports from the IPCC. And for the 7th phase of this project, for CMIP 7, people is already talking about an archive of about 100 petabytes of data. So it's a pretty big data set. Now, how is this data stored? So there is no one single location where this data is stored. Rather, there is a distributed data archive or system known as the Earth System Grid Federation, which is a collaboration between research centers that hold all of this data. And they provide a web portal in which the users can download the data, which is very comfortable, regardless of where the data is stored. And the usual workflow here is that users, we go to the SGF portal, we download all the data we are interested, and we use our local HPC infrastructures in order to analyze it. So this is an example of a concrete use case in which we had to work as part of the 6th assessment report. You maybe have heard of this. This is the IPCC Interactive Atlas, which is a web portal that summarizes data from global climate models. And all the data that it's shown in this portal, it's a data set that has been computed from the original ESGF data. And the point that I'm trying to make in this presentation is that moving from the original data from ESGF to the final data set that fits the IPCC Interactive Atlas should be an easy step, because we are performing very simple statistical operations across a multidimensional data cube. But that is not the case. In order to do this, we had to download 30 terabytes of data to our local HPC infrastructures, and these 30 terabytes of data spans are split in hundreds of thousands of files. And the programs that we have to do in order to analyze all this data have to deal with a complicated hierarchical file system and a lot of details of the binary file formats. Although it is conceptually simple to perform these operations, in practice the programming is quite complicated and the programs are quite difficult to understand. So now I will give an introduction of how we manage data currently in the climate community and how I think this should be improved. So I was saying before that climate data is formed by multidimensional arrays. So now we have multidimensional arrays for the climate variables themselves, for example, temperature or pressure or precipitation. And we also have multidimensional arrays for kind of more metadata kind of data. For example, the values of latitude or longitude or time that allows us to locate the climate variables in space and time. So there are many file formats for storing climate and meteorological data, but the one that is standard in ESGF and CMIP is known as NetCDF, which is built on top of HDF5. There are also different formats. For example, SAR, we try to address the problem of moving data into the cloud rather than in local file system, but that's another topic we are not covering today. And inside of a NetCDF file, what we can find are groups, which are a different name for directories. So this format allows to organize our data hierarchically, although this is not used in practice for global climate data, but some data providers, for example, NASA for satellite data, it uses hierarchies to organize the data. And also we can find a set of variables, which are the multidimensional arrays that store our data, which share a common set of dimensions, and these variables can also have attributes in order for the data to be self-describing. For example, in which units are the variables measured. Now, because you can use a lot of different names for the attributes and values, there are some standards that try to standardize these attribute names and values that you can use. The most common one is the climate and forecast conventions. And yeah, they try to make standards about what attributes and names you have to use in order to make data more interoperable between different applications. Now, a few details about the physical implementation of storage of multidimensional arrays. You can store multidimensional arrays either contiguously, by rows or by columns, or you can use chunks or tiles. Using chunking or tiling has a lot of performance benefits. It removes some of the performance biases that arise when you read the data in different patterns. And also they allow to use, for example, compression. So each of the chunks or tiles are compressed in disk, and this saves a lot of storage space. Now here you can see an example of an HDF file. You have in the image on the right of the slide, you can see the set of dimensions. In this case, we have two spatial dimensions, latitude and longitude, and a time dimension. And you can see in the variables that we have only one climate variable. In this case, is precipitation, which is a three-dimensional variable. And if you perform the Cartesian product using the latitude, longitude, and time variables, you obtain all of the points of the precipitation multidimensional array. But global climate models don't deal with points, they deal with cells, which is a more complicated kind of data. And in order to represent cells, you need to use what is called bounds. And for each latitude, longitude, or time point, you have a bounds variable which tells you where the cell starts and ends. Now, it's important to understand that the data coming from global climate models belongs to a specific scientific data type, which is known as the grid, but there are many different scientific data types. For example, the swath for polar orbiting satellites, or stations for static places that record meteorological and climate variables over time. And what the climate community is trying to do is trying to model all these scientific data types into the NetCDF data model. Now, this model is quite limiting in what it allows you to express, because you only have attributes and variables. And as a result, many application-level models are arising trying to deal with these complexities. One common one is X-array, or another different one coming from the climate and forecast conventions is the CF model. And all of these are not models at the database layer, but are models at the application layer, developed in object-oriented languages like Python or Java. So how do we work with data in practice? So at the lowest level, we have the netcdf library, which is the library which interacts with the binary file format. And when a user requests data from the netcdf, what it gets is a NumPy array, but NumPy arrays have the problem that they don't allow you to express which dimensions you want to select data from using names. That's why xarray is born, because it solves this problem and allows you to make queries in a much more semantic way. And also xarray is very useful. We still have the problem that we have hundreds of thousands of different files that we need to process individually. Now there are some mechanisms, and xarray provides a mechanism too to create a single unit given a set of files, so you can work with climate with data as it was a single unit rather than multiple files, which is very useful. But this is something that should be provided transparently from the user, and actually it's the user who has to deal with all of this complexity. So the missing thing here, in my opinion, is that there has been no understanding of a thing that was proposed 50 years ago by Ted Code, which is the relational data model. Now, the relational data model, what it does is to express data in what it's called relations. A relation is just a mathematical term, it's a set of tuples, which is different from a table, which is a physical implementation detail. And it's very powerful because it's based on formal theory. It's based on set theory that can be expressed in first-order predicate logic. And a multidimensional array can be mapped quite easily to a relation, because we only have to declare columns for the dimensions and columns for the variables and establish a functional dependency between the dimensions and the variables. Now, because there are many scientific data types, swaths, station, and grids, I think it's difficult to come up with a single relational design that encompasses all these scientific data types. And I think it's important to understand here that a particular relational design lives in the context of a particular universe of discourse. And each time you include a new entity or a new property in your data, you have to design again your relational data design. So here, for example, you have an example of how I would map the data from the previous netcdf file into a simple relation. But here we would have to include many more columns. For example, identifying the global climate model that generates the data, the social economic pathway for which this data was generated, etc. But if you organize the data in this way using relations, you can have many benefits. And the main one is that you can make use of data sublanguages, which in the original work by Ted Code, they were defined as embedded languages in a host languages, which is something that is arising here, I think, in these topics, and I think there is some relationship. And the idea of the hosted language, of the embedded language, is that it's based on first-order predicate logic. And as such, it has some nice logical properties, mainly that it is consistent, sound, complete, and seedable, unlike general programming languages, we don't have these properties. And I think that this is the part that is missing to allow us to express our climate queries using this kind of languages. And I want to remark here that it doesn't have to be SQL. SQL is a particular implementation. We can develop all the sublanguages that we are interested in, but it's important that they are based on relational algebra or relational calculus as defined by Ted Code many years ago. So this is just an important requirement for climate data analysts, is that it's very important to us to take advantage of many processors and parallel file system input-output. And for that, I mean that we want to parallelize. Currently, the parallelization is carried by a library called Dask, which integrates with xarray, and it basically divides our multidimensional arrays into smaller pieces of chunks, and it performs the operations in parallel in all of these chunks. And this is a very important requirement for climate data analysis. Yeah, so that was all I want to say. I am open to questions and suggestions. Thanks.
Great, thanks for that. We have a question over here.
So usually when you think about the relational data model, you still think about sort of a finite set of data points and so on. But here, as these are supposed to be the result of some simulation, you could definitely imagine interpolation, which means that you could, I mean, the relational model in itself could be infinite. I mean, it could be function from real to real. But if you actually want to store it, so I'm just curious, to what degree do you handle the question of asking for values at points which do not have a stored value, so interpolation between them and so on?
So in the first place, I think that the relational data model assumes that your relations are finite and they have a finite set of points. Now, if you want to derive new data from these points, for example, interpolation, I don't know too much about interpolation, but I think it is a function from the original points to another set of points in a different space, or it's something similar to that.
Well, I mean, very often the different data points will be on different grids.
Yeah.
So you will not be able to ask for the value at a certain point in space from two different sources, like the satellite's data or the simulation data and so on, but you will probably be able to find the closest point to things like that.
So that's the kind of query that the relational data model cannot answer because it involves computation and it's outside of the scope of first order predicate logic. And that's a task that is delayed to the host language, which is assumed to be computationally complete.
Okay. Does relational data model support multi-dimensional index, like for the climate data set? Like X-array supports several coordinates, and how can it be implemented in RDM?
You mean several coordinates? Yeah, so if you have a different...
Yeah, in my understanding, a relational data model only have a one-dimensional index, like a table.
Okay, so if you have more indexes for indexing your data, you can add just as different columns in your relation. I don't...
Yeah. I mean, the index has like latitude, longitude, time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how do you select one column of data in the table?
Yes, sorry, I think I don't understand the question. So, for example, here you have a multi-dimensional array of precipitation represented by 3 dimensions, latitude, longitude, and time.
Okay.
So here you have 3 indexes of your coordinates, and that's how you map to a particular point in space-time. So I don't know if you want to add more columns describing more indexes or...
Okay. Okay, thank you. I understand now. Yeah. So, yeah, I thought it's like a multi-dimensional data set. It can be like flattened to a table. Yeah.
Okay, this relation here, it's important to understand that this is not a table in storage. This can be whatever. This is just a mathematical construct. But this relation represents multidimensional data because for each latitude, longitude, time, you have a point of precipitation. And that's how you represent multidimensional data in a relation. And that's the point I was trying to make. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's take this question offline, shall we? I think we've got time for one more for the next session.
Thank you. I'm curious about the data itself. So, like, what's the size of a data set? Like, maybe the largest one or like a average size one? I'm just curious about the organization. Like, do you just have a convention for where these data sets live in the storage system? And then the last one is like, do you have a schema like registry to be able to like discover the data without actually having to like load it up into Dask?
Okay, so regarding the first question, it depends on what you consider the single unit of storage. If you consider a file, it depends a lot of the resolution of the experiment. If it's, but let's assume it's, for example, hourly. So one file may take in disk 1 gigabyte of size, but it's compressed. And when you uncompress it in memory, it takes 3 or 5 times more. And sorry, second question was? Yeah, so there are, in order to standardize the attributes and names of the variables, you have the climate and forecast conventions, which is a standard that standardizes the contents of an HCDF file. But when you download data from ESGF, what you have is another different standard that defines which directories you have to what are the names of the directories that you need to create and for store the files. Yeah, so actually I think the people at ESGF is working in something like this, but at the moment it's not implemented. You basically have an index which is Apache Solar index, and yeah, you query by facets, but it's not semantic in any way. Yeah.
Let's thank our speaker. And I think we have a remote presentation coming up next. Hello, can you please start the talk?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. And it looks like you can see my slides as well, so I'll get started. All right, I'd like to start off by thanking the previous speakers this meeting, as well as Conrad Watt, who helped me set up the AV setup here. So yeah, let's get started. Here we're going to be talking about something slightly different to what this morning's other talks have gone over. Here we're going to be going over physics simulations related to climate problems. Unlike some other tools that make predictions using statistics or using AI and so on, we're going to be looking at multi-physics models relevant to climate challenges. The first example problem that we're going to go over today will be Halfar's model of ice dynamics. This is actually based off of a formulation of glacier dynamics from Mahaffey in 1976. And then Halfar in 1981 adapted it to the problem of ice domes. On the right, you can see an example ice cap with its evolution after some amount of time. And on the left here is a slice of an ice dome that we can investigate. And we will be applying in this talk this model to real scientific data that has just come out very recently. And last fall, actually, we're going to be applying it to this ice cap in Kyrgyzstan later. So get excited for that. And the second problem we're going to be looking at is that of some vegetation dynamics. So in 1950, this guy named McFadyen observed from an airplane flying over British Somaliland these patterns in vegetation that form these traveling bands that almost seem to walk uphill in this really interesting way. And in 1999, this guy named Christopher Klausmeyer came up with a set of PDEs that describe these dynamics. And so we're going to be looking at modeling that today as well. And I promised in the abstract we look at a third physics, but to save time for questions and to go through some of the details here, we're going to skip that one. And I promise that you can look it up on the documentation pages later. So what improvements do we want to make to scientific computing? Well, first off, we need to recognize what sorts of scientific computing technologies there are. We can broadly put them on a spectrum of those which have little representation of the scientific model explicitly in the code to those which have a high level representation of the scientific model in code. So on the low level, we might have simulations that are written in C or Fortran, and it looks like the YouTube stream is out of sync. Maybe I'll give that a moment to get back.
Sorry, Luke, to interrupt you.
Oh, sorry.
It looks like your Wi-Fi is not very good, so we cannot see your slides right now, just so you know. You can continue if you'd like, if you feel like you can explain what you're trying to say without the slides. Otherwise, we have to wait for a bit, and it hopefully changes soon.
Okay, I can try switching to a different network, maybe?
That sounds great.
Okay.
Hello, Luke.
Hey, yeah, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm just going to switch over to a different network now. Okay. I'm going to try to start sharing again.
Yep, there we are.
Oh, great. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, so back to what I was saying, when we look at the spectrum of scientific computing technologies, there are these ones with low-level representations, where it's this low-level code written in C or Fortran, and then there are higher-level representations made using tools like SymBi or some symbolic math capabilities from MATLAB. And we want to ask, well, how can the folks at POPL help this field? Well, we see that improvements in scientific computing, that low-level code can be made through new languages like Rust that perform some type checking that makes sure that your simulation does what it says it is going to do with certain guarantees. We see that we can also develop embedded domain-specific languages, and then on the other end, we have proof assistants like Coq that aren't going to be used so much for simulations themselves, but for verifying certain aspects of models. So what is the state with respect to the simulations that we're interested in? Well, on one hand, we have very nice and performant open source solutions, such as SU2, where we can solve complicated physics like the Navier-Stokes equations. These sorts of systems are very slow to edit, again, because the code is written in low-level languages where editing the model itself is very tricky to do once you have that handwritten version of that code. Somewhere in the middle, we have tools that are somewhat like mathematics modeling frameworks for doing science. The one that we're going to be interested in today is the exterior calculus and the discrete exterior calculus. So this is one way of building up simulations from simpler parts. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have these techniques from the applied category theory community, where we can represent physics systems using these very formal representations of string diagrams and similar strategies. So we're going to be looking at how to combine these things to improve the state of the art in scientific computing. What is the discrete exterior calculus? Well, this is one way to visualize it in terms of this de Rham complex. So these nodes in this graph here will be the type of physical quantity that we're running the simulations with. So these symbols that live on this omega naught in this typing system will be values defined on vertices. Those at omega 1 will be those defined as edges, and so on. And these quantities are going to be related using these differential operators from the discrete exterior calculus, namely the exterior derivative, which is this D symbol, which increases your dimension of your physical quantity. And there's going to be this duality that's captured between quantities that live on the primal mesh that we're going to be simulating on and the dual mesh that's used for some of the numeric techniques. And that duality is going to be captured by the Hodge star operator. And so that's what takes us from this top plane here to this bottom plane. And on the bottom right is just a little visualization of what that primal and dual mesh configuration might look like in that 2D case. So how do we use the exterior calculus or the discrete exterior calculus to formulate some physics? Well, here I'm showing you Halfar's equation for ice dynamics, which describes the dynamics of a dome of ice. We can see that there are these components in here. We have variables like h, which is the ice height at particular points. We have quantities like n, rho, and g. We also have literals too. We have mathematical operators like division. And then we also have calculus operators, vector calculus operators, such as the derivative with respect to x, for example. And there are also some implicit operators here, such as multiplication between terms that are written next to one another. And on the bottom here is one way that we can introduce these equations into the discrete exterior calculus. So we can define our differential operators by combining that d and that star operator to create more complex ones. So this star d star pattern that you see is representing a divergence computation, and the d is generalizing that notion of the derivative that you recall from vector calculus. And here I've gone ahead and I've introduced another quantity called gamma. Gamma, whose equation is on the bottom of the page here, is the flow law of ice. So Halfar's equation for ice dynamics actually contains another equation. So what I've done here is kind of plucked it out. And so now this will help us introduce the problem of composing physics systems together. So the first thing we'd want to do is have some way of representing these equations in a computer and then saying that once I have these two systems, I want to associate this gamma with that gamma. Now that seems simple enough, but however, there are also some other symbols that we want to identify with one another. Namely, n is being shared between these two dynamics here. And so this might look simple from a programming language perspective because you're expecting the scope will take care of the fact that this variable n is defined in different places. But when we want to talk about these composable physics systems that are serializable to some format that you can deserialize and simulate, we need to take this problem seriously of how to identify physical quantities with one another from different contexts. So what we might want to do is encode our equations in a combinatorial data structure, and we're going to be using some techniques from applied category theory to make this more formal. And there's some prior art in this area. There's some work by Enzo Tanti, who used diagrams to encode physical laws. Here on the left, we have his encoding of Maxwell's equations, and on the right, we have another formulation from a different author of the Maxwell-Faraday equations. Now, there's some problems with these in that they depend very much on the user to interpret what they mean. So sometimes when quantities point to the same symbol, it means you're supposed to sum them up. Other times it implies that those quantities are equal and so on. So we want to try to formalize this using some techniques from applied category theory. And this just kicks the problem down the road a little bit because we still need a way for the scientist to introduce these problems to the user, to the computer, excuse me. So we need a domain-specific language, an embedded one in the Julia programming language in particular. And so this language here is described by this inductive type definition on the left here. And on the right is an example formulation that you can make of those Halfar equations using this domain-specific language. So we see we can tag quantities as being a differential zero form. Remember, that just means it's a value that's defined on vertices in our domain, or we can declare it to be a constant, like the symbol n is here. And we can also write in a composition of operators and the application of operators. And we also have support for binary and unary operators in particular. So now we need also a way of composing our systems together using formal diagrams. And we can accomplish this by using the technique of undirected wiring diagrams. So on the left from algebraic Julia /catlab.jl, we have the definition of a relation diagram, or a UWD, which tells us that we have two physics. Here I call them stress and dynamics. And they're going to be sharing two symbols, gamma and n, together. So once we have this, you might imagine we want to plug in our physics, our combinatorial representation of our physics, into these quantities and identify which symbols from each connect to the symbol in the other combinatorial data structure. So again, how do we represent these combinatorial data structures in the computer? Well, we use this technique called C-sets. These are co-presheaves, if you're a category theorist in the audience. On the left is a schema that defines a graph combinatorial data structure. You can see we have this table called E, and it has two columns, source and target, that are valued as vertices. And on the right is an instantiation of that using this illustrative syntax here. We can also use these to encode more complex data structures, such as reaction networks. So on the left, we have these tables for transitions and states and interactions between them. And on the right, we have an epidemiology model of the SEIR model, which again is an instantiation using the schema. So we'd like to apply this technique to the problem of describing physical equations. And so we came up with this formulation on the left here. So we have variables, we have operators, which have a source and a target. Operators have this attribute, a name, which they point to using the dashed arrows. And on the right is an illustration of what one of these in-memory databases looks like. We'll have a table of variables corresponding to these nodes here. Operators are visualized as arrows going from one node to another node and so on. And we also encode the fact that summations in this language are going to be commutative and associative by using this sigma table, which contains terms and has, as a result, another variable. So once we have all these tools together, we have our DSL, we can store our model, we know how to discretize our operators using the discrete exterior calculus, and then we can compile these diagrams down to simulations that we can execute. You can kind of tell that the diagram on the previous page kind of looked like a computation graph, and you'd be right to try to think of it that way. It's a directed acyclic graph. You feed data in at the top, and it bubbles down to produce the update to how you want to model your physical quantities here. So we have here a reproduction of some benchmarks from the community ice sheet model version 2.1, I believe. So on the left is just an animation of that ice dome melting. And on the right is the error between the models that we executed and the analytic solution that we expect. And we see that error appropriately accumulates near the boundaries of this ice dome, where the ice starts to turn into this cliff. And it's quite hard for HALFIRE's model to get the correct dynamics there. And I've linked to the benchmark at the bottom of the slide that you can check out later. And here's this execution of the HALFIRE model on this Grigoriev ice cap.
Hello?
You can tell that the axes are swapped here. That's my bad, but you can tell that.
Can you hear me, Luke?
Oh, yes.
Sorry, we're just to let you know we're eating into question time now. You were a bit delayed with the presentation there, so I'll leave it there. I'll leave it with you whether you want to take questions now or just finish the presentation.
Oh, yes. I'll just quickly go through the whole workflow since we've seen the results now. So now that we have a simulation, we can run it on different manifolds, for example. And these are, this is just a quick example of those Klaus-Meyer vegetation dynamics with the equations on the left, how you can formulate that using the decapode macro on the right and the composition macro on the bottom right here. And then we can turn this into this combinatorial data structure that we can provide the semantics of the DEC calculus to, and execute it to get that traveling wave pattern that we want to get. And I'll leave it there. Here's where you can find our code. And thank you all.
There was a big round of applause for you there. I don't know if you can hear it. We've got a question here.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes, thanks. Very interesting stuff. I've been dabbling a bit with exterior calculus earlier. So these expressions that you put together, and like the ice equations and so on, I mean, it's not obvious for the reader that they correspond to what you had as the differential equation afterwards. For example, you sort of factored out this gamma thing with an a, and for some reason you had it divided by a inside to the power of n, and then suddenly that's been absorbed somewhere else. I don't know exactly where. And that made me think about the types and dimension analysis and so on.
Yep.
Is this DSL in any way checking that the expressions make sense?
Yeah, so what the type checking will do for us is make sure that our differential operators will be valid. So when we try to multiply, for example, a differential 1 form with a differential 0 form, then the system will check that. I'll have to see where this multiple came from. That might be a typo on these slides, but I'll double check that for you later. But yeah, so what the type checking does for us is it tells us, oh, you took the derivative of this quantity, but you're trying to multiply it with something that is not a vector-like quantity. And you shouldn't be allowed to do that according to these physical laws that we derive from the de Rham complex. Yeah.
Can I quickly say, can we have the next speaker just come and sit up, please? Thank you. Sorry.
Hi, Phil Wadler, University of Edinburgh. Thank you for the nice talk. So when I was first learning category theory, it seemed like how to take something I already understood and make it difficult. So,
Right.
and eventually I learned, well, no, these guys know a lot, and it reveals relations between things I wouldn't have seen without the category, or calculations that I could do, or laws that hold that I wouldn't have seen without the category theory. So you just said, we can put this into category theory. You didn't say where the benefits come from. Could you elaborate on that?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can expound on that. So I would say that the benefit of starting to use category theory now, we've all probably in an introduction to computer science class made some sort of graph data structure. And you could also imagine that you could create some reaction network data structure by hand and so on. But what category theory lets us do, category theory sometimes being called, or at least applied category theory sometimes being called the science of composition. What it does is it lets you scale when the problems that you're facing are related to the composition, in particular the composition of things that could be formalized as these combinatorial data structures. So when I say on the slide here, C-sets, generalized algebraic graph theory, what I'm trying to get at here is that category theory is useful if your problem is related to composing systems and trying to resolve such ambiguities that come from composition in a principled way.
Okay, can you say something about a particular thing that it helps you do? So I'd like to develop some intuition about where the benefits are.
Yes. So what you might want to do to research further would be, there's some work from, I think, some people we might have met at the Topos Institute on these relation diagrams. So what's happening here when we're composing with these UWDs, these are these very well studied technology or technique from applied category theory. So what we're doing is we're formalizing the composition of physical quantities as using co-limits of undirected wiring diagrams. And this can be made very efficient using these union-find data structures internally, implementation-wise.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to say a few words on it, or we're going to have a bit of a topic switch right now, and can we thank our previous speaker?
Thank you, everyone.
Right. Okay, it's we're on more of the lines of energy efficiency now, and to kick us off, we're going to talk about formal methods to save the Earth.
This is the most ambitious title. Yes, sorry for titling to be a little bit exaggerated, and I really don't know I'm to save the Earth or destroy it. But let's see how it goes. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here and share my joint work with Professor Jialin Li and Professor Wumang Mata. This talk titled "Formal Methods to Save the Earth" will be about program logic under construction that can be used to reason about energy consumption in programs. A little bit about me. My full name is Hongyi Huang, and I'm a third-year undergraduate from the National University of Singapore. Without further ado, I will provide some background of our work. Our work actually lies in the intersection of energy efficient computing and formal methods. So for the next few slides, I will introduce to you some background in the current status quo of energy efficient computing, and then we turn our attention to formal methods. Yes. Okay. Energy efficient computing. As of 2013, 10% of worldwide energy consumption could be attributed to computing machines, and I believe that figure must be much higher now. And a great portion of this kind of energy consumed is unnecessary, and many works in the field of energy efficient computing were done to demonstrate, okay, this portion was indeed unnecessary. And relevant methods include energy bug detection, program analysis, and energy profiling. More broadly speaking, energy efficient computing methods can be basically roughly categorized into two kinds. The first thing is energy estimation methods. So I try to predict the amount of energy I'm going to use, I'm going to consume. And energy optimization methods, which means I will try to minimize the energy I'm going to use. However, for energy estimation methods, they typically don't provide strict bounds for the energy I'm going to use. And sometimes they suffer from significant errors, which means they cannot be used for energy-sensitive use cases. On the other hand, energy optimization methods lack information on how much energy is being saved, is being optimized. And as a result, developers can hardly take a very educated, informed decision when they try to minimize the energy consumption. And on the in contrast, they may also not always yield positive outcomes either. Yeah, so putting all this together, the current methods in energy efficient computing, like some very strict bounds or some formal reasoning there. And moreover, the majority of works on energy efficient computing, like for mobile devices, are on Android only, probably due to its more relatively open ecosystem. And other works, for example, for compute clusters, focus on a very specific architecture operating system. That means these works are platform dependent, not generalizable enough to other systems. So that means, or all this I suggested here means we probably need something formal. We need a method that is abstract, generalizable, platform independent, sound, and rigorous. And I believe such a method can be used in these following use cases. For example, legal, standardization, taxonomy, and regulatory purposes. So I'll provide two concrete examples to give you more sense of it. So the first thing is here. Look, the image shows a energy efficiency certificate issued by the British government. So from A to G, it tells you how energy efficient your household appliances are. And the second example here is a satellite in a space. So let's say you want to run a program on a satellite, and you probably would like to ensure that your program never consumes more power than the solar panel can supply, such that it keeps controlling the satellite. Yeah. So just now I said we need something formal, something rigorous. So let's turn our attention to formal methods. We know actually energy shares a range of common characteristics with things like system resource usage and time. They kind of exhibit non-deterministic behavior in some sense. They can also vary a lot on different systems. So a natural question one could ask is that, can we apply the existing methods that can reason about resource, that can reason about like time, and then we can apply them to the field of energy? So let's look at it one by one. So the first thing is system resource usage analysis. By system resource, I actually mean things like hardware component, Wi-Fi modules, Bluetooth modules that need energy. However, even though you know how much resource you use, you may not be able to fully justify the amount of energy you're going to use, because you still need to integrate that much resource over time, which I will explain later as well. And on the other hand, one could also ask, if you know all about running time, then can you know all about energy? The answer is unfortunately no as well. As I will explain later, some energy is related to time, but some is not. So yes, we need something formal, and we need something that is particularly designed, tailored for energy. So what approach? How about rigorous testing? I just test whatever input possible, but that's expensive, time-consuming for high coverage and large programs. What about model checking? State explosion would be an issue. If you deal with large programs, you have a very complicated states in a system. So in the end, we believe that a deductive verification method is what we needed, and that gives rise to power logic. Logic for specifying and verifying the energy consumption for programs. Okay, and to illustrate it more, let's take a look at this very simple snippet of Java-like code. So what we do is we read in X, we set Y to 0, and there's a if statement, if block there. If x is greater than 0, we turn on Wi-Fi, and we enter a very long loop of some computationally intensive tasks, and then afterwards we turn off Wi-Fi. Otherwise, we just set y to s squared, and finally return y. So looking at this example, suppose one is to reason about the energy consumption of this program. What aspects does one need to consider? Okay, so the most intuitive thing here, the first thing that comes to my mind is every single instruction here takes some energy, right? And that kind of energy is consumed in the discrete manner, which means the energy is consumed once the control flow flows over that specific instruction. Yeah, that's the first thing, and we call this kind of energy instantaneous energy. And secondly, a continuous energy supply is needed to keep Wi-Fi on here, between this line and this line. And we call this lasting energy. And system like hardware components like Wi-Fi, like Bluetooth, that need continuous energy supply are part of what we call power state. And we also need to reason about the time for which the Wi-Fi is being kept on to know the final amount of energy that the Wi-Fi needs. Okay, that's the second thing. And lastly, you probably noticed that the energy consumption for the if branch and the else branch differ a lot. And our program logic should be able to reason about like when to take the if statement, when to take the else statement, when a while loop terminates, something like that. So like many traditional program logics. So that affects the control flow, affects energy consumption as well. And in this particular case, when to take the if branch, when to take the else branch actually depends on the value of x. And we call this the data state. I will explain this later as well. So to summarize, we'll conceptually divide a system into such a two disjoint parts. Its power state and its data state. So power state includes things like the status of Wi-Fi, the status of Bluetooth, the CPU frequency, the number of active cores in CPU. And on the other hand, we have data state. That means what is in your registers, what is in your memory, your caches, your pipelines. And we can interpret it that way as lasting energy is needed to maintain the power state, and instantaneous energy is needed to mutate some state, including the power state and the data state. And what is nice about this kind of conceptual framework, that kind of categorization of energy, is that it helps us do some kind of compositional analysis and frame reasoning, as in lasting energy in the background and instantaneous energy in the foreground. So you can reason about these two things separately. Yeah. And in the future, you may want to see this more fine-grained graph that illustrates the dependency relationships among all the aspects we want to consider. But for the sake of time, I'll just skip this for now. So therefore, power logic should have the following semantics. The first thing, I want to reason about the control flow to know how programs execute along the control flow. And the second thing is I would like to know the how much resource I'm going to use, how many hardware components I occupy, and what is on, what is off. And the third thing, which is the last thing here, is not only I need to know what is on during my program execution, I also need to know for how long that thing is on, so that I can integrate over time to know to get the final energy consumption. And putting all these things together, simplicity is very important. Yes, there are many aspects that we need to consider. However, our goal is to keep everything strong, expressive enough while maintaining its simplicity. The reason is the climate change is a rather urgent subject, and we certainly cannot rely on a few experts on this. We want to extend our is used to even non-professionals like government agencies. For example, they may want to use this program logic to certify programs, for example. Yep. And what we have done so far includes the above-mentioned conceptual framework and the operational semantics for power logic, which we believe can be a small step foundation for its further potential development, and some theorems for frame reasoning as well. Next, for the sake of time as well, I will briefly present two of these theorems. This theorem is saying that, okay, given a program P and two initial states S1 and S2, P will consume the same amount of energy from these two states if the following hold. The first thing is P does not mutate its power state, which means it does not touch the power state. And the second thing is S1 and S2 should have the same power state, like the same power substate component. And finally, S1 and S2 should have the same power state projected over the footprint of P. And here I need to take a step back and explain what the footprint is. So it's defined in quite a similar way as in the separation logic. So it's the minimal data state or region that program P touches, access, or mutates. Okay. So informally, this program will consume the same amount of energy from even two different initial states if the two states are effectively the same on what the program concerns. Okay, so that's the intuition behind it, and I will skip this example as well. And this theorem is an extension to the previous one, and it now reasons when the composition of two programs from two different initial states will have the same energy consumption, and the intuition is quite similar. I will also skip this for now. Okay, so the following are some comments on power logic. So far, it's expressively captured the logical aspect, like the data state, when to take if, when to take else, and when to terminate, and the energy aspect as well, like the power state and lasting energy, instantaneous energy. And it's abstract. It does not leverage any special properties of a system or platform, so we can generalize it to other systems as well. And it's convenient for compositional analysis and frame reasoning. On the other hand, its limitations include that it might not be feasible to obtain every piece of detail of system state. So in the future, we might get rid of the notion of a state, and we will use probably logical predicates to reason about things. That means we would progressively adopt a more of like axiomatic approach rather than a operational approach. And the second limitation is that the axioms, the rules, and the theorems we set might not be able to reflect the real world. It's a little bit hard for us to actually verify whether our assumptions aligned with what is really happening in the physical process. So proving its soundness could be a challenge for us. And lastly, caches and pipelines are hard to analyze. Yeah. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and I will be happy to take any questions.
Could you go back to one of the examples you had before? Let's just see a little bit of the detail.
Which example?
Yeah, if you just look at this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're kind of looking at the level of like quite low level, right? Sort of at this at that machine code level.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you touched on this a bit in the limitations, but are you kind of imagining like slightly tuning things based on kind of empirical data about how that architecture behaves, or is the idea to be more abstract than that?
Our strategy is to stay symbolic for the time being now. You mentioned that, yes, different systems could have different characteristics. For example, different systems could consume different amounts of energy when they execute this instruction. But our approach is that we don't care about the actual values for now. We just use, let's say, this instruction takes alpha amount of energy, and then we keep deduction, and we keep reasoning until the end. We substitute different values from some empirical data for different systems. Yeah, so that's the strategy.
you focused on computation, but in many systems, a vast amount of the bulk of the energy is consumed by the memory system or the communication network. So I guess that's. I mean, I don't know if I've got a question. That's just a comment. That's about a concern about calculus that focuses too much on computation rather than communication.
Communication. So network interface card could be a
even just a memory system,
power state as well.
Even if you don't have a network, even just reading and writing to memory consumes a lot of energy compared to computation.
Yes, but let's say if you consider like load store instructions as well, then we can also formulate these kind of things as instantaneous energy. Like when you load something into the memory, then you certainly need to spend some amount of energy. Yes.
So in order to analyze the power consumption of the program, like do you need another program to analyze it?
You mean to automate it?
Yeah.
Yes, it's definitely part of our plan. We would like to develop a fully automated proof assistant for that. Yes.
And the proof assistant, will it consume how much energy?
Oh, I see. I actually considered this as before as well. I was thinking like to put it more like to put it broader, like the things we are doing now in the energy efficient computing. Like let's say I know some more people they test a lot of programs just to know their energy consumption, and the energy spent to test these programs may even be more than the amount of energy you can save. Okay, so I believe this the kind of situation that like what use cases you're gonna apply in matters. So let's go back to the example of the satellite, right? So if one would say, okay, I might spend more energy to test the program on the satellite than the amount of energy I can save. But it's still worth doing so, right? Because it's a sensitive situation, it's critical, like energy is critical on satellite than on the ground. So you probably need to spend, more energy on the ground to test it and verify it, and then you can safely launch it to the space. Yes, so that's my broader answer to your question. Yes, depends on your use case.
I think we've got time for one more quick question.
Yeah.
Thanks. You said, look, there are things different going on in this logic, but that just might mean you need different primitives in the logic rather than a different logic. So you didn't say much about your actual system. Are you building on top of one of the zillions of existing systems for doing formal proofs that would, for instance, let you keep track of what the actual state of the program is, because that's relevant? Or are you doing your own from scratch? Or
Okay.
what's going on?
Can I rephrase your question just to test my understanding? So you are saying that are we combining different mature program logics together, or we are creating our own building blocks from scratch?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you are asking? Yeah, I would say it's combination of both strategies. We certainly need to reference some previous works and to understand what's happening in a system. But on the other hand, some modification could be done to simplify things. As you know, if you just put like 3 or 4 mature program logics together, then you probably need a lot of things to do to solve the compatibility issue. Yeah, so I would say we would do both the strategies you mentioned. Yeah.
I'll put my question a different way.
Yeah.
You talked about things being platform dependent, and that's a problem.
Yeah.
Similarly, right, we've got lots and lots and lots of different reasoning platforms, and now you've got your own.
Yeah.
And if everything is done just in terms of your own platform, it's hard to port it to all the others. What I'm hoping is you would give us some principles like, well, you need these primitives that you can just add to your existing logic, or you need to use linear logic here, or there's this thing that's almost like linear logic, but not quite for this reason, something at a higher level. Is there any feedback like that you can give us yet about what we should be looking at for doing power reasoning?
So my understanding of your question is something like, okay, if I want to reason the energy consumption of a program on some system, I need this system to satisfy some properties first, right? Yeah. So about this, I'm sorry, I do not have much to say now, but yes, there will be something that we look into in the future. Yes.
Yeah, I think coming up with and publishing such things is very important. So I'd encourage you to look in that direction.
Thank you very much for the suggestion. Yeah. Thank you.
Let's thank our speaker. So our final presentation in the session is another online one. It is Kepler Watt Store. And if our speaker can hear me, please take it away.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, folks.
Thank you. Hi, this is Parul, and I have with me Christoph.
I'm Christoph.
One sec, let us try and turn the volume up a little bit. Is there any chance you could turn your microphone sensitivity up a little?
Okay.
Is it better?
It's very quiet.
Let me check. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I
If
guess,
you could both speak
is
up a
it
little,
better
or
now?
if you can increase your microphone gain.
I think I'm at the max already, but
Me too.
Okay. Yes.
I'll
yes.
speak
Just
louder.
speak loudly and please take it away.
Okay. So I am Parul Singh, and I work at Red Hat. And well, the talk before this was a great segue to our talk, which is Kepler Watt Store. And
Sorry
what
to
we're
interrupt,
going
but
to
you really are
present.
quite quiet. Is there, I think our sound is up to the max, so if there must be some way, I think, to get your microphone gain up a little bit higher.
Okay. Christoph, do you want to present while I try to fix my microphone?
Thanks very much. You just sound a little bit far away from the microphone as well. It could just be a case of speaking louder and closer to the mic.
Hi, this is Nicola, but I can hear her perfectly on
Okay, you can
Discord.
hear them perfectly online?
Yes?
Yeah,
In that
the
case,
sound
I'll look
sounds
into our
fine
people.
online.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it okay for me to continue?
Yeah, I think, I mean, things are a bit quiet here. Parul, if you just speak as loudly and closely to your microphone as you can, and that's the best we can do. Thank you.
Okay, I am on my headphones, so I'm trying my best. Okay. Let me just see. Give me a second. Yeah, my headphones sounds at the max. This is the best I got.
No, it's really
Anyways,
good now.
I'll try my
You're
best
almost
to
too loud. So that's perfect. Thank you so much. You can continue. We can hear you really well now.
Okay, sounds good. So, Christoph and I are going to present Kepler Watt Store, which is a collection of open source cloud native tools that uses Kepler as a cornerstone of project. And we're going to talk about Kepler to watt software power consumption. And I think the talk before us did an excellent job of explaining why we need to do or monitor software power consumption. So let's just get into it. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, as the previous talker was saying, it's quite imperative to reduce the power consumption of human activities, and in particular software, because according to Gartner, in 2021, an ACM technology brief estimated that the carbon output of the information and communication technology sector contributing between 1.8 and 3.9% of global carbon emissions. So you may think that's quite small, but to put it in some perspective, the carbon emissions of plane transportation is estimated around 2.5%. And another aspect of that is that those emissions associated with the ICT sectors are expected to grow under the the current conditions. And we should also mention that carbon is only part of the equation when it comes to resource consumptions with the ICT sector. Yeah. So what are the problems that we face when trying to measure those things? Because as you see in the estimates reported by the ACM brief, basically the lower range is almost half as much as the up, is more than half as much as the upper range actually. So we need to have a better accuracy on a better handle on the power consumption of our software, because we cannot really impact what we cannot measure properly. So the first question that we need to ask ourselves is, how do we measure energy consumption indirectly? Because we could measure, put a power consumption device on our outlet for our computer, but we want to have a more granular type of data so that we can get information on a per software basis. So for that, we need to be able to measure consumption indirectly. And ties into the second question is, how do we measure energy consumption of workloads when it comes to cloud native workloads, when you don't have direct access to the hardware, and oftentimes the software runs into virtualized layers, which further hide the hardware details. And speaking of which, so how do we attribute power consumption on shared resources to specific processes down to containers when running on virtualized systems and Docker-like environments, or pods in Kubernetes type of clusters? Another idea also is to try to surface that information as early as possible in the software development lifecycle, because once you get your application deployed and running in production, it's hard to make any changes anymore. So you want to be able to react as fast as possible in the life cycle of your application to energy signals. And then last question, which we won't tackle in this talk today, but which is quite significant as well, is how do we move from energy consumption measurement to carbon emissions? So I'll switch back to Parul now.
So before we dig deeper into the project, let's just quickly explain who we are. We are a group of people who are working or taking a community-based approach on environment sustainability. And if you're not aware, we are part of Cloud Native Cloud Foundation tag Environment Sustainability. And together as a community, we try to advocate for, develop, and support and help evaluate environmental sustainability initiative in cloud native technologies. And we try to identify values and possible incentives for service providers to reduce the energy consumption and carbon footprint through cloud native tooling. And Kepler, which is the cornerstone of this whole ecosystem, is now a CNCF sandbox project. And we go to the next slide. And we are also have multiple projects associated with Kepler that you're going to see in the coming slides. So what essentially is Kepler? It is a Kubernetes-based efficient power level exporter. And what it does is it uses software and hardware counters to measure power consumption by hardware resources and exports them as Prometheus metrics. It does three jobs. It does the reporting at per pod energy level consumption, including various hardware resources like CPU, GPU, RAM, and it supports both bare metal as well as virtual machines, which Christoph already mentioned that most of the cloud technologies, they use virtualization where you don't have access to the actual servers. So you have very limited access to what is going behind those virtualization. So Kepler does a great job in supporting both bare metal as well as virtualization or VMs. And it supports Prometheus metrics, which is quite the standard of cloud native, and most of systems are compatible with Prometheus metrics, so you can easily consume the metrics exported by Kepler. We also, this question was raised earlier in the talk, that if you are using a software to measure or report energy consumption, what is the computational footprint of the software itself? You don't want something that is measuring energy consumption to take up like a major chunk of the energy of the system, right? So it's very crucial that we had to keep Kepler footprints, energy footprints, bare minimum. So we use a technology which is called eBPF, and that really minimizes how we are measuring these metrics, because we actually hook up to Linux kernels, and we just read those counters from Linux kernels and export back as Prometheus metrics. So Kepler supports machine learning model to estimate energy consumption. And this comes handy when you're working on a virtualized or VM-based scenarios where you don't have access to the bare metal. So we run a lot of experiments on similar servers, and we develop machine learning models that Kepler uses to estimate what would be the energy consumption of workloads when you don't have access to the underlying hardware. This, I will briefly talk about a whole cloud native sustainability stack with Kepler, which is the epicenter. And with Kepler, we have also multiple projects working. I'm also going to talk about Peaks, which is power efficiency aware Kubernetes scheduler. But there are lots of other projects that's around Kepler, so feel free to check out our GitHub repository, which we have mentioned on the slides. And coming back to the title of this talk, which is Kepler WattStore. So you must be at this time wondering, what is Kepler WattStore? And it is a set of open source and cloud native power aware tools to monitor and optimize power efficiency throughout software lifecycle. And it incorporates Kepler and Peaks at various stages from development to deployment. And tools in Kepler WattStore targets power consumption monitoring at various phases of software development lifecycle. So at the developer's end, we have two research ideas for monitoring power consumption. That is at the time of software development, as Christoph mentioned, to detect components of software that are very energy costly, to identify them and fail before you put this deployment on the production, where it is more expensive to solve problems that are leading to energy leakage. And also at the step of continuous integration, where we are working on building up GitHub actions so that you can compare the energy consumption of your previous deployment versus the current one, and identify if the new deployment is more energy costly compared to the previous one. And again, the whole purpose of introducing this at the developer side is to identify energy leakage at earlier stage and solve them before they are migrated to production, where things are more expensive to solve. While at the infrastructure side, we have Kepler. We have Kepler that does runtime monitoring of power consumption at the deployment phase. So let's say you have a Kubernetes cluster running, you can monitor the runtime energy consumption of your deployments. And Kepler not only works on Kubernetes, we have also extended it to work on Linux servers. It is compatible with Realm machines, so you can monitor the runtime energy consumption of your deployments in Kubernetes as well as on Linux servers. And then you have Peaks, which is power efficient scheduling, which does a very intelligent job of identifying various nodes on the cluster that are more energy efficient for running your target workloads. And it selects those nodes within a cluster and runs your deployments on those particular nodes.
Okay, so if we switch back to what we can do in the development phase, as we mentioned already, the idea is to get as early as possible feedback. And we are running currently experimentations with local power measurements during development. We have a prototype in the form of extensions for the Red Hat for our Quarkus framework, which is a Java-based framework. And this experiment is raising lots of questions because, as mentioned in the previous talk, we need to have platform independence because developers don't necessarily target the same system as the one that will be running the application in production. So we need to have something that works on Windows, Linux, and macOS even. Another question is, how do we get meaningful data from what happens during development? Because the patterns or software consumption that's used during development might not be representative of what will be happening during production. We want to see also to investigate integration with profiling tooling because that would be really helpful. We see a correlation between performance and power consumption, so integrating at those levels will be useful. And specifically for Java, there are questions with what happens during the virtual machine warm-up and such.
Hi,
So that's during.
There are 5 minutes left in this session.
Yeah, we'll go faster. So we talked about development, what we can do. The next stage in the life cycle is during continuous integration. And as Parul was saying, we can use Kepler there during CI pipelines that run as GitHub actions. And you could envision gating of those actions of those CI pipeline where your software wouldn't be deployed if for example, it wouldn't fulfill some energy budget that you set. And then we can move into runtime monitoring, which is really what Kepler shines, where Kepler shines. Actively monitoring workloads on the cluster as they run. And that provides crucial data for optimization and future software iterations. And specifically, as Parul will talk more about, but with power efficient scheduling with peaks. And back to you, Parul.
Yep. So Kepler does an excellent job at giving you the insights on what is the energy consumption of your workloads. And using this data, we have developed peaks that use pre-trained models that does a correlation between node utilization and power consumption. So the idea is if your nodes are highly utilized, you are saving on idle energy to keep those nodes running, and you are only using the dynamic energy of those nodes. So it is more efficient to schedule workloads in a cluster on nodes that are higher utilized compared to nodes that are less utilized. And the default scheduler of Kubernetes does a spreading job and not and does not does best utilization allocation job. So we had to develop a custom scheduler that takes into account what is the workload requirement, what is the source resource requirement of the workload, and then build machine learning models to predict the best fit nodes that take into account highly utilized node and keep on fitting workloads on those highly utilized nodes until the energy reduction is not significant enough, and then it moves to the next highest utilized nodes, and again does the same iterative job of putting workloads on the next higher utilized node. So that is what Peaks is about. And we have shared the links at the last slide, and so feel free to check out the links if you want to get deeper into each of the softwares or projects that we are talking about, but Christoph can just summarize what the Kepler Watt Store is all about.
Yeah, we saw. Thank you, Parol. We saw that we're trying to take a holistic approach to monitoring power at different stages of the software development lifecycle, and that allows developers and software engineers to take a proactive stance and take into account sustainability into their development. Addressing power efficiency from inception to execution, and yeah, that allows us to switch the paradigm of software development towards environmentally conscious and resource efficient software systems. So I don't know if we have time for questions, but
let's thank
here's
our
the
speakers.
slide. Thank you.
There was a huge round of applause there. I don't know if you could hear it. We maybe have time for a couple of questions, and Neil looks like he wants to start us off.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to see the initiative from the CNCF on power management here. Many programming language runtimes have hooks for runtime tracing and events and so on. And it would be really nice, for example, in a language like OCaml, to integrate callbacks from the underlying system below whenever to alert the program about energy spikes and so on and so forth. Do you have any kind of standards or guidelines for programming language implementers to integrate things like Kepler in a portable way, so that it'll work? You know, it won't get in the way if Kepler is not available, but it will just activate invisibly if it is in the cluster.
Yeah, Christoph, you want to take that?
Yeah, regarding Kepler, it would be difficult because I mean, you would need to have basically a hook for every different kind of languages. Regarding the Java experiment that we are running, that I hinted at that with the integration to profiling tools, but we're thinking about surfacing energy consumption information as part of the Java flight recorder tracing system that exists for the Java virtual machine. And the idea would be that you would see when using your profiling tools, similarly to the percentage of CPU that's being used for a particular method call, for example. The idea would be that you could see the power consumption attributed to that specific method. But at this time, we don't have any more or broader plans to integrate with the kind of it would be nice indeed, but there's nothing going on at the moment.
Sounds great. So
really,
it sounds like an opportunity for new research for people to think about portable
yeah, definitely.
runtime integration. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We maybe have time for one more question before we break for lunch. Oh, we've got one here.
Could you say something about the about experience in the field, as it were, with your tools? Can you talk about the kinds of efficiency improvements that that people have been able to achieve, and the kinds of information that were useful for that?
Yes, so we had just started working on the optimization component using Kepler. So the Peaks project is very, very new, and we are in the progress of creating a KEP, which is Kubernetes enhancement proposal, to propose our scheduler. But we do have lots of work done in the monitoring that is using Kepler, and we demoed at the KubeCon last year of how IBM as well as Intel has been using Kepler to test their new architecture, and how they made the release of how they were able to identify the amount of energy consumption between the previous and the next generation of architecture. So we are very new in the optimization component, but we have been working for a year with Kepler on the monitoring side of it.
We'll have our last question here with Patrick, and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you very much for the talk. I was wondering if you've got a bit of a roadmap, maybe from moving from
kind of power-aware scheduling to emissions-aware scheduling, which is something we've looked at a little bit by taking things like energy grid forecasts, certainly within Great Britain, to look at,
Yep.
maybe it's better to run certain long-running computations,
Yep.
say, in the evening, or anything like that would be pretty cool.
That's Yep. So I presented a talk in KubeCon 2022 regarding the same, where we were following the sun. The talk title was like how you can follow the sun to find or use renewable or like use clusters that are powered by renewable energy. And the challenge that we faced over there, and even Christoph talked about that, the challenge of moving from energy monitoring to carbon forecasting is the APIs or the third-party vendors that give you these carbon data are very limited and they are not very reliable because, for example, we were using electricity maps to generate a carbon forecaster and to give us what is the forecasted carbon emission in certain steps ahead in future. But the issue with those third-party vendor is how they are measuring carbon is not transparent. So you just have to take their word, and most of the time they say it's renewable, but more often they're doing carbon offsetting than actually using renewable energy sources. So I can put my talk link in the chat later. Feel free to find it on YouTube and watch it. But I did present this, and we kind of put a break on investigating in those areas. And now we are working with CNCF and various cloud providers like Google and AWS to kind of find a community approach on what other protocols have more transparency on how these carbon reportings are done so that we just don't have to take words by a vendor, but have like a more transparent and universal approach on how these carbon measurements are done. I hope that answers your question.
He's nodding. He's nodding. That would be great if you could share
Okay.
that online as well. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I will share the YouTube link.
Perfect. Great.
Okay.
Let's thank our speakers one last time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, I think maybe I need to. I'm not sure what I should be doing, but. Maybe if I go to. Okay, yeah, that looks good. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. I think it's just when I go into full screen, it kind of, yeah, that's why.
Yep.
Move in a little bit to make space for others as they arrive.
Okay. Are we at 2 o'clock yet? Okay. Not quite yet. Cool. Well, I will introduce myself. I'm the chair for this session. I'm Michael. I work with Anil at Cambridge, and what I do for the kind of life metric that Drew put up earlier, I did a bunch of the computing kind of behind that, and so I write a lot of software that is kind of for consumption and use by ecologists. And so I'm kind of super interested in this session, which is kind of software engineering and ecosystems, kind of looking at how we can kind of work, improve practices and tools in that area. And so our first speaker is Veshti Galpin, sorry,
yes.
who's going to take a look at when we're generating the kind of all these software artifacts for ecologists, kind of like how we assess the quality and kind of reusability of those tools for kind of other projects. So with further ado, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. I don't think the first sentence on my slide is at all something we need to question. Research software is really important. And I became aware during my work, and I'll say a bit more about that on the next slide, the different scientific disciplines are approaching this in different ways, and they often don't know about what each other are doing. So I gave a talk a while back at the Research Software Engineering Conference about this, and when I saw the opportunity here, I thought I'd like to tell you about it. It fascinates me, and hopefully you'll find it interesting. So I'll say a bit about who I am and where I've come from. I'll speak about general goals for research software. What do we want it to achieve? What's happening currently in climate science? I got a bit confused about terminology as I was preparing this because there are a lot of different words used, but I will usually use the term climate science. And thank you to the two reviewers who said, you're not talking enough about climate science in your talk. So I am now. And then I'll talk about specifically something that comes from computer science, from the programming languages and software engineering and databases community. And then if I have time, I'd just like to add a little thing about the allocation of research software effort from a paper that I read recently. So this, I'm not going to say things new. I'm not presenting any new research. I'm giving an overview of what's out there. So I've been a researcher for a number of years, fixed terms contracts, unfortunately. And what I used to do was a lot of modeling using a process algebra approach to stochastic modeling of systems. So over the years, I've worked on the theory of that, and I've also constructed a lot of models. And reading up on climate science makes me realize that the spatial and temporal modeling I did in that area definitely applies here. Another thing I was involved in, and I'm not seeing a lot of this in climate science, is we were able to use a fluid approximation. So instead of modeling individuals, we were modeling populations, and this is very powerful. And I just want to say, fluid in this context has nothing to do with Rowley's presentation. It's a different type of fluid. So right now, I develop applications in the Linux programming language, which was developed at Edinburgh, and we have people involved in that here, Phil and Sam. And so one of the things I do is develop applications to show that we can use Linux for useful things, not just toy programs. And of course, Linux itself is an experimental language, so there's a bit of meta going on there. And what I'm focusing on, so Linux supports language integrated query. The idea is you write in a single language, and that enables the generation of provably correct SQL, as well as front-end stuff, such as JavaScript. And I've been looking at that. I work with James Cheney in the context of data provenance, temporal databases, curated scientific databases, and right now I have a metrology project. And metrology is not to be confused with meteorology. That's about weather. So metrology is the science of measurement. And the National Physical Laboratory, based in Teddington, is where this happens in the UK. They've got other sites as well. So I have a project, James and I have a project with them, which is about digital calibration certificates. So they're doing a whole process of digitalization right now. And part of that is they're worried about update provenance over these certificates. And so I'm working with them. And interestingly, there are people at Teddington who also work in Earth's observation and sensor data and correct calibration of sensors. So actually calibration of sensors is becoming a major issue in metrology. And then the other bubbles are things that I'm particularly interested in. Research software engineering generally, it's whether people have sustainable careers, whether they're research staff or research software engineers. And there's a whole lot about fair data, open science, quality, all of these things. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, and I'm quite happy because it feels like all these separate strands of what I've done have kind of come together into one thing. There's been a lot of discussion about research software as well as research data, but I'm going to focus on software here. And there are goals that have been described as important. So respect is one. This comes from the programming languages community, that software is important as publications. If you're going to publish something in POPL that talks about a piece of software, well, really that software should be available. Reusability. Can somebody else use the software? Can they extend the software? And we've always seen that extending models is important in climate science. Then there are 3 terms, well, actually more, but I haven't put them all on the slide, that talk about repeating experiments or doing the same thing. So there's repeatability, which is the idea that the same results can be obtained by the authors with their software. You would hope that to be true. It gets a bit tricky when you're dealing with stochastic stuff, but if you use the same random seed, then hopefully it will be the same. Reproducibility, where somebody can take the piece of software and get the results again, somebody else. And then replicability is a much further goal, which is somebody can somehow reproduce the whole science. And I like to think of this as similar to N-version programming. So for space missions, often they will have multiple versions of a program to do something written by different people, and then they poll to see if it's correct. So that's the lens I see replicability through. But today I'm just going to really focus on reusability and reproducibility. And the important thing here is, of course, we need availability for either of those 2 things to happen. So I've used some color coding just to highlight when I talk about these things going further. When I did the previous presentation, I kind of came up with a landscape of what's happening in research software engineering, and I don't want to go through the slide, it would take far too long. But it's incomplete. I'm trying to capture some ideas here, and I would say the things at the top are very much about principles and support for these goals of reusability and reproducibility. And the things at the bottom are very much more about assessment and evaluation. So are the principles met? And I think there's a lot more work being done on the principles and support, and this is a much newer area. So what I'd like to talk about first is some ideas of what's already happening in climate science. I did a literature survey, a quick one, so I don't claim to be complete, but here's some ideas. So first of all, there was a very nice National Academies of Science, Engineering and Medicine book about reproducibility, and it had a specific section on geoscience, which you can say climate science research falls under that. And the discipline had certain characteristics. It's a study of phenomena in environments which you can't control. Use of simulation is crucial. Building simulation models both to look at past behavior and to predict future behavior. And hand in hand goes with this is validation. So is your simulation a good simulation of what's there? Let me see. Are you getting the right equations, and then verification, correctness of code. Are you getting the equations right when you implement them? Sorry, did I say that the right? Okay, I won't, yeah, was it? Okay. And another thing that's come in is big data. Sensor networks are giving us lots of data. There's the whole Earth observation. And big data is characterized by its volume, its velocity, and its variety. And I think another aspect in climate science is the high levels of external scrutiny. One of the articles I read, the author had originally worked as a astrophysicist, and he said, nobody cares in astrophysics whether you're right or not, but here it's a lot more important. And in climate science, there's been a lot of discussion going on about open science, open data, a focus on the FAIR principles. Okay. For those of you who don't know the FAIR principles, that's the data and software should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So I would say the same general debates are going on in climate science as many other sciences. Journals have interesting policies, from the very soft contact the authors is not acceptable to the desk rejection if code is not open source. So there's certainly a gradation of how available code should be. And there was also recommendations for sustainable research software in Earth System Science, a document for Germany, and it was about sustainable careers for RSEs, reduce the use of fixed-term funding to pay people on fixed-term contracts, the importance of software management plans, which not only says what will happen to the software during the research, but what's going to happen to the software afterwards, and the need for funding for maintenance and port of that software. Also, there was a really important point, is that major research software should be funded as though it's research infrastructure. It's as important as things like the Hadron Collider. You know, it needs that ongoing support. There's lots of papers that have been written, surveys to say what's the situation in climate science. I won't go into the details of that. And discussions. I particularly like the picture. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Can people hear me better now? Okay. Yes. Okay. Apologies to those online. I've often thought that actually we need an additional screen in the room at the back so we can actually see the people online and feel that they're part of the event. Yeah. I just want to say these terms, replicability, reproducibility, runnability, they're all quite complex, and I really like the diagram with the screens because it's talking about whose computer you run it on and what software it is, but I won't go into the details of that. So there is ongoing assessment of research software in climate science, and ironically it's a bit of climate science that overlaps with computer science. So Agile, which has nothing to do with the approach to writing software, is an association of geographic information labs in Europe, and they have a mandatory review process post-acceptance for anything submitted to their conference. Something that's purely theoretical doesn't have to go through this review. Well, they go through and they say, okay, you've got nothing to be checked. Just carry on. And I've also come across a proposal for badging systems in remote sensing research. So let me talk just for a bit. Also in the climate science, we've got assessment of models. So there's a coupled modeled in comparison project. It's now gone into version 6, and it enables things such as the graph. This is the output of a whole lot of models. The red is the model average, and the black is the real information. And as one of the books I was reading says, the best model is all the models. So this is about models, and it's evaluating them by doing comparison, and actually software is being written to do that evaluation. So there's software such as the Earth System Model Evaluation Tool, and it's not clear to me how that has been evaluated as a piece of research software. So we have layers of layers. And I wanted to contribute what we do in computer science to this discussion. So the ACM has this process of artifact review and badging, And I apologize for the colors. For anybody who's colorblind, they weren't my choice. So the green means availability. Something's available. And for those of you who've been to various talks in POPL, you will have seen these badges. There's a reproducibility badge, a replicability badge, and then 2 usability badges. One is just functional, which says it does exactly what it says it should, and then reusable is a bit broader than that. Do be careful.
What's the difference between results reproduced and results replicated?
So can I carry on to the next slide? Because I'll actually explain it. Please be aware that up until August 2020, the ACM had these definitions switched around, and there are reasons, there are good reasons why this confusion came up. So it's actually switched now. So reproducibility means you take the existing software and you rerun it to see if you get the same output as the original people. Replicability means you go back a further step and write your own software and see if you get the same results. And this is confusing because I actually have 2 papers that have replicability badges on them, but they're actually not. So the ACM has not gone back and changed the previous badges. I think maybe they should. So this was a process that was developed in the software engineering programming languages community, and the idea was not so much to badge, but to say, this paper says this software does X, does it actually meet those expectations? But we now have quite a bit more formal badging process, and database conferences also did this as well. It's common in certain bits of computer science, less common in artificial intelligence, machine learning, and where you need specialist equipment. The process is typically, right now, a paper gets accepted, either at a journal or a conference, and it's optional whether you send it through onto the next process. So it's a separate process. Unfortunately, I'm seeing a trend in AI and machine learning to ask the paper reviewers to do artifact evaluation, which in my opinion is just the wrong place to do it. There's just not enough space. And criteria tend to be community specific. I've shown you the ACM badges. There are some other ones as well. This has been going on for quite a while, so there has been assessment and reflection. So what should we measure when we're assessing the process, and how do we avoid Goodhart's law, that when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure, and how to improve the process. So one thing that has come up is this separation of availability from evaluation. So the idea that you shouldn't necessarily have to go through the process, you can just say availability. And there's a whole amount of literature about this, and I have some references about that. So that's really what I want to say about this process. Is that 2 minutes or before questions? 2 minutes with questions. With questions, okay. Let me talk about this really quickly. So this is the idea. It came from a paper I read. The idea is you've got this is one of the software development models, the V model. So at the bottom, the green bit is the traditional model. And if you're a scientist doing this thing, you get some data, you build a mathematical model, you build a numerical scheme, and then you have the testing coming out. And the question this paper asked is, where are you putting your effort? So at some level, if you work with an existing simulator, some of the software I've written before, been involved with, actually, you just work at this level, and all of this is somebody else's software engineering effort. If you look at something like MATLAB, you have to go a bit deeper. If you're looking at libraries such as NumPy, you go further down, and if you write in a general purpose language, you're taking on the whole stack. And one question that I didn't answer for myself is, where do DSLs fit into the scheme? Are they at the MATLAB level? Are they at the libraries level? So this quote says, this could all look like an additional burden, but we need it for doing good science. We want to be productive, and particularly with climate science, there is urgency. So what can we learn from each other? What bridges can we build? And what are the next steps? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. At the end of this session, we got 3 talks and then we got discussion section. So if you've got kind of vague reasoning on it, on this, kind of maybe wait till that session. But if you've got anything specific for, actually we'd take a question now. And Roland, do you also want to kind of get set up while?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just, so you're saying which of these are we doing for DSL? I'm just trying to look at what you've written to see if I can get any sense of what the answer might be, or do you have any
I'm pretty certain
idea
it's
yourself?
there or there. It's probably here.
So why is it not like a general purpose language? Because you need to write software for the DSL.
Yes, but but you hope that somebody else has done all the testing for it. So it's where you put your effort. So it's not saying you don't need this whole process. It's just saying if you work here, then somebody else does this. But if you work in a general purpose language, then you have to do this whole thing as well.
And it's a good of the domain, right?
So this is not for somebody implementing a DSL, but for somebody using a DSL.
Yes, sorry, for somebody, yes.
I see,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
so that'd be very similar to
Yeah,
libraries,
yeah,
perhaps.
yeah.
I misunderstood the question. Okay.
Thank you. Well, thank you to the people who came up with this.
I've actually got a quick question, which is, it's maybe just a kind of semantic thing, but early on you talk about the software being kind of checked or kind of tested. Often these things end up being kind of pipelines of bits of software, and some goes into a spreadsheet, some is in R, some is in, like, how does that fit into?
I think that's still an open question.
That's cool.
Ideally, you would provide a workflow, and somebody would work through that workflow.
It's kind of still.
Yeah. So I think one of my artifacts had a bit of a workflow in it. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Documentation is the solution to that. Hopefully, well, a partial solution.
Well, can we thank the speaker? Work by a lot of people, and trying to pick apart, like, why is that happened, is often a tough challenge, and that's something that kind of Roland and people have been working on, trying to make these results kind of something you can kind of pick apart, understand where it's come from, and play with. So with that, over to you, Roland.
Okay, thank you. It's great to be here. My name's Rolly. I'm a researcher at the Institute of Computing for Climate Science. So this is joint work with Joe Bond, who's a PhD student at Bristol, Christina David, who's a senior lecturer at Bristol, and Min Nguyen, who's a former student of mine who's now a postdoc also at Bristol. Yeah. Is that facing upwards? I assume that's up. Okay, how's that? Do you want to?
Yeah, that's pretty good. And also we're just going to use that
Okay.
double, if
Okay.
that's okay. Like the
Sure.
For some reason the audio is good on our line.
Okay, so I'm going to present a programming language called Fluid. This is very much work in progress, so not everything I'm going to talk about today is fully worked out, but I hope it will be interesting. So we understand and make decisions about the world around us using data that's being curated by scientists, journalists, and into charts, figures, and words. So here are some extracts from an IPCC report from 2021. We have some charts, but it's not entirely obvious what we're looking at, even with the legends to help. There might be some accompanying text, but it's not clear what the science that's being specifically referred to is. There are numbers in this text, where do they come from? So whether we're a scientist reviewing the work of others, a journalist writing about science, or a teacher explaining something to a student, or just a regular person trying to make sense of what we see on the news, we end up having to take things on trust. So arguably this is a reasonable problem for traditional print media, but with digital media there should be some prospects for doing things better. So how can PL help with this? So what might we be able to do? So suppose we have this chart, which according to the caption is plotting clean energy efficiency, or perhaps clean capacity factor, depending on which part of the chart you look at, against the proportion of energy capacity attributable to renewables. So already that's quite a complicated sounding thing, and indeed there are lots of questions we might have in order to understand what we're actually looking at here. So what do these points represent? What are the ratios that are being plotted? What kinds of energy are being considered? What counts as renewable, and so forth? So some libraries provide kind of tooltips like this. So these give us more clarity on the output, the data that's being visualized, but they don't say anything about the relationship to the input. And of course we can, you know, if we have open source and open data, we might be able to make some headway at that kind of comprehension challenge by looking at that, but that's unlikely to be an easy task. So I'm going to just give you a quick demo now of Fluid, which is a programming language where the goal is to make it possible to answer these sorts of questions by interacting directly with the chart itself. So for example, if I can get a mouse cursor into the right window, maybe mirroring would have been a better idea. So if I select this point here, and you'll have to forgive the performance because it's quite slow at the moment, then we get a view of the data that was needed in order to compute that point. So in this case, we can see that, for example, we're looking at the, let me make it slightly smaller. We can see that we're looking at the France data for 2018. We can see that we're using the capacity and the output data, and that might give us some kind of sense of what's going on. Now, this isn't enough information to give us a full picture of what we're looking at. And indeed, if we select an additional point here, we'll actually see that it becomes less informative because we'll now have data associated with Japan, and then it's less clear what's being attributed to what, and so on. But the point is that this gives us, at least it's a useful starting point. It tells us where to look in the data sets for the relevant data, perhaps what to look for in the code, and so on. So this is the kind of interactive chart that you can produce using Fluid. The work in progress that I want to talk about today or focus on today is, if you like, if we reverse this interaction. So instead of starting with the output, we start with the input. So we might be interested in a particular piece of data and wonder which parts of the output does it contribute to, and what other inputs are going to be relevant for understanding that particular input. So at the moment, we can only make that selection once we've already pulled in some data by selecting some of the outputs, so that's just a limitation of the current user interface. But suppose I select this coal capacity of Japan here, then the system will respond by highlighting the part of the output that was consuming this data, and then giving us a view in gray of all the other data that was needed to compute that output. So you might notice that the output is no longer being consumed here, and that's because the coal capacity of Japan is actually only relevant to computing the x-coordinate at this point. So that's a rather subtle point. And ideally, we'd like to be able to kind of separate out those two different dimensions of the output and make it possible to sort of explore them independently, sorry. And I'll come back to that later in the talk. But for now, let me just sort of expand on that slightly by showing you what happens if we select the capacity for Japan in the same year, the renewables, the hydro capacity. So what we'll see is that the output now does become relevant, and that's because the capacity is actually needed to compute the y-coordinate of that point. So I guess what this highlights, sort of not very well because the user interface doesn't really reflect it yet, but the fact that there are two independent dimensions of data being visualized by each point, each induces a different demand on the input, and that in turn induces different relations of relevance between various parts of the input. Okay. So let me unpack a little bit how that works. So the basic idea is we want to be able to traverse dependency information in two directions. So we start with an initial selection, the bit I showed you in green. We can ask, using this triangle operator, what outputs are demanding that data. And that gives us what we call the mediating output, which in this case was just the x-coordinate of this point. And then we can traverse the same information in the other direction and say, okay, what inputs do we now need in order to compute the x-coordinate of that point? And those are then the bits that are highlighted in gray, which we call the secondary selection. And that's what we saw. Okay, and this relationship isn't idempotent. So in other words, there may be, if I'm an input, I may be related via one output to some other outputs. And that those other inputs may in turn be related to other inputs through other outputs, and so on. Okay, so that's the basic idea. This chart was implemented in Fluid, which is an untyped functional language with a fairly standard set of features. What distinguishes it from a traditional language is that programs evaluate not only to a result, but also to a dynamic dependence graph, capturing dependencies between inputs and outputs and intermediate values. And then we use this graph to implement these demands and demanded by operators that I showed on the previous page. And we can then expose this metadata through a D3 front end that kind of allows you to explore these relationships. So we call this data transparency or extensional transparency. Once this current piece of work is complete, we plan to look at more intentional forms of transparency as well. So let me say something about the formal setting here, which is actually very simple. So suppose X and Y are sets of atomic data elements, say inputs and outputs, and R is a relation between them, then the two directions of navigation that we've been talking about correspond to the image and pre-image functions for R between subsets of X and Y. So I can pick out a subset of the inputs and ask what outputs are related and go in the other direction as well. And these two functions are conjugate, which just captures this notion of reciprocality at the level of sets rather than individual elements. And conjugates are related to adjoints. F and G are conjugate whenever the F and the dual of G are adjoint. So for us, R is just going to be reachability in this dependency graph that I mentioned for a program. And we denote these two functions with these up and down triangle operators. And then we can compose these two things together to compute related inputs. So this essentially composes these image functions for R and its inverse, which just gives you the image function for the endo relation you get by composing R with its converse. So if you like, it answers the question, what other things are the things that are related to me related to? And linguists have a nice handy term for that, cognacy. So two things are cognate if they have common ancestry, and that's essentially what this related inputs relation is giving us. And we can do the same for related outputs. I'll come to that in a sec. And these are just slightly more useful versions of these operators that also include the mediating data that explain why two inputs or two outputs are related. Okay, so this related inputs thing I've been talking about is actually dual to something called brushing and linking in data visualization. And we explored this in our POPL paper in 2022. So if you're not familiar with brushing and linking, I'll just show you what that looks like. So if we have two charts here, which are views of the same underlying data, then if we select a bar in the left chart, say, we can see the data that's being demanded by that bar. But we also see some points highlighted on the right, and that's because those points on the right are cognate with the bar in the sense of having a common ancestry in the dependency graph. And we could do the same thing and pick a point over here, just deselect that, and explore the relationship in the other direction. Okay, so that's brushing and linking, but in that paper, we had this formal setup that didn't quite generalize to what we want to do with related inputs. So we had two views of the same data, F and G. We had dependency analyses, similar to what I showed you earlier, for each of those views. And then just by swapping one of those dependency analyses by its conjugate, we were able to compute this relationship between the two outputs. But it doesn't lend itself to composition in the other direction because C and B aren't composable. So obviously, if you're a functional programmer, the more general form of this is the product view of F and G. And so we now just have a single dependency operator. So I've omitted the subscript. And we can compose this operator with its own conjugate to obtain an endomorphism on B times C. And then we can just project away the parts of the output we don't care about, perhaps the left chart or the right chart. And that essentially, using projection functions that also have conjugates, and that recovers the prior work, but in a way that's then amenable to related inputs. So that's basically the relationship to the prior work. And then Finally, I'll just mention that this basic idea of projection that can be run in both directions because it has a conjugate turns out to be a really, really useful idea. So if lots of outputs depend on the same input, then we can obtain a more fine-grained query by projecting away the problematic input. In other words, restricting the mediating data to some subset. So just for the final demo, I'll show you what that looks like. So this is a matrix convolution example that I would have shown some of you before. So this is the output of the convolution. The two inputs are shown in the left, the input image and the filter. If I select an element of the output, then we can see the inputs that are being demanded in order to compute this output. But we also have this gray selection, which is showing us the related outputs. And these outputs are related because they are cognate with this selected element. So they are demanding overlapping data, essentially. So this isn't very informative if we look at this example because all of the output elements are demanding the filter. What we can do is just pretend that the filter doesn't exist, essentially. So then we can select an element of the output, and then we see something that's more intuitive and informative. And so, this is something that we want to push on, not just for related outputs, but also for related inputs. So just to quickly say what we could do there. So in the example like the scatter plot one I showed you earlier, we could separate out the 2 dimensions of a particular point by just projecting one away, and then look at the cognacy relation that's induced just by the data relevant to the remaining coordinate. So we can imagine extending this to a whole layer of a visualization. So if we think about the IPCC report earlier, we could, for example, restrict interest to just the confidence in the human contribution layer of the visualization. So these are the dots that appear in the hex. And then by doing so, we can investigate related inputs in a narrower context. It's going to allow us to answer questions like, for a given input, what other inputs were relevant specifically to obtaining that confidence rating? Okay, so I'm going to stop there. This is something we're still working on, and apologies that this is a bit work in progress. These are some of the things we'd like to add to the language. And I'm especially interested in building out some substantive examples, perhaps using this markdown quasi-quotation feature. And the idea would be to build some in-depth articles explaining some kind of climate-adjacent science with these sorts of transparent charts and figures. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Patrick?
So, very nice stuff. I got a question. So if you just take a simple, you're showing a number of data points, but instead of showing their absolute values, you show their relative values between 0 and 100%. I guess that would mean that at every point is sort of, I mean, if you select any point, everything affects
I guess there's lots of sort of patterns in data science where you're doing some kind of aggregative thing or some kind of cumulative thing, and where you potentially do. Are you talking about that kind of thing where you may get lots of dependencies?
Yeah, I mean, if you're plotting a number of values, 10 values, but you're plotting not their value but their percentage, then they're all affected by each other, sort of.
Yeah, like a stack bar chart or something. I guess might have something like that. Yeah, I think that's a good point. And this thing that I've been talking about towards the end of the talk, the idea of kind of projecting away outputs and inputs that aren't relevant and using that to obtain a more focused query. I think that's what we're hoping is going to allow us to sort of address that sort of problem.
Yeah, because I was trying to think about those diagrams you had, because usually the diagram does actually depend on all of the values because you chose the maximum of the axis and so on. So it means that you have an implicit hiding of some dependency. So I'm a bit curious what this...
Yeah, I mean, in fact, in a very earlier version of this, we kind of went as far as implementing our whole kind of graphics library in this approach. And then things like the positioning of the tick marks start to depend on the data because you have heuristics about how you're going to place ticks depending on the distribution of the data. So I think that doesn't mean that it's not worth using this sort of approach in that setting. I think it just means we do need to think about how we can sort of tease apart these different parts of the dependency structure and say this isn't of interest now, this might be of interest for some other kind of question you might ask, if that makes sense.
Cool. Go around this way.
Really nice talk. So there's been a lot of really interesting research pointing out that developers, and I imagine also data scientists and journalists and so on, ask kind of why questions about the outputs of programs. And that is also kind of how you were framing this, like why is the x value of this point this value? So I wonder if you've thought about this being more explicitly a sort of a Y query based interface as opposed to just a click and see kind of what's relevant interface.
That's a very good point. I mean, I guess that's what I was getting at with the intentional or more intentional kinds of explanations. So, you know, at a minimum, you can sort of take this fine-grained view where you say, I've got this big output. Can I kind of ask questions about how parts of the output relate to parts of the input? But you can imagine extending that with, can I derive some kind of explanation of how that output part was computed just using the parts of the computation that were relevant to it. So I think that would start to do that kind of thing.
And one more quick question. I'm going to go here just because.
Thanks for the awesome talk. Given that one of the most common vehicles of research is like PDFs, and loads of people see graphs on PDFs. I mean, I would love to be able to do this on every later generated PDF I made, but that's not possible, I suppose. How do you see researchers using this kind of interactive graphs when they display their data?
Stop using PDFs, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it feels like PDF is a kind of horrible skeuomorphic anachronism that basically just tries to look like a sheet of paper, and I think we definitely can do better.
I mean, I guess this would give motivation, right? Because I guess one of the factors is PDF's good enough until we can do this.
I suppose to have a reason to move beyond PDFs is also nice. So maybe we can start sort of making it more compelling that there is an alternative to just a sort of static bitmap.
Cool. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please thank the speaker. To kind of walk through their thought process with, and so this I think is very interesting at trying to bridge those two worlds. So Alexander, over to you.
Thank you. 1 second. I'm extending.
Although when you switch to the demo, it's going to be quite large.
I'm going to try to figure that out. Cool. So in the spirit of getting rid of PDFs, I'm Alexander, a software engineer based out of Chicago, currently applying to programs this cycle. This is some research I've been doing in collaboration with Andrew Blinn and Cyrus Omar at the University of Michigan Future Programming Lab on why the future of planetary compute engines should be live, rich, composable, and collaborative. Let's jump into exactly what that means. So planetary compute engine is a term we got from this paper, A Case for Planetary Computing, that came out of the Cambridge Center for Carbon Credits. To summarize, the paper advocates for an end-to-end computing platform for facilitating climate analysis, including scalable data pipelines to handle processing petabytes of information, the ingestion of live sensor data from global and extraterrestrial sensors that are updated throughout time. The system needs to be accessible for multiple stakeholders. So the breadth of the climate crisis requires climate scientists, CS experts, politicians, and executives working in close collaboration to solve these problems. And we need a system that is extensible by vernacular developers. So these are people who may not be CS experts, but they might know how to program, they are experts in their own domain, and they have programming experience, but are not by trade software engineers necessarily. And like any scientific analysis, we want results that are traceable and reproducible. So how we got involved, Dr. Armando Papetti gave a talk at ICFE in 2023 and showed the slide where he pointed out that Cyrus Omar's work on Hazel could help with usable user interfaces for non-CS experts. We're also interested if we can have interfaces that help CS experts and non-experts collaborate better together. So I have this chart of kind of 3 archetypal stakeholders for such a system. This is not meant to be an exhaustive set of stakeholders, but indicate the types of tooling divide that are present. So at the top, you can see a climate scientist using computational notebooks, spreadsheets, and programming languages geared towards doing analysis. A computing expert may be in charge of the computing platform itself, and they're using traditional static code with like a build lifecycle, Kubernetes manifests to define data pipelines. Maybe they're using Airflow or some workflow management tool, and especially to manage these analyses on shared resources. And then the end result is PDFs for policymakers so they can receive this information. If they're lucky, maybe they have interactive visualizations, or a computing expert and scientist made a custom application. What we would like to see is something closer to this, where there's a smooth spectrum between these use cases. So each use case is still facilitated. We're not trying to say that those aren't actual problems, but maybe we can have stronger direct collaboration between the stakeholders. And maybe it's possible for a vernacular developer to live somewhere in the middle, as opposed to having to choose, do they want to use the computing experts tools, the scientist tools, or PDFs? Cool. So one framework we think is helpful for reasoning about this is came out of Plateau last year by Horowitz and Here on what they call live, rich, and composable. So I'm going to jump into these individually. So liveness is the ability for the system to provide feedback from the running program during editing. The representation nearly everyone is familiar with is spreadsheets, where you can clearly see cells evaluate during editing the spreadsheet. On the bottom left, I have a, can't really see on the TV, but I have a spreadsheet where I was analyzing marine protected areas from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And then on the bottom right, I have a Jupyter notebook looking at land cover data. I think liveness is like a critical feature in the exploratory phase of data analysis, because analysis is by its very nature unguided and requires consistent checking with expectations to make sure things are going how you expect. And then also because data sets are so large, it's prohibitive to like rerun an entire analysis in batch mode every time you want to make a change. So I think liveness is something that we definitely need to have. Richness is domain-specific representations for editing and interacting with programs. So existing tools in computational notebooks often have the ability to build like data visualizations, but they kind of fall apart when you're trying to actually edit the data or modify or kind of do more direct program manipulation in terms of domain-specific features. And especially you often have to choose if you want those features or if you want an actual full programming environment. Given the prevalence of geospatial data in the climate domain, having rich maps and charts seems necessary. And it's also a major step up if you're like normally doing all your analysis in plain text. In the examples below, I have the NOAA Marine Protected Area Viewer, a chart of marine diversity over time, and also from Dr. Anil Stock. I have South American deforestation over time. And then composability should be the one that's familiar to most PL researchers. This is the one that's present in all classical programming languages. It allows for smaller artifacts to be built up into bigger ones. It facilitates code reuse, code sharing, and also economies of scale in software building. So we have from Xarray you would be able to see if it was clear. From Xarray, some coordinate code that's reusable. These are data pipelines also from the ICFP talk that are built out of reusable data stages. So kind of be able to compose these analyses into larger scale problems is useful. And then the data.gov data catalog, where you have a lot of data sets that are like composed out of smaller historical data sets over time. So I think thinking about like both the data pipeline, the code reuse, and the data composability are all interesting vectors. And also since the climate crisis is so large, like if we're not using composability to build bigger solutions, I don't think we're gonna get very far. And then one that's not in the Horowitz and Here paper is collaborative. We're defining collaborative to be operate as a shared medium for multiple stakeholders. Large data sets and computations also make it unwise to share like naive static artifacts like plain text code, because a lot of the collaboration is on the analysis and not just the code. This is partially why tools like Jupyter and computational notebooks have become successful in the first place. Git is also great, depending on who you ask, but it ignores both the live editing experience as well as the data sets and live program state that is necessary for true collaboration. Existing collaborative programming environments also seem to ignore the problems of application state, which is a major problem in data analysis. So on the bottom, I have screenshots of a Google Doc and Wikipedia. We believe that having real-time collaboration would allow for stakeholders to interact with less overhead. And wiki-like functionality allows for consensus building and like the fostering of knowledge bases as a group. So the earlier that we can get consensus on what we're talking about and what we're trying to do, I think the better results will be. Cool, so how are we gonna go about solving these problems? Our group works on a live functional programming environment called Hazel. Hazel has maximally live functional programming. So you can see there's a static type error on this type term on the right, yet you still have evaluation to 424. Static type checking. You can run incomplete programs. You can see the nitrous oxide example as the third sample has a typed hole in it, so we don't actually know what the data point is, but the program continues around. And there are no meaningless editor states. We believe this is important, especially in a collaborative environment, where there's nothing you could do in the editor that's going to result in like a complete parse failure and the program giving up. You might have some odd results, but execution will always continue, and there's always some semantic understanding. And then additionally, so this gives us live and composability. There's a feature as part of Hazel called livelets, which are live and rich domain GUIs that could be embedded directly in the program source code. So here you could see two livelets here representing grade data. You get all the affordances of like a spreadsheet in this first data frame example. And this one allows you to define letter grade cutoffs. And I'll be demoing this in a second. So, and then livelets also feature splices, which create composability. So inside these GUIs, you could have embedded sub-expressions of code or livelets themselves. So let me attempt to make this way smaller. Actually, I'm just going to do it like this. So let's say we want to get all the carbon dioxide emissions. Actually, I am going to switch to mirroring displays real quick, if that's okay with everyone. Cool. So you can see at the bottom, I haven't defined the function, so it just shows up as a question. Oh, sorry. Is that big enough for everyone? A little bit bigger? Yeah, so the question, because the function's not defined, the question mark shows up and evaluation continues. But if we define a function, and we want to do a case analysis on the structure, you can see we now have this incomplete case analysis. So we would like to say, okay, the first case we care about is the carbon dioxide, parts per million. So you can see, you can't see the samples, but you can see 417 and 7 are here, but we still have an incomplete case analysis for the other cases. So I don't care about those. So I'm just going to say 0. So now we have a list with all zeros, and we can take the sum of this. Great, and we still have this incomplete sample for nitrous oxide, so we think this is interesting both from like the collaborative aspect, but also like if you have data inconsistencies or lacking data, if you can represent that. This is useful. And then one of the things I think is cool is, let's say we're still adding stuff to our expression, and let's say we have a carbon dioxide sample that's empty. You can still see all the evaluations happening around, and the missing data point is just represented in the output. So yeah, this is the latest version of Hazel. I haven't gotten around to implementing livelets in this one, so I'm going to switch to an older version that has livelets implemented. Out. Cool. So this is the spreadsheet with the grades table that I was describing earlier. Is this big enough for everyone? Cool. So we're going to say, what if Cyrus did not finish his final exam? But he had 10 bonus points. You can see his grade down here. It's not looking too great. But we could say maybe he wants to simulate what it would be like when he was done. And this is those splices I was talking about that let you embed computations inside the other livelets. So now you can kind of see in live updating, if I could drag, what's happening. And on the bottom, you can see on this number line, his grades live updating with me updating the side on the top. So maybe he assumes he's going to get like a 90. And then you could say, maybe you're the professor, you're trying to see where to curve. You're like, these two data points are really close together, so you don't want to do that. So you can live update this one as well, adjusting the cutoffs. We can't see the output. Yeah, but you can see right here where you can see the grades updating in real time. Cool.
Is this how Michigan works?
I'm not at Michigan, so. Cool. So yeah, those are splices. To recap, I also need to go back to my join display. Great. Cool. So Livelets accomplish the live, rich, and composable GUI domain representations right in code. And so going back to the planetary compute engine concept, what we're advocating for is a collaborative computational version of Hazel geared towards planetary computing. Livelets would be used to provide live and rich GUIs, which could then be used by both CS experts and novices. In addition, the inclusion of expository text would allow for shared analyses to be integrated with live data. So that's kind of replacing this PDF concept. And jumping into the mock-up, because I know this is too small. We could see here we have a data loader livelet for NOAA. This would allow easily pulling in new data sources for analysis and potential for ascribing type information to a data set. The resulting data is then being piped into a table livelet that gives you all the familiar affordances dealing with like a data table. So sorting, filtering, those sorts of things. More interestingly though, you can see at the bottom, with these little arrows, we have the opportunity for adding reduction splices for each column, which would allow for saying maybe area you just want the mean, so that's a number there. That maybe is the mean for that column. But if you want to get quick look at distributions, you could define a pie chart or a histogram livelet, which would allow you to like very easily get a look at the data set. And then if you look at this interaction flow we have described on the right, maybe an advanced user implemented this histogram, but they realized bucketing size might be a thing you'd want to change. So they're exposing that via another livelet with a slider. So that way a more novice user, like a journalist or something, could go through and adjust the bucket size themselves, allowing for this kind of progressive enhancement of technical capability in the system, where you could be a very sophisticated software engineer, a very end user, or somewhere kind of in between. So jumping forward. Now we have a more rich featured application built using livelets, where this would take the marine protected areas that we imported earlier and create this kind of interactive application that would allow you to define custom regions on a map. And then these regions, calculating like what percentage of each region is which marine protected area and getting some metadata from that. So we believe having all of these livelets integrated into the source code should make it easier to build these composable, rich applications. And it's also nice to have any stakeholder can make changes if they want to. And then on the bottom, under ecological assessment, this 58% number isn't actually just plain text. It's linked back to the fully live system. So if a policymaker or some other user wanted to, they could figure out where that data was coming from and where the data source is originating. Cool. So yeah, so we're envisioning this Planet Hazel as kind of a live computational wiki that uses rich domain-specific graphical representations integrated compositionally into purely functional code, which lends itself to compositional abstractions that align well with mathematical reasoning that might be used by data scientists. And there are some further concerns. We can't get everyone to rewrite everything in Hazel, no matter how hard we try. We're thinking that similar to the Cambridge work, Planet Hazel could operate as an orchestration language and integrate with existing systems via FFI, also allowing Hazel to remain more purely functional. Traceability and reproducibility. Hazel's purely functional execution model should simplify guarantees around reproducibility. We could also add incremental computing to the execution model to where if you do get new sensor data, you're not recomputing everything from scratch. And then an open question is, how do we deal with changing inputs and program modifications, mostly in terms of the UI or UX? Because if you load an analysis and then it looks completely different next time you load it, you want to see like what happened. And we need to make sure we can expose that in a reasonable way. And then lastly, given some of these data sets have like precise locations of protected species, we need a method to restrict access while still being as collaborative as possible. In conclusion, the future of planetary computing should be live, rich, composable, and collaborative. Given the diversity of stakeholders, we need an accessible medium to truly address the climate crisis, and we're proposing or building Planet Hazel as a platform to which we can build upon these ideas. Cool.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? I ignored you last time, sorry. You win this time.
Thanks. This is lovely. I was slightly concerned when we started changing Cyrus's exam marks.
I gave him a good one at the end. I was at least a B.
No, but more seriously, I was wondering, do you have a means for sort of restricting which data you're actually allowed to edit?
So the existing version isn't collaborative that we have now, but the mock-up, I know Andrew was thinking about ways to lock part of code cells. So maybe there'd be some sort of capability system or some other way to say like who's allowed to log what. Because one of the concerns we also have is if a novice user is like directly in the code, they could accidentally break something. So we've been thinking about ways to lock parts of the AST.
And also, I wonder if people start using this kind of technology pervasively, have you thought of some way of, I don't know, having a certificate to prove that the data they're presenting actually is what they say it is? Does that make sense? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if there was a question there.
It's a sort of open-ended question. It's a thing to worry that is sometimes of concern because, well, I don't know. Politicians, for instance, they're often presenting charts that make them look much better than they are.
Oh, you're saying so there's ways you can use the data to make it look a certain way.
And there's a tension between sort of giving everyone maximum access to this data and actually somehow certifying that data is actually what you started with.
Yeah, I think kind of having ways to trace data back to their original source.
Yeah, so sort of provenance techniques
Yeah.
maybe come in there. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other? This one was us.
Hi, looks like a cool system. If I wanted to use it offline, does that work? And what would I need to install to get it to work?
This is still a mock, or these versions are real. The Planet Hazel is still a mock-up. So we don't have necessary answers for that. We have been talking about using CRDTs for collaborative editing. So that may work in a way for offline support. But if it is an orchestration language with a big like computing platform behind it, that probably wouldn't work on your laptop, but we need to figure out how that's going to work.
Shame, because I do a lot of work with on a train without much network access. So
yeah, well,
yeah, I'm always looking for things that work offline.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you have a data set that's like a petabyte big,
yeah, okay.
That's an intrinsic problem. But
could you also just kind of have could you swap out the data quickly with this? The thing I like about this is being able to kind of like do mocking of parts of your code. Could you just drop in a kind of, if you had a large data set you couldn't access because you were on a train, how easy would it be to swap out part of your computation for a kind of mock-up that was just holding in value and let you still do the rest of your work?
That's interesting. So you're saying pre-can the data on the client side to where you can have a sample set?
Yeah, or I don't have a 150 gigabyte TIFF on my desk, but I've got something that will generate something that's that shape, and I can just put some canned data into test my code while I edit it.
Yeah, so one of the things we thought about, because like obviously the sorting and filtering and that table livelet's not going to work on a petabyte of data in real time. So we were thinking about ways to just extract a sample of the data set. I think figuring out the UX for how to represent what's local and what's remote is probably the harder part, as opposed to like the technical implementation details. It's just figuring out how to do that in a way that's clear and obvious what's going on.
I want. That's the coolest thing I've seen in a while. I think, apart from all the climate uses, which are great, I would just like this for teaching my first years.
Yeah.
But how big is the team doing this currently?
I think Cyrus can answer that better than I can.
So we are teaching with Cyrus right now, so happy to.
That sounds cool too, but how many of you are working on this right now?
I have about 30 undergrads and maybe another dozen open source contributors at the moment, and
that's a pretty big
4
team.
or 5
maybe it was
graduate
like
students.
3 of you.
What's that?
I thought it was maybe like 3 of you.
Well, undergraduates are taking classes, so maybe 5 hours a week each. So maybe it adds up to, a half
I'm amazed
half
you
dozen
get useful
people.
work out of undergrads, but good for you. But the serious thing I want to say is we've got some people here, like the Cambridge lab, that has resources. And I hope during the discussion we talk about how to get you more resources. Because this is great, but if it's one team, it'll come slowly. If you get more teams doing it, it will come faster.
I think
I
that's
really, really like this stuff. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think a broader discussion about supporting research programmers, which I think was brought up in the prior talk, is actually really important in this field, right? There's a bunch of engineering needs beyond the research needs. So I'm happy to talk more about that. Yeah.
Cool. Well, in which case, we're about to change form, but before we do that, can we please thank Alexander?
Thank you.
those can then inform kind of discussion on how like the kind of programming language community and other aspects of CS can get involved there. Dominic, do you want to take us through how you envisage this session going?
Yeah.
Yes. So this is, the first of the kind of discussion-y bits. There'll be some more talks after the break. My idea for this is to do what's called a fishbowl. So there are 3 seats in the fishbowl, of which we'll start with Patrick, Michael, and myself. And then if you would like to contribute in some way, like you want to contribute your own experience or ask a question or something like that, then you have to displace someone from the fishbowl. Try not to hog your spot in the fishbowl as well. But then it gives a chance to kind of focus the discussion, but with us in the bowl. And we'll if you got my questions at the end of your slides,
yes.
The questions to then sort of focus on once we've given these examples are about to appear on the screen, perchance.
Oh, it's not mirroring. Oh my god.
I will say the questions.
If you give me a sec. I don't know actually how to use a computer.
Yeah.
I've just been making mental notes of questions that discussions that didn't get answered. So if no one volunteers to go into fishbowl, I'll start nominating people. For example, Cyrus to continue that discussion about software resources as well.
Yeah, and if you could monitor the chat for it, thanks, Daniel. Yeah. Okay, so the kind of the fishbowl topics are about this, like sort of it's a chance to share any other sort of multidisciplinary initiatives that people are involved in, talk about how we can do multidisciplinary work effectively, how to get involved in such things, how do we support experimental work and publish results, and where do we divide between tools, practices, and staffing. So we're going to start in the bowl, and you're going to say a bit about those things, I think. But these are very well-trained fish at the beginning. They have slides. So these are our discussants. So we as part of POPL, we did ask for people to put themselves forward as discussants, which these fine people did. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, squeeze in.
Cool. Yep. Thank you very much. My name is Patrick. I'm a PhD student in the Department of Computer Science at the University of Cambridge. For the last 2 years, 1 year as a research assistant and 1 year as a PhD, I've been working with a bunch of ecologists and plant scientists on avoided deforestation projects. So the idea here is to look at avoided deforestation projects in the tropical moist forest region, so that's near the equator, and decide how much additional carbon is actually in these projects as a way to kind of work out just how effective they are at actually trying to keep trees there. Of course, there's a lot more besides just carbon. There's things like livelihoods, there's things like biodiversity, as we've seen today, but this is one thing that we're looking at to try and do quantitatively. What we want to show here is like some of the pain points that we struggled with that maybe are obvious, but also not so obvious until you're actually doing the coding and you're just a computer scientist trying to understand the ecology, but also do good computer science at the same time. So on the right here, we've got a visualization of some of the analysis that we do. It's a counterfactual scenario. So the points in green are an avoided deforestation project, and then these are matched to other areas within the country that are supposed to be very similar for some set of matching variables. And the idea here is that we can project kind of through time just what's happening outside the project and then compare it to what's happening inside the project. And hopefully what we'll see is that the project's actually doing a good job at keeping trees there, and so it has additional carbon. And the graph on the left is supposed to show these trajectories at the point where the project starts, and we see that the project is hopefully being additional, and unfortunately a lot of the rest of the country is losing trees, which isn't that surprising given how much deforestation and things like that are happening. To try and be quick about this as well, I'm just going to go straight to one of the problems that we had, which was that in order to do this analysis, we need a bunch of data sets. That can be things like accessibility maps, which are kind of these proxies to just how close are you to things like roads or cities. It can be things like elevation maps. We want to have pixels that match on each other that are kind of at the same elevation, because that impacts things like what trees grow there, what biodiversity is there. And then one of the other ones is land use class. So that's basically saying, is this area of forest deforested? Is it undisturbed forest? Is it degraded? Is it regrowth, water, or something else? And so these maps, the two colors to really pay attention to are kind of mostly green and mostly orange, and what they mean. So green is kind of forested, the dark green is completely undisturbed, and then that moves through degraded and regrowth. And then orange is deforested. And so the two images are for an area of Indonesia in the year 2008. But one of them is downloaded in the year 2021, and one is downloaded in the year 2022 from the same URL. And hopefully you can tell from the two that they are not the same. And in fact, the one on the right, the newer version, has a lot more deforestation in this area, in this particular area. And so the problem here is that the URL that we get these from is not necessarily versioned. And the backstory to this is quite anecdotal. My colleague Michael and I do a lot of work together, and we were trying to work out why we weren't getting the same numbers for exactly the same code running on exactly the same data. And of course, we weren't running on exactly the same data. I had downloaded some data, put it somewhere. Michael had used some other bit of data that we downloaded at some other time. And it took us maybe a week or two to work out actually our inputs just weren't the same at all. And so there's two kind of problems there. One is that where we were getting the data from wasn't necessarily versioned or easy for us to check if it was versioned. And then the tools that we were using, which is just the shell and Python scripts, weren't telling us anything about that either. They were just consuming the data and giving us outputs, and we were just trying to compare offline or over Slack or whatever kind of communication you use, and that ended up wasting a lot of time for us. Again, I think this problem is probably quite obvious, but not to us until we kind of started doing this analysis, and it's one of those things that I think within the computer science world, we're quite good at thinking about version control, things like Git and these sorts of things, but versioning big data sets is quite hard. And it's kind of an area that maybe requires a bit more focus from us. Another thing is that the complexity of these pipelines is huge. And I think computer science offers a way of making them even more complex than they ever were. It's easy to write more code and run more analysis and put more data in and add more layers and do more things. And trying to get some kind of grasp of this complexity and what kind of uncertainty is compounded through different versions of data, different versions of code, different versions of libraries, all these things over time becomes very, very difficult, and we can do a lot better, I think. And we've certainly struggled with trying to get a grasp of these problems, and hopefully we're trying to build some tools to make that a little easier.
I mean, I think that was what led to my question earlier, Vashti, was the, and I actually have an equivalent slide, but so this is our code and all of its dependencies, but they're all not just our software, they're many software. So yeah, so I have a similar story to tell. And so I worked with another group of ecologists. This is for the life metric that Drew mentioned earlier, where we're trying to calculate biodiversity, the impact of biodiversity in landscape change. And I was acting as a sort of kind of embedded software engineer in the team. So I'm both trying to pull out research ideas that we might work on to help improve things, but I'm also just there to get the job done. And kind of this one is kind of fascinating to me because I was brought in because they were struggling. And on the surface of it, the core algorithm, an area of habitat calculation that is a kind of key point in a lot of these biodiversity analysis. This is a standard technique, well kind of represented in literature. You're taking that range that Drew was on about, like where the species might be found, and you can turn that into a binary layer. It's a lot of ones and zeros, and then the data you get also, the elevation an animal will typically be found in. So I can take a high resolution elevation map and turn that into a binary layer where the species might be found there. And I can do similar for habitat maps. And then you just multiply those 3 layers and you get a result, right? So that algorithmically is really simple to think about and kind of, it trips off the tongue very easily. But where it falls over is just the scale. And the ecologists were just couldn't get it to run in a real. When I joined, they were taking about a month to do all 40,000 species that are on the IUCN Red List. And we got that down to days by understanding computer systems, right? Like just understanding like this map is 150 gigabytes. This map is 150 gigabytes, right? These are like not trivial amounts of data, but they look like images, so we can treat them as if they're trivial data. But computer systems tend to fall over when you throw that much at it. Like Linux will just do the out-of-memory thing and shoot your process. Then kind of another example of kind of where friction occurs is this is the pipeline for life, which is kind of similar to Patrick's, but this isn't in a CI system, right? There was a comment we got on Discord, was like, how does this kind of map to CI? What happens here is that Alice will edit this script and generate that result, and then Bob will take the next bit, but he can't get it working, so he'll pass it to Carol. Carol will do some edits and generate a file. That goes back to Bob, and then Alice doesn't even know Carol was involved, and just across this, right? And that's fine when you're doing experimental, we don't know what's going on, but when you're trying to make publish results that will inform politicians, that will have impact on actual, do we cut down a forest or not, that's scary to me, right? So, and then, I'm not going to go into detail. I think we've all kind of seen floating point number errors. This is real, right? So these hit us. And why do we have to have kind of, computer details propping up that we expect ecologists to deal with? So as a kind of interdisciplinary thing, kind of, it's fine when you've got this kind of, it's not fine, right? I don't scale. You can't put me in every ecologist project. And I think the challenge to some degree for us is how do we scale us to help those that are actually trying to do the labor to save the planet? So that's my bit.
Great, thank you. I think this is working, yeah. About 10, 11, 12 years ago or something like that, I was having conversations with various earth scientists in Cambridge who were talking about their code, and they were saying, we're a bit worried about bugs. It's quite hard to squash out all the bugs. And I said, there's an entire field of research right there waiting for you. Let me show you this thing called COC. All of these amazing tools that have been developed in our community are just not really accessible to people in, say, climate science. So what we started about 10 plus years ago is developing static analysis tools for Fortran. Fortran is the lingua franca of global climate models, of large-scale climate models for sort of historical reasons. But it's okay because Fortran is like a nicer version of C, at least, with an effect system and first-class arrays and things like that. So the project was really just looking at, well, can we build targeted verification tools that are very lightweight, don't have to understand logic, higher-order logic things, stuff like that. So that's how I sort of started getting involved, and we talked to lots of scientists around the place and looked at kind of some of the things they were worried about and some of the kind of specifications we could develop. So we developed that tool, and it's kind of ongoing. It got deployed at the Met Office for about a year or so on their big model. We had a knowledge transfer partnership where we had a postdoc who went and spent some time with them. And that kind of snowballed into what I do now. And I guess my prop is just this logo. So we have this thing at Cambridge called the Institute of Computing for Climate Science. And it's a multidisciplinary institute, mathematicians, computer scientists, machine learning, software engineers. And we work with 6 large climate science projects around the world. We have software engineers who are sort of embedded in working with those teams. And then we have the sort of research side looking at the problems that come out of that and thinking about how can we build programming language systems and tools to support climate scientists for the years ahead. So Rolly is part of that as well. So one thing led to another, I suppose, and it's nice. It's been a nice environment to learn from what climate scientists are doing.
And so a common thread here is that we're all stumbling into these multidisciplinary things. So what now? It's time to kick some fish out of the fishbowl. Would anyone like to, not me, would anyone who hasn't spoken yet like to step up and reflect on some of these questions and perhaps talk about some of the multidisciplinary things you're involved in, or any other part of the question here, really? Come right ahead and come right in the middle here. I'm going to try and hold everyone to about a minute so we can we have time for a few people to come in as well. So don't be offended if I start kicking fish out. And also, please do just introduce yourself briefly and give your affiliation.
Yeah, hi, I'm Martin Lester from the University of Reading. One project that my university has had is what they call the Open Research Champions, where they try to promote open research, so open access, but also the reproducibility across all kinds of disciplines. And that's been reasonably successful. But what I actually wanted to tell you about is that we're hiring lecturers at the moment. So
excellent.
If anyone wants a job on
He's a shark.
I'm in.
Environmental science or whatever. We're a mid-ranking computer science department, but the university does host a very prestigious and successful meteorology department. So I think it's ranked 5th in the world, and we were top in some sort of people and climate league table recently. So if you want a computer science lecturer job, doing computer science, but in some kind of area like this, please do come and speak to me about this at the end of this session.
Thank you. Now, I'm actually going to volunteer our AV chair because I was hearing about some really interesting work on computing and climate science education. So, Caroline, please come in.
Hi. Okay, my name is Caroline. I have a bit of a complicated bio. In short, I do English literature, I do climate impact research, and I do programming languages. So I'm going to skip the history behind that. But I volunteer with a nonprofit organization. We're called Climate Science. You can find us on climatescience.org. And what we do is we are an educational nonprofit, and we create learning materials all around climate science, about the science behind it and not behind the politics, even though, sometimes it's difficult to draw the line, but we talk about the science and we talk about impact of policies, of course, as well. And our approach is that it is supposed to be accessible for everyone. So we do not assume any specific knowledge. We do not assume that the reader knows scientific language. We try to make it interactive so that, you don't have to just read a long text, black on white, and we're almost completely volunteer run. So I think, thank you for pulling up the website. It's been around for 3 or 4 years. Actually, it was founded by an undergraduate student at Cambridge. Climatescience.org.
I can't see what I'm typing.
Yeah, exactly. So if you click to learn, or maybe I can also.
Yeah. Oh, it's really hard to drive this thing. I'm getting.
It's mirrored. Oh goodness, this is gonna be. Courses. So we have a bunch of different courses on different subjects. And for example, if you look at the food and farming course, we then have subsections. I'm sorry, I'm not sure this is working. We have more subchapters looking at different things, for example, genetic engineering. And what is our strong point is that we don't want to register. Oh goodness. I think I'm just going to talk. I think this is faster. What our point is that all of our context is peer reviewed, all of our content. And we do yearly quality assurance. And if you see a text on our website, you cannot see it now, but there's a lot of blue links in there, because every single fact that is on our website is either cited from some UN website or from a scientific research paper. So if you want to get involved in this, I'm a volunteer with them. We're almost completely volunteer run. Reach out to us. Yeah, that's it. Yes.
Does that experience does that experience give you any? Oh God, bloody hell! Sorry. Does that experience kind of give you any kind of things that, if you look at this community, you think, oh, if only that was solved, this would be so much better getting out.
I think what is I think what is sometimes difficult is finding the right sources, because the way you sort of go on Google and you're like, oh, I want to write about this specific form of carbon emission in this industry, and then you have to find the right papers. So I think what would be helpful from, for example, institutions such as 4C, that we can just go to the website and find the papers, and that they have abstracts that are very informative and sort of explain what is going on in not too technical language, so that you can find the right papers. And then if the paper is, of course, difficult to read, you at least know that the effort you put into reading it is worth it, because you've arrived at the correct, information.
Thank you. Patrick.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So these are the things I think are extremely important, because if you look at the science of climate change and so on, it's sort of more or less settled. Of course, we don't know details and so on, but we know that stuff are going in the wrong direction and we need to change a lot. So getting the public or the general understanding of science at a higher level is very important, especially for democracies, because you have to vote for the next government and so on. So nobody will take sort of daring decisions on changing things. But so it's great stuff. I was going to mention another kind of thing which is related to this, which is I've been working with the Plotsam Institute for Climate Impact Research for a number of years, and there will be a talk a bit later by my collaborator Nicola Botta there. But I just wanted to mention that one of the interesting challenges from a programming languages point of view is when I got first pulled in, they wanted to talk about coupling models. And I thought, well, okay, you take two models and you put them together. That's nothing very strange. But the thing is that the models are of very different type. So you can have an Earth system model or an ocean model or something like that, which is like basically physics. You integrate over time some differential equations and you get the time series of data. And then the economy people, because they wanted to couple this to a good model of economy, they say, oh, well, we'll describe the state of the world as one time step per month, and when they have a vector of the next 10 years, that's 120 elements, and then we optimize our equations and we get, poof, the trajectory. So it's not integrating anything, it's just finding the optimum vector of states of the world or something like that. And how on earth do you couple these two systems? Because they're sort of completely different kind. And also, I mean, sometimes you have probabilities involved, you want a monadic result perhaps. So there are all of these different ways of modeling things and just connecting them together. So I think that was I mean, I don't come here to say what solutions we have for it, but I'm just saying that that's an interesting aspect that I think programming languages research can come in and be useful.
Well, I was just going to propose Sylvie to comment on just from the verification perspective, but
yes, absolutely, and that's like still a challenge even amongst like just climate science itself, because people want to move bits of models around between other models. So classic thing is having a subgrid model of some process, and you build it in one place and you want to move it into another model because you think, oh, this is actually a really good model of precipitation, and actually there's still a lot of challenges around that.
Yes, that's not one thing. So this is, of course, I knew about all the kinds of problems you have when you have different grids, for example, or different time steps. And those are sort of challenging by themselves. But this was sort of like, it tickled my brain because it was a kind of mismatch between models of a completely different level. They were sort of the wrong types completely. Anyway.
Yeah, so Vashti, then Sylvie, and Patrick, you can rotate out.
Okay, so I worked across disciplines, many different disciplines, including biology, and right now this is probably the start of interdisciplinary work across climate science, I hope it is. And one thing that I have been experiencing when dealing with data provenance is everybody says data provenance is really, really important, but nobody has any time to spend on providing the information for it. So I'm talking to Earth observation people at the National Physical Laboratory because they have weird data sets that get changed. They go back in time and change their data sets, and there seem to be major issues there. So hopefully they will have time to actually talk about data provenance, but this is a stumbling block that people think provenance is important, but they don't put any time into it.
I wasn't ready to be fished, but it seems I had no choice. So no problem. My name is Sylvie Belder. I'm a scientist in France, and I've been working with mathematicians for a while now, nearly 20 years. And I have two things to say. I'm also a floating point expert, so I was not surprised by that thing. But people get surprised that 0 is not 0, something like it's not, computation are not correct, and so you don't get what you expect. And so for reproducibility in particular, it may be very complicated. I had friends who had the same program on the same Java program on 2 different architectures that wasn't giving the same answer, so that's real problems. But I wanted to talk about the first one, what multidisciplinarity initiatives are people involved in. And I've been working with mathematicians, and one thing that nobody spoke about is that, you know, speaking with people of other domain, it's hard because they don't speak the same language as you are. So I've been thinking this morning that we spend a lot of time and energy to teach computer science to people who are not taught computer science. So there are examples this morning that people are programming for 10 years, but they don't have any computer science learning at the beginning. So maybe we should think about teaching computer science. That's all.
I'm Benjamin Pierce from University of Pennsylvania. I would like to advertise 2 things briefly. We have PEN is part of a multidisciplinary effort going on, starting up in the United States, hopefully with fingers crossed, with funding from the National Science Foundation, a group of programming language people, that's me, and architecture people, and machine learning people, and economists, trying to understand how to model and optimize trade-offs between operational carbon in computing and embodied carbon in computing. So this is approaching the problem of minimizing carbon footprint of computing in a sort of holistic way. If people are interested in that, I would love to talk to you. The second thing I would like to advertise very briefly is there is a large overlap between the computer science community and the board gaming community. And those of you that are interested in board games or willing to be and have not yet encountered this one should look up Daybreak board game.
That's this evening sorted, all right?
Write down Daybreak first. So one thing we talked about collaboration in the Hazel setting, but I think more broadly, you can see this room is full of people that are interested in this topic. We all have friends that want to get involved in climate science organizations. So there's like a huge amount of interest in helping fix this big problem that we face as humans, right? And I think it is really hard to get involved in ways that actually leverage the individual skills of all of the people that we know, right? It's easy to go join an organization and maybe go to a protest, and that's very valuable. But all of these people that know a little bit of data analysis, that can do a little bit of data journalism, that can advocate for ways in which we can make our conferences more climate friendly, right? If you could do a little bit of data journalism and say, if we change our menu to be vegetarian, this is what impact it would have, right? My vision is really for that to be as easy as it is to go and edit a page on Wikipedia, okay? Like, I think that is what we need if we want to leverage the collective abilities of all of the people that care about this problem. Yeah.
It's actually really interesting that you mentioned that particular example because I am part of a student activist group, and one of the things that we have so much bike shedding over is what would be enough in terms of actions. And some people say we are going too far in what we're advocating and we're worried about backlash, or some people say that, oh, this small step would be enough. And if we could have access to the University Catering Services data, link it up to some sort of standard food emissions and run through different counterfactuals and go to the university and say, look, you're not living up to your own principles, that'd be super important. I came into the Fishbowl to talk about 2 slightly related things. One is I did an internship at a major software engineering company over the summer at Meta, and they have a very interesting approach to programming language engineering, which is very much developer-oriented, and it's kind of businessy, but I think here it makes a lot of sense, which is who is your customer, and what skills can you use, what of your skills can you use to solve their problems. Of course, if you tell this to a bunch of people who are hired for their research jobs, it's a bit humbling. But I think there's something valuable to be learned there. And they're approaching it with, okay, what are developer efficiency metrics that we can use? And maybe it's a bit ambitious, but that would be a really good guiding star, saying, okay, what's the sort of productivity metrics that we expect for research climate scientists or other fields like pandemic modeling and prevention. And the second thing is, from a personal experience, I'm coming to the end of a very productive, hopefully, a PhD in programming language theory, and I've enjoyed it, but I'm looking to pivot at this point. And we probably really want to think about pipelines. I think the latent demand is very much there, but if we have summer schools and 8-week programs or longer programs, and we have the gradations, then we can nurture that talent without necessarily expecting it to just show up at your doorstep, so to speak. So anything which nurtures a good pipeline and has that, obviously it takes a while to organize, but something is better than nothing, and then that can be improved upon.
Do you mean pipeline of people from our community?
And very quickly.
Oh yeah, I think right. Well, sorry, I just wanted to clarify. Do you mean like pipeline of people from our community into ecology, climate science, or the other way? Or I just want to clarify.
Yeah, I think I mean just general. You know, you got your first year computer science graduates. Most of them come because they've realized that programming, the pay to effort ratio of programming is actually pretty good compared to other jobs. But you know, some of them also have a heart, and they're just there because okay, this is interesting. It's a well-paid job, but if you can kind of reach to them and say, look, you can also do other useful stuff. Yeah, there's communities, and I can speak about this more kind of in the break, but there are other communities who've had a lot of success with this sort of model, saying, look, if you care about this particular issue, you don't worry about your background. We will give you the base training and contacts, but we just need your interest to come on and sign up.
So continue this discussion in the break. It's been wonderful to hear so many voices from the audience talk about this. And we have, in the wrapping up session, we've got half an hour for us to figure out concrete actions and plans and how we can start pooling our resources. So I think this is a great kind of starting ramp for us to figure out what we're going to do next. So for now, into the break, and then we'll go into the final session in about 25 minutes. Thank you all. Thank you for
Yes, well, that was exactly it.
Get up. Oh, wait. There you go. The problem of cable management. Also finding the HDMI ports.
Might want to bit flip this one.
Sorry?
You might want to bit flip this one.
Oh, actually, that's kind of a little bit deliberate because I I put my company name over here, and I'm not sure that they'd want that on YouTube, so I just kept it there.
I just have to look it up otherwise.
I'll when we're talking outside, I'll flip it around. But yeah, my name's Sharon.
Okay.
Looking forward to catching up.
Of that one.
Oh, very cool. Super exciting. I'm hoping the answer is yes. Yeah. Hey. Yeah, absolutely. Cool, makes sense.
If you
on the
clip,
collar?
yeah, clip this to your collar, just so it's pointing towards your mouth as much as close as possible. Cool. And if you clip this to one of your pockets, probably just so that it is pointing sort of outwards.
Would that be fine?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Cool.
Just turn it on. Good to go. So when you're finished with your talk sessions and everything, don't touch it while it's turned on. Just come over to the side.
Sounds good.
I think the next talk is remote, so I should need to get on to it.
Okay, cool. Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Would you like me to count down to the end of your time or the end of your time before questions?
Time before questions, ideally. I'm going to try to leave since I have questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will give you, you've got 20 minutes, I think. I will give you 15 minutes.
Yeah. Sounds good. I might not be able to cover it until then, but I'm going to try to finish it in 15. If I can't, then I'll overrun my, yeah.
Just want to mention, talk into this if you can.
Will
Feel
do.
free to move it if that's not quite.
Cool, will do. Thank you. Thank you.
We just have
Cool, thank you.
Hello, welcome back everyone to this final session of the day. We have two presentations and then we'll be more discussion with plans for going forward. So our first... Hopefully you all heard me because I was loud in the room, but the people online probably didn't, but I didn't say anything that they need to hear. So we'll start with our first speaker of the session, who is Sharan Agrawal, and he will be talking about the work that he's been doing, that he did in his MPhil, which looks at agent-based models for investigating the questions we're interested in, and I'll hand over to him.
Cool, thank you very much. All right, really excited to speak to you guys here. So I'll be talking about some work that I did during my MPhil with Anil and Keshav at Cambridge. In particular, this is about scalable agent-based models. Actually, there's two key things over here. There's the word scalable and the word optimized. And the key point of this presentation is to talk about how we can take models and turn them into something that is useful for policy design, both by sort of like scaling them to the kind of like scales you need for policies that affect the planet, so planetary scales, as well as trying to give decision makers the ability to pull levers in a systematic way, rather than just throw guesses at a model and hope it kind of works. This is particularly, we examined this particularly in the context of the applications to the economics of biodiversity and carbon. So I'll be speaking about it through that lens, but hopefully it's something that's transferable to other areas as well. So I mean, I feel like most talks about climate change begin with like a doom and gloom statement. So this is no different. We are, we all know that we're in the middle of sort of several existential crises, including climate change and sort of the decimation of global biodiversity. And while scientific advancement is pretty critical to meeting these challenges, it's really transformations in the aggregate behavior of society that will be instrumental in deciding how we meet these challenges and whether we do. And that really comes down to policy. Policymaking is incredibly hard. It is difficult to get global coordination, and once policy is made, it's incredibly difficult to change, and it has a lasting impact on all of our futures. So therefore, there is a need to make policymaking easier, or there's a need to build something, a tool that policymakers can use in which they can experiment more effectively with different hypotheses that they have before actually sort of going to the table and negotiating them with other parties. And while no model is correct, some are definitely useful, and a useful, understandable model that's expressed in the right framework and gives policymakers the tools they need to be able to make the decisions or do the experiments they need to do can be very valuable. Now, there is a bit of a gap. So traditionally, environmental policy uses integrated assessment models that rely on DSGs, dynamic stochastic general equilibrium models, and that effectively means it's a type of model that makes a lot of assumptions, including rational agents and behavior that's occurring in a completely equilibrium context, which by definition, things like climate change are not. So there's been an increased use of ABMs over the last decade or so, and probably hopefully continuing something that will continue to happen, an increased use of ABMs as alternatives where you can capture very nonlinear emergent phenomena by basically simulating the behavior of different agents, each with their own state in a sort of like context and letting that play out and observing the output. It's basically just a different type of model that doesn't rely on those kind of assumptions of rationality and equilibrium. Now, there is a gap between what ABM frameworks right now we think can do and what is actually necessary for these kind of policy designs to happen. Critically, the ease of use, the ability to scale, and most critically, large-scale parameter calibration is something that ABMs don't do very well. If you think about like an ABM that has, let's say, 1,000 agents, you have 1,000 parameters you need to calibrate. Most econometric models don't really get up to those scales. So that's something we try to address. And some of the key contributions of this work are developing this library called Salvo, which basically tackles like point 2 and point 3 that you'll see there, which is how do we actually take advantage of things like vectorization, hardware acceleration to achieve scale, and also distribution, and how do we also take techniques from machine learning literature and apply that to massive scale calibration of parameters in ABMs. The first part I won't talk about so much in this presentation, but I just wanted to use it to set context. We developed a model called the VDSKB, full form is over there, which builds on a model called the DSK, which integrates the economy and the climate, and we modified it to also include a feedback from the biosphere, using work done by Das Gupta, a very influential economist on the economics of biodiversity. That was the kind of context we were trying to implement in. So very much a real-world model that's highly complex and nuanced that we hope to sort of scale. So we identified kind of 5 criteria that like an ABM framework needs to achieve to actually be useful at policy design. Scale. Planetary scale ABMs will definitely need to be able to scale across networks of devices. They'll need to be able to take advantage of hardware acceleration to really achieve the kind of speed we need for these kind of simulations. Most critically, they'll have to be usable. It would be great if we could get this into the hands of non-CS expert scientists who are able to use frameworks that don't require figuring out how you can do message passing between different nodes in order to achieve distribution across different channels. Calibration is incredibly important. No model is useful without calibration. You need something that takes a model, fits it to observed data, and then determines whether it's useful or not. Finally, something that's very useful is also creating optimized policies endogenously within the framework itself. You have thousands of levers to pull in agent-based models. You can guesstimate sort of what those, how to pull those levers, or hopefully we can have a framework that actually allows you to optimize those levers and figure out if you are asking a particular question or trying to optimize to a particular goal, what would the levers, what would be the best levers to pull and how. So, I mean, this slide is a lot, but intuitively, an agent-based model is quite simple. You take a bunch of different agents, give each of them their own state and their own set of actions, and you put them in environments where they can interact, you simulate them, and you study the results. And there's many different formalisms that can fit this pattern. For instance, Flame uses a communicating X machines-based formalism. Over here, we developed one from scratch by making a super basic observation basically, that says, the only real input to an ABM is the initial state and the configuration. Now, if you can formalize a bunch of different parts of the ABM into sort of different chunks like this, we can just separate it out just to keep it clear in our minds. In particular, we can start with a set of, let's say, agents of a bunch of different types, J different types. You give each of them their state, and you can partition the state between a shared state where agents have to kind of collaborate together to update it, and a state which each agent owns themselves. And you can solve the problem of updating shared states using a dependency graph. You can also give them a set of exogenous inputs in the context of messages. You can also give them, critically, agent functions, which are like agent state is updated by a set of agent functions which express the actions of those agents on its state and broadcast those state updates to basically all the agents that they're connected through an edge graph. And that you can see that this takes inspirations from data flow computing models, where every node is effectively an agent that's kind of passing state to each other and updating the state based on all the received inputs. This is pretty abstract, so let's talk about something that's not really that much less abstract, but hopefully should make it a little bit more clear. One of the goals of ABMs is to compute measurements of the final state. Like, let's say you're creating a model that tries to predict what temperature is going to be 20 years from now. And you want to see whether it's 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 5 degrees, whatever. So that could be one stated outcome of an ABM. And one of the components in the formalism is a set of measurement functions, which summarize the agent state, and that can be used as targets for both calibration and optimization. So if we wanted to compute the measurements of our final state, we can actually see using this formalism that this kind of breaks down very elegantly and recursively as repeated applications of an agent-based function. And what you get down to when you just expand this all the way down to the bottom is just your initial state and your set of parameters. And this is actually pretty powerful because if your agent functions in this kind of formalism are differentiable and deterministic, then the ABM itself is differentiable. And that's really cool because then you can calculate basically the gradients of your measurement function with respect to parameters and use backpropagation to train this at sort of neural network scales. And even in the case where you don't have differentiable deterministic agent functions, we proposed a method where you can use reinforcement learning with Gaussian process surrogate models of the agents to kind of achieve something that's still pretty scalable, not quite to the same level. It's not something that I'll go to too much in this presentation. It's definitely more art than science, but that's definitely a very interesting avenue to explore. So, okay, I was wondering about this slide, but there's going to be a lot, and it's definitely a lot. So. I'll ignore this. And what I'm going to say is that we implemented Salvo basically based on a formalism as a wrapper around JAX. Why JAX? Well, basically to take advantage of the work of hundreds of engineers who worked on it and built it into something very powerful. But effectively, if our agent functions, don't know what JAX is. Oh, sure, yeah. JAX is basically a HPC framework in Python, sort of like PyTorch and TensorFlow. It abstracts how code is executed away from the user. So the user defines, I want to do this computation. JAX says, OK, let me take that computation, let me compile it into something that is either specific to a particular device, like a GPU, or tries to optimize it for the platform that it's actually running on, and goes and executes it in a way that's way faster than just writing a for loop in Python. So another way to say it is just a common machine learning library that people use. And it can be incredibly, so we considered sort of like many different frameworks like PyTorch or like PyTorch or TensorFlow, but JAX ended up being sort of like a winner among sort of many different dimensions. Happy to discuss that, but I'll move on to the next one just because I want to keep this on time. So in order to actually make this concrete, like what this actually represents, what Salvo is, and how you actually use it, I won't talk about the VDSKB model in much detail, but the key thing to take away from this slide is it is a complex real-world ABM that tries to integrate basically economic flows, like a model of the economy, along with a model of, like a simplistic model of the climate, and take that and integrate that with a model of the biosphere that we sort of like took inspiration from the Dust-Script report for. And while the key thing I wanted to illustrate with this slide is that while this can be complex, while this models a bunch of different things, ultimately the equations that govern, or say that decide what's happening are pretty simple. They're just multiplications, divisions, additions, nothing really all that nuanced. And because one of the key ways in which we can take advantage of computation through JAX is if agent state can be made representable as tensors, you can get massive efficiencies through hardware acceleration. You can get them executed across things like TPUs and GPUs in a very effective way. So how does one actually implement this model in Salvo? Salvo is basically a transpiler that goes from a DSL to an actual JAX program that executes. It's relatively straightforward in the sense that all you really need to do is take 4 steps. You need to, in your ABM, you need to identify what your agent functions are and vectorize the implementations where possible. You need to define the state flow between different agent types. You need to define also the dependency between how different agent functions activate, like when does each one run, and that has a lot of opportunities for parallelism. And then finally, you define what the initial state is and the parameters, and you go and execute it. And like this is still pretty abstract, so let's look at some concrete examples of ABMs. This is one in which you have, it's called the forest fires ABM. You have a grid that has a bunch of trees, and you have fires that are set at random points in that grid. We simulate basically what happens to that forest based on a set of rules, and along with random regrowth, and see how that forest basically initially burns down to an extent and then regrows over time. So this is just a classic ABM that we use for illustration. And this is an example of the dependency graph that we can define as well as the state flow graph, where each of our agent functions, and agent functions is a pretty broad term here. They're expressed as what can basically execute now versus what needs to wait for other things to execute before they can start running. The Salvo transpiler takes that, converts it into a computation graph. You can see that roughly from this algorithm. And that computation graph is then sort of executed via JAX. Now, this is another example of what the actual code looks like for Salvo. You define your agent function. In this case, is for an ABM called circles, where you just have a bunch of circles which decide where to move based on all the other circles around them. So it's something that is theoretically quite difficult to compute. It's something called the fixed radius nearest neighbor search, but is also still pretty implementable in Salvo, where you have one agent function that computes what every agent should be doing. You have your initial set of parameters. You have a state flow and dependency graph, your initial set of initial state, and then you simply import Salvo, build the simulation, and execute it. So going quickly into evaluation, we built the VDSKB model, again, a fairly complex real-world model within Salvo, and 2 things kind of jumped out. Number one, because we used Python and JAX as sort of a basis for Salvo, because of one of our goals of usability, the number of lines of code that we needed to use to implement VDSK was actually not much at all. It was 2,000 compared to 9,000 for the DSK implementation, which used another ABM framework called LSD, which uses sort of like a C++ based DSL. Moreover, the time taken is actually pretty good because, again, we're taking advantage of JAX built by, I think it was, so built by Google, which has incredibly optimized code that's actually running these computations underneath the hood. And even further to that, when we scaled the model to, let's say, 5 times bigger, because our agent states were able to still fit in GPU VRAM, there wasn't really that much of an overhead in computing that. You just had more threads basically running on the GPU to do the computations and spitting back the same results. Whereas LSD, which is albeit compiled code running on a machine, actually did scale, as the agent state's size scaled. Similarly, we have pretty good execution performance compared to some other modern frameworks like agents.jl, which is a brilliant ABM framework in Julia, and also Flame, which is a C++-based framework which also supports GPU acceleration. Now, 2 quick things to talk about are the evaluation for basically what happens when we try to create optimized policies through Salvo. So what we're trying to do here is this is an ABM which consists of basically a bunch of different birds that are spread across a grid. Now, the raison d'etre of the birds is to converge to a centroid point. In a default world, they'll converge basically to the center. And what we're trying to do is get them to move their centroid from here to about here, so slightly to the lower left corner. Now, that's actually a pretty non-trivial thing to do because it requires the coordination of all these different birds, to move the centroid of the flock. And using backpropagation, we learned about 50,000 parameters, like neural network scale of parameters, that learned a very non-trivial policy per bird to figure out how to do this. And what actually happened is that a bunch of birds were flung out into the distance, sort of along this edge and that edge, in order to actually move the centroid of the flock while the other birds were converging to that lower left corner. And only when that centroid had moved did the other birds sort of converge back to a point. So that was actually a pretty good, useful application, pretty interesting applications of backpropagation. And we also had an example of reinforcement-based learning for a stochastic, non-differentiable ABM. But I'll quickly conclude with just some future avenues of research. Salvo is a transpiler, so it works best when you can figure out how you can place your agent state best across different devices, right? So figuring out how we can do device placement optimally, figuring out how we can actually accelerate, represent state as tensors most effectively, how we can help users build agent functions which are vectorized and able to take advantage of these speedups. These are all really interesting open research avenues that we can take to this just very initial experimentation. So I'll stop there if anyone has any questions or if you have time.
Do we have any questions? One at the front here.
So do all the agents share the same policy, or each of them has a unique policy?
That's a great point. The way that I implemented it was every agent of the same type is implemented as sort of like an individual agent function, but you can have agents of different types that have different agent functions. So you can have arbitrary different policies, but you might have like one agent, a human who is a banker, let's say, who has the same policy but different state and therefore behaves differently, and you can implement that as like one big vectorized function that's operating on their state.
Yeah, so each type of agents will have a different set of actions, available actions.
They could have a different set of actions, they could have a set of different state, different measurement inputs, different measurements, etc.
Yeah, so how do you evaluate the value or the score of their their collective actions?
Yeah, so the collective actions produce an update to the state. And if your state is represented as basically tensors, you can run another function on that state to compute whatever your measurement is. So let's say that you had, for example, a bunch of different firms that were working, so that were operating in an economy, they produced emissions. Your agent function would take the current state of the economy, produce the new state of the economy plus emissions. And then you could have a measurement function which computes, for instance, does a summation across all those emissions to say, okay, in this period, all the firms that are running produced X amount of CO2. So it's just, running more functions on state.
So do you use a critic network to evaluate the state, the value of the state?
Nothing so fancy. Like in this case, you just have a vectorized function, whatever vectorized function you want. It can be arbitrarily complex or super simple. In this case, you just sum it. Like you have your state represented as a tensor, you find the right part of the tensor to sum, and you sum.
All right, thank you.
Okay, question at the back there.
So just in terms of programming languages, I understand this is a Python embedded DSL that you write things in terms of agents, which then compiles to a Python embedded DSL the right things in terms of tensors, which then compiles that to GPUs and whatever fancy things. Okay. I just wanted to get that straight.
Yeah, relatively.
And what support is there if you you could write some fancy agent thing and it doesn't compile well to tensors? What happens then?
So the middle layer, like the JAX transpiler, is just taking your JAX code and converting it into slightly more like different JAX code. So that part, is very much just a piece of RESA software supported as RESA software R. But the main kind of issues that you'll see are probably at the JAX level, and for that you just have to engage with the community to try and figure out whether there's a solution or something, a new feature that needs to be added.
So the kind of the line between JAX and Salvo is permeable.
It's thin, yeah. It's an expression of the formalism in JAX in the form of a transpiler.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's thank our speaker again. We now have a remote presentation, so that will take a short amount to get set up.
Yes, Nicola, if you can share your slides. Perfect. Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
But we don't
Then
see
let
the
me
slides
try
yet.
to start sharing.
1 second.
That should be up now.
Yes, we see you. You can begin. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, thanks a lot. Right. So welcome to the last session. There is a title in this talk: Can computer science help climate policy? And there was a discussion about multidisciplinary efforts, and Patrick Jansson, who also participated to the discussion, already mentioned this collaboration that we have been having for a number of years, perhaps more than 1 decade. And what I would like to do in this talk is to give you a little bit of an overview of what we have done. And we means a number of people, among others, Patrick and myself, but also Nuria Brede and Tim Richter from the University of Potsdam, and Cesar Ionesco, who perhaps initiated the whole collaboration, who is now teaching at the Technical University in Bavaria, in Deggendorf. Right. So in the previous talk, we have seen that policy making in matters of climate policy is difficult. And the previous speaker was mentioning a gap between climate science and climate policy. And I would like to put our work in the perspective of this gap and try to convince you that this gap is in fact quite big. There was another question popping up in the discussion on multidisciplinarity, and was what needs to be done at least to avoid a climate crisis. And I think that this picture makes quite clear what needs to be done. This is something that was published in 2018 in the summary to policymaker of the IPCC special reports on the impacts of global warming. And what you can see is that roughly and by large, if we want to stay within the 1.5 degrees target, or let's say the 2 degrees target, we need to decarbonize by more or less the middle of this century. So this diagram has on the horizontal axis time from 2010 to 2100, and on the vertical axis global emission. And you see that there is a kind of corridor. In fact, there are 2 corridors corresponding to different requirements. But the blue corridor is telling you that roughly starting at 2050 or perhaps 2060, we have to go to negative emissions. So what needs to be done is pretty much clear. The problem is, however, how to get there. So what I want to say is that considering the fact that this diagram has, or these results have not changed significantly in the last 5 years, we can say that it's quite non-controversial that climate science has provided enough evidence for the need for global negative emission. By 2050, 2060, it doesn't matter. But the problem is that we do not know how to achieve such low emission in such a short time. And this is, of course, not scientific question. It is fundamentally a political question. But the interesting thing is that it can be sliced down into a number of questions that can be tackled scientifically. And here there are some examples of this question. For instance, which climate decision over the next decades are likely to matter most? Or do fast green transformation lead to more or less inequality and migration? Or how do uncertainty affect optimal climate decision? And what does optimal mean when a decision had to be taken under conflicting goals? For instance, saving the climate on one hand, but on the other hand, keeping the economy running. And these are kind of questions that can be addressed with rigorous methods. And we think that computer science can contribute towards at least understanding and perhaps also answering some of these questions. And we have been doing some work in this direction. So this is the context of this collaboration and of the work that has been going on between Chalmers, Oxford, and Potsdam University for a number of years. So I'm going to walk you through some results, more or less like 2 slides per paper, and then try some conclusions. I want to mention that some of these results have been obtained within TIPES, which is Tipping Points of the Earth System, on Horizon 2020 project. And I'm going to show you some code or some code snippets. And this, of course, we do not have time to really dissect this code and try to understand it, but you can find the source code, which is a literate Idris file that I've used to generate these slides in this GitLab repository, and it should be publicly available under 2024 PROPL. I would like to start first with Cesar Ionescu's formalization of vulnerability. This was a PhD thesis in 2008, but it was published more or less only in 2014. And this is a paper that I really would like to read if you are a computer scientist. First of all, because it's a lot of fun. And secondly, because it is probably the beginning of this enterprise that Patrick was talking about. This is about modeling vulnerability with functional programming and dependent types. And in those days, vulnerability was a big issue around 2005, 2010 in climate impact research. There were a lot of studies about the vulnerability of coastal areas, for instance, with respect to sea level rise, but also other kinds of vulnerability, for instance, of poor societies to extreme events and so on. And I think that there was this problem that many of these definitions, IPCC definition and studies, they were actually not really very consistent. And Cesar tried to put an umbrella around all these definitions and came up with this formulation, which says that vulnerability is a measure of possible harm. And it turned out to be a very simple and yet very powerful formalization. And perhaps the first thing that we could say is that according to this understanding, vulnerability being the composition of 3 functions is a function. It's not a number, it's not an index, it is not a point in an operational safe space, it is a function. So perhaps it's worth looking at what kind of function vulnerability is. And therefore, we start with possible. And the idea of possible is that it is a function itself, of course, which takes values in some state that might be a climate state or a climate economic state. It can be modeled with an agent-based model, with an integrated assessment model, it doesn't matter. But starting from this initial state, it generates a functorial structure of evolutions which are predicated on that state. And the idea is that evolution X is the type of scenarios For instance, it could be time series of values of type X. It could be just X itself. It could be a pair of states representing the initial state and the end state of a trajectory. And F is an uncertainty functor. It could be a list, it could be a finite probability distribution, something that models the fact that when we start in a given state, we have a set of possible evolutions and not only one evolution. And then, of course, harm has to be a function that takes an evolution on states and gives back some kind of value. And measure has to be a function that takes a functorial structure of values and delivers some other result. Perhaps W is in the most cases V itself. And then, of course, we know what is the type of vulnerability. And the question is, okay, what do we have learned about that? Well, one of the interesting things that can be learned from this formalization is that measures of vulnerability have to fulfill a very natural condition. If harm increases along a trajectory, if every point of a trajectory becomes a little bit worse, it shouldn't be the case that measures of harm decrease. And this can be formalized in a very simple way using dependent types. And one of the things that came out from this formalization was that, in fact, many, or a few very popular measures, for instance, the most likely evolution, actually do not fulfill this condition. So that means that we can partition vulnerability studies into two sets, those that are semantically consistent and those that use vulnerability measures that do not fulfill this very basic requirement. So there were a few lessons learned from this formalization. And one was that formalization is, of course, closely related with generic programming, as we can see, for instance, from the declaration of these monotonicity conditions. We have a functor, we have two preorders, and so on. That, of course, dependent types, okay, no surprise for us, are best for expressing generic program specification. But perhaps more interestingly is that this kind of specification are useful not only for testing or for proving the correctness of implementation, but also for understanding the semantical correctness of approaches, like, for instance, the usage of most likely measure instead of perhaps expected value measures. Let me come to the second series of publications, starting again with vulnerability modeling, the PhD thesis of Cesar Ionescos in 2008. I'm giving you an account which is came a little bit later in a paper about extensional equality preservation that was published in the Journal of Functional Programming in 2021. But the original ideas go back to the thesis of Cesar. I've mentioned the fact that evolution of X is the type of scenario. So the question is, what are computational principles that generate scenarios? Can we have some kind of, can we describe some kind of computational engine for scenarios? Well, in a time discrete settings, which is most relevant setting in climate impact research or also in agent-based model, deterministic dynamical systems are just endofunctions. And so scenarios can be obtained by integrating or iterating a system. And so the flow of a system over n step is just, or the flow of f over n step is just f to the power n. So I've mentioned the fact that uncertainty can be represented functorially. So that means that if you start from a given x, you do not get just a unique next state, but you get perhaps a probability distribution or a list of possible next states. That's not a problem, because if this functor is also a monad, then we can integrate a monadic system in much the same way as we integrate a deterministic system. And this was a fundamental recognition, or something that was in a certain sense discovered when Cesar was working in his PhD thesis on these systems, having monadic operation allows us to generate a flow in much the same way as we do with for deterministic system. We just need to replace composition with Kleivsky composition and the identity with eta or return. So that means that we can compute evolutions by just integrating monadic dynamical systems, and scenario can be, of course, also full trajectories. And we can treat deterministic, non-deterministic, stochastic fuzzy systems in a very consistent way, which is very important in order, for instance, to compare different models and different approaches, for instance, different integrated assessment models. At this point, we had like a consistent theory of the evolution of these systems, but we have no human intervention. And I've looked back when I was preparing this lecture, I've looked back in my notes, and I realized that we started thinking how to integrate human decisions around 2012. And then we came up with this computational theory of policy advice and avoidability, also Journal of Functional Programming in 2017, so 5 years later. But you see here on the left that there is something like a sigma function that now does not just take an x into a monadic structure of x's, but in order to do so, it also takes as a second argument a feasible control, something that represents human decisions. And I do not have time to get you through this theory in any kind of detail, but let me say that the basic idea is that we have two sets of software components, one which is used to specify a decision problem over a finite number of decision steps, and one which can be used in order to solve that problem in a verified fashion. And this is an example for the specification components. You see some of the symbols that I already shown you in previous slides. We have a monad, we have an x, which is not now a type by a function from time steps to type. We have a set of controls, which depends on a particular state, and so on and so forth. Solution components are generic definition. For instance, policies are functions from states to controls. And the theory is applied in two steps. In a first step, one defines all the specification components. For instance, says what is M? Is a finite probability, is a climate economic state. And in a second step, one applies backwards induction and computes a sequence of policies, and then type checks that this sequence of policies fulfills a lemma that tells that for every time step and for every number of decisions n, the policy sequence obtained by applying backwards induction is indeed optimal. A further work or a refinement or an extension of this work is again about semantic correctness. And this was Nuria Brede, who was giving a major contribution to the question of under which condition it is legitimate to apply backward induction. And this is very important because integrated assessment models, and we've heard a little bit about them in the beginning of this workshop, for climate policy are based on sequential decision problems, and backwards induction is a methodology that computes policy sequences for sequential decision problems that maximize a so-called Bellman equation. But solving sequential decision problem means computing sequences that maximize a different function. And you can see, at least from these pictures or code, that these functions are not definitionally equal. And so the question is under which condition val and val prime are extensionally equal, and Nuria answered this question by coming up with 3 conditions which are sufficient for the equality between these two functions, and then discuss also counterexample. I'm more or less running out of time, So I do not have really time to discuss applications, but there have been at least two interesting applications to these theories and to this formalization to concrete problems in climate policy. One focus on the impacts of uncertainty on optimal emission policies, and the other one focus on finding out which climate decisions under uncertainty really matter most. Both on non-computer science journals. This is important for the conclusion, which is my last slide. I've tried to give you some account of a research program that we have been following over the last 10 years that is based on the conviction that principle of programming and type-driven analysis and dependency type formalization can help formulating, understanding, and sometimes answering crucial questions at the interface between climate science and climate policy, and thereby contributing filling this gap that I was mentioning at the beginning of my talk. Another conclusion is that, as I was saying, we've published in different kinds of journals, and publishing in computer science journals was challenging, but always very rewarding. And on the other hand, these last two publications that I was mentioning on natural science journals, they were very frustrating because of typesetting issues. It was not a problem of reviews or reviewers. It was just like that it is impossible nowadays to print code on natural science journals. From the point the papers were accepted to the point in time in which they were published, it was sometimes 3 or more months because of problems in typesetting code. A fourth conclusion, which is perhaps a little bit negative, we have not been able to convince many climate scientists of the usefulness of thinking functionally. And there is an attempt at explaining why we have failed in a new paper. This is submitted again to the Journal of Functional Programming to avoid these typesetting problems. And it is available on arXiv, and perhaps you want to look a little bit at it. And from the last sentence of the abstract, you can see that we have not given up. So we still hope that what we are proposing makes mathematical physics more accessible to computer scientists and functional programming more palatable to modelers and physicists. And this is the end of my talk, and thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you for that very interesting talk. Are there any questions?
If the state is partially observable, how can it be incorporated in the framework of formulation?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. It depends a little bit on what you mean with partial observability. There are two possibilities. One possibility is that, of course, if you have a function, so if you have a function that goes from x to mx, then you can very easily create a function that goes from mx to mx. So partial observability would mean in that case that the initial value or whatever value is, you do not have exactly one point. You have a cloud of possible initial conditions. The other possibilities with partial observability is that you only know a few features of your system. This is something which is in a certain sense already incorporated in this framework. So if you think, for instance, of a general circulation model or even of an integrated assessment model, these are completely unusable for this kind of rigorous computation. You have somehow to aggregate those states in macroscopic, more simple states, because the cost of backwards induction, even over a number of time steps, let's say of 10 or 20, are otherwise unmanageable. So in a certain sense, you have to have done some work in advance before you can formulate a sequential decision problem or an optimal decision problem in a useful way. You have, for instance, have to have tabulated very complicated states, and you have to have lookup functions that extract from this tabulated state only a kind of macroscopic observables, GDP value, something that decision maker, can see. Decision maker cannot see the whole state of the world in order to make a decision. They have to rely on very, very aggregated state. I hope that this answers your questions.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for the interesting talk, Nicola. Is perhaps is there a bridge from the rich grammar of dimensions of mathematics to just really, really high performance? So in the previous talk we saw you can compile to GPUs and make things really fast. So is there some strategy to go from Idris to GPUs? So staging or some compilation strategy where you can execute this stuff at speed and scale as well?
Yeah, I think this is, I cannot really answer in a very different way. It's a very good question. We have an example of a slightly different application. This is about tokamak fusion reactors. And there, for instance, we have linked a very complicated model, which is called DREAM. Patrick can tell you a little bit more about that. It's a very sophisticated model for solving systems of partial differential equation with CPU times from minutes to days to very simple Haskell optimization codes. So it is possible to do that, but again, you have to use memoization, you have to use lookup tables, and you have to introduce some kind of interfaces. This was, again, it's the coupling problem in a certain sense. And the other thing that you can do is to simplify from the beginning the models. For instance, in this TIPES project, our partners in Belgium have been developing a very small simulator, climate simulator. So this is something also that was discussed this morning, like 6 ordinary differential equations that are then calibrated in order to produce for certain problems and in on certain time scales, good approximation for, I don't know, melting rate of Greenland, sea level rise, and this kind of variables. This needs to be done.
Okay, thank you. Let's thank our speaker again. Now I'll hand over.
Thank you very much for sharing that, Vashti. So, certainly my mind feels fried. We have seen such a diverse set of talks and such a diverse set of approaches. And the goal of PROPL wasn't really to solve the planetary crisis. It was try to map out some of the positive and negative spaces, the areas where stuff is going on, and some of the areas where we think there's opportunities to do some more work and do some more research. And many of us here are researchers, so that's a good thing. And for me personally, I'm a maintainer on lots of open source software. So I work in something called Docker, which is often used to share bits of software. And when it started working in about 2015, it had this. It was just doubling in users every month. And I thought exponentials can't continue very long, and it just kept on continuing. It just kept going. And for me, it highlighted not the quality of Docker, but the power of a network effect, because people who wanted to work together were just being put together with minimal friction, and the numbers just ballooned out of control. And now something like 70% of all software developers have Docker. So now it's finally stopped being exponential when it's run out of people. But it kind of tells me that there is something here, something in these discussions where if we can figure out how to get that magic going, that little spark of collaboration, the idea of starting from principled programming and moving all the way to outcomes and making it a joy to program, that we as a community might come up with something, right, that actually works. And then we have to make sure that we embed principles of reproducibility and the various dimensions that Vashti showed us in her talk. So what we're going to try to do now with collectively fried brains is not to think deeply at all anymore. What we're going to try to do is to overwhelm Dominic. And so Dominic has a Google Doc here where we have to shout out just things that you want to do next. And he's going to attempt to categorize it somehow. But our job as the co-chairs of this, along with the discussants who have kindly volunteered to help us put this together, so that's Vashti, Patrick, Ryan, Michael, and indeed anyone else from the audience who wants to participate. That's not a closed set. We'll try to organize this, and we'll write up a follow-up about what we think we should do next. So what I'd like is for you all to just shout out just some ideas of actions that you think either you would find useful or you think that should happen, and we'll try to capture those. So I'm going to start. One of the things I'd love to see is I'd love to host a summer school on just programming for climate science. So I'm happy to volunteer to try to start putting together a program. I need people who want to teach and people who want to be taught. But this seems like a really useful thing to try to put together as a graduate program in this space.
Aimed at climate scientists.
Aimed at climate scientists or aimed at people who want to build programming systems for climate scientists. Maybe let's do both. Why not? Let's do it all. Now, I think for our remote speakers, this isn't going to work as a quickfire session if you have to hand the mics out. So for those remote, please do just post in Discord. Otherwise, I think let's just shout out some ideas.
Well, Sylvie had a good point earlier, which means we might be more specific here, which is
Weirdly, certainly in Cambridge, we no longer teach computer science to non-computer scientists. We used to have engineering courses for natural scientists and so on with the foundations of computer science, but we've just stopped. I think it's really bad. So thank you, Sally.
These were the categories of the talks earlier. So programming goes into these things.
We'll rearrange them multiple times.
These are the applications, as it were.
Very much like for that to be the case, but it's also very unclear that that's an efficient way of using our resources.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if people have thought about that. And
Maybe you could elaborate.
so I think as individuals we have this very particular skill set, so it's natural to think through our lens that this is something that we can contribute to, but also, as it was raised earlier, a lot of the science is already pretty convincing, and maybe things have to happen at the policy level. So it's not clear that our CS perspective is actually what we should be focusing on, or as individuals we should be doing something entirely different. And
maybe I can succinctly summarize that as feedback mechanisms for success and failure.
So there is an important principle of simultaneity, which is that we all need to take actions towards fixing these problems. But actually, one of the biggest enemies is inaction, right? So most people just aren't thinking about this. So the fact you're here in this room is actually spoiler of survivor bias in this room. So it's absolutely right, but I think asking this room is perhaps the wrong one. We need to ask the people in all the other that's something we should all collectively do, right? We should. The most common thing I heard was, I don't know what I can do towards this. That's been a very, very common theme all the way through every conference I've been in. So we all have to collectively answer that.
So might a bit boring, but I would like to find people to apply for money together with, so that we can get funded. I'm currently between projects, so.
Yeah, definitely a professor level thing, but also
community.
a very important common theme. Yep.
So anyone who's interested and finds things that what I've been doing with Potsdam and so on is relevant for a consortium, get in touch.
Especially Europeans. Now, I mean, there's genuinely lots and lots of money flying around in the EU, and similarly in the US, I assume there's lots of initiatives towards this as well. So yeah, so matchmaking between professors.
And there are mechanisms to allow those to join up as well. Why should it be just Europe or just US?
Only because people in the EU can apply for EU grants and people in the US can apply for US grants. But yes, if there's something called a pot of money, then and there are loads of those. There's lots of charitable donations, billionaire donations that are funding lots and lots of initiatives, such as most of ours are funded by charitable donations, not by any grant money, because we just get rejected from grant money usually for these kind of risky endeavors. It's the reality of grants.
I'm unsure if it's related, but maybe someone could do research on like the energy mix and renewable energy sources, and also maybe public transport, and like how that might affect carbon emissions and these things.
Yeah, great. Carla?
I have something to say about that actually, because I'm also a student assistant at Potsdam Institute for Scientific Research, where Nicola also works, and I actually work in the transport sector. We work on trying to find like fleet data and stuff, and user data of all sorts of different transportation technologies, and we are looking into that, and we're putting that into that model to look at how different policies impact that. I cannot point you to research papers because I'm like I'm just a small little student assistant writing code, but I think there's a lot of stuff out there that might be interesting for people.
Yeah, there's lots of research centres looking at that.
So
Outside of computer science, yeah.
So we need to register on climatescience.org and see if we can find this between us.
Yeah, so I have one from myself and then one from somebody online. Misaligned incentives, both on the software side, the research side. I think, Dominic, in a talk you quoted from, was it 5 times faster, about how we're all working in our little academic niches, and to succeed in our niches, it makes sense to have tunnel vision, and how can we change that? So I think that's policy, but it's policy in a,
Maybe it's ecosystem.
For someone who hasn't spoken at all during the workshop.
Can I do the...
you can do the other one as well, yeah.
So Siddharth says, I'm a PhD student at the University of Waterloo, Canada. I work in formal verification of systems languages, C, C++, Rust. We often look for industry software to show usefulness of our tools for practical code bases. It would be interesting to know what properties in legacy climate code written in C, C++ or Rust we might want to formally verify.
Interesting. Yeah. Who was that?
Siddharth.
I might want to follow up with them. I mean, most of the code's written in Fortran.
So if you haven't spoken yet during the workshop, I'd like you to think about just one quick fire thing you can feel while you're thinking, Benjamin.
I would like to put in a plug for continuing to talk to each other. I think the day has been really great, just in terms of cross-fertilization and ideas sparking off each other. So it would be great if people kept talking. One place where people can keep talking if they choose to is there is actually already a mailing list called ACM-Climate.
climate modeling.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different kinds of modeling we could talk about, and the communities are all really different. But certainly in the area I know, because I work with climate scientists, they're trying to kind of get that a lot more by utilizing kind of these tools that come from other spaces like Hugging Face and these kind of package management things, and having data sets that are much more open, that are easier for people to kind of grab and reuse their things. So there's a lot of recognition within climate modeling of like, oh, we want things to be much more usable and have these communities of people using our libraries and our tools and our data sets. So certainly there's like a lot of enthusiasm for that, and they also want a lot of help to how to do that, and they want a lot of help from computer scientists. Like, I don't know, I talk to a lot of people who are desperate to have input from computer science to help with these things. So.
That's some kind of an awesome climate wiki or something that would do that. So again, if volunteers want to do that, let's coordinate. Just feel free to get in touch with Dominic and me. We'll match make for these things. That's a great suggestion.
Someone said, applying to computer science journals comes with certain expectations. Applying to climate science journals can be painful in other ways. So why not just have something that goes with both? Because clearly there's a demand for it. Because a lot of people realize get into it.
There's, yeah.
Journal
Journal of Computational Science. You think of that, or?
Yeah, I have some listed in my talk.
That's what I published in.
Environmental modeling in software, geoscientific model development, and computers in geosciences.
Yeah, I mean GMD is pretty hardcore like climate modeling stuff.
But there are also things like ACM TOMAS, transactional modeling and computer simulation as well, which is as they move.
But maybe collecting that.
Is there an ACM sync for climate, or is it a? So really, yeah, there's no home. In fact, do you have a comment on the ACM? Just generally, do you have any thoughts on Onkar's question from journalism perspective?
Not on journalism things. There is climate activity in some of the things. There used to be more in Cape Canaveral than there is now. There used to be more active in ISA. So there's a lot going on in the ACI thing, specifically, and one or two others.
Yeah, I think also because for me, I do a lot of PLM, I teach a lot of PL people who don't really think about the climate or don't really care, don't really read about it. And only being here made me realize how many people are in this community who do really care. And I feel that we can be louder and we can bring our ideas to the forefront, and we can make it a bigger point to shape ACM and to shape SIGPlan and to shape these conferences into more climate friendly endeavor. So I think we should all feel really empowered by being in this room today and seeing so many people who care just as much as we do.
And I think I cannot think of a better closing statement than what Carla just said. It's been an incredibly just encouraging day, I think, in terms of just seeing how many other people actually are interested in this space. So this is the beginning. It is not the end. We will write these ideas up. If anyone was too shy to shout out their ideas, then get in touch with just any of us discussants, and we will endeavor to make your voices heard. But other than that, it's time to close the first workshop on programming for the planet. May there be many more, and may we fix the planetary crisis. But until then, I think it's time to go for a drink. Thank you all for your participation today.
I've got this. And can we just do a round of applause for the student volunteers and AV volunteers? I lost it.
Now we have to coordinate on a pub to go to. This is the hardest problem.
Should we thank
model of NumPy.
We didn't quite match over. Oh, perfect. I need to get your slides.
Yes, we were going to try and do that, but then it sort of fell apart at the end.
It's a hard thing to do, but
No, it's not that hard to do. We just sort of organisationally had difficulty getting that to work in the end on a Saturday, basically. The people we did ask, like, no.
I think the elephant in the room at some level is lots of people came a long way using tons of carbon for this event.
Well, I mean, it's you say that of every conference, and the climate conferences especially, yeah.
And I think
It's
another
about
thing in ACM that Benjamin was involved with.
Yeah, that was discussed actually earlier in the week. So Benjamin talked at the reception about that, and sort of being responsible with travel and more hybrid stuff, and like that. Yes, it doesn't work with YouTube though.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, that would be really good. Yeah.
Sustainability event in our school, and I proposed that our school worked on having the best providers of hybrid conferences because we've got so much expertise running them. It wasn't taken out.
Well, like during the pandemic, we were using the platform that let us do that. Now the ACM approach we stream to YouTube, which doesn't have that kind of bidirectionalism. Yeah. Hey. Nicola, who said that, was thinking more about using them as a user interface, like another kind of structure. I mean, they're
Give me a minute to play a picture.
So I guess that's what he was saying. You could make, there's another thing that perhaps you could say in this space, which is that there are ideas in programming that are about trying to make it easier to solve complex problems. My view of this might be something like, you could ask a rhetorical question, are we done with clearing languages? Can we stop right now? No one makes any more changes to any other programming language that exists, and everyone involved in climate science, ecology, social decisions should just use Python 3.11, Fortran, and C++ from now until the end of the level. And I think the answer is no, because...
Everyone! We figured out a pub. It's the Coal Hole. If you go right up there and take a bit of a left, or look in your Google Maps for the Coal Hole, many of us will congregate there afterwards.
As in like coal.
Coal, as in fossil fuel. Coal. And then they'll figure out how to stop that.
Nice.
Put it back in the hole. Put it back in the hole.
I think the history of programming languages has shown us like the power that comes, even just like, let's say Fortran, within the evolution of Fortran, there's great power coming from like language abstraction and how to solve difficult problems. So we should like keep innovating programming. It might be functional, it might not be, but like we look at like Python, half of it is functional programming. And like the way that Python works is you compose loads of functions together, build transformer language. So like I think my take would be there are nice ideas in functional programming. It's not the be all and end all, but there are nice ideas in that space, and we should keep thinking about language innovation to produce better languages that keep solving problems. And the nice thing about like perhaps what Neil and I could have done, maybe spend some time here communities as well. So it might be like climate scientists who are like, we have this massive atmospheric model, this massive ocean model, and this massive sea ice model, we put them all together, and it's 10 billion lines of code, we produce these predictions. But it can also be like integrated assessment models where it's like, we're trying to kind of combine economics with environmental data and work out how to make decisions. And then like people all over the world kind of using things like that in different places to make decisions about stuff.
Actually, there's a few people here.
I'm a Costa Rica, and I want to know when should I plant cotton, and if I do it too late or too early, then I'm in big trouble, and things like this. Yeah.
Oh, Bristol, perfect. Well, I mean, there's loads of climate stuff in Bristol, so it's perfect. So if you think one of the biggest challenges is we could just want to see
kind of why we did something like POPL'24, probably going to get what skills we have, and what's our winter research, and we'll try and understand like winter is how we can sort of lead with what we're doing.
Rolling, bringing the Bristol model, it'd be really fun. And then we could just run into testing and just see. I was standing here thinking about trying to change on shift. And then this random old man came along and wanted to turn out to use the Lord Mayor of Bristol. It was really nice. So I was talking a little bit of a camel.
Well, like that's kind of like why people use Python as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you can pip install stuff or conda forge.
And that, I think, it really does improve productivity of the package.
Should look at this, Pangeo Forge.
Can I take a picture of this?
Yeah. This is it's a platform that's kind of inspired by Conda Forge for doing climate science, basically.
And so people will just like download a model from this and download